let me take you back to the panel. Let's go. Chair.
Okay, I think Chair has to go first. Thank you. So I'll try and address I think it's the startup bill question was the first one. And I want to explain something simple here. I think for the first time in the history of this country, government, there's dialogue happening. There's dialogue happening between government, private sector, and for the very first time, entrepreneurs, startups, and SMEs. And I think this is an important indicator of the value that people see in something that starts small with an idea, but ends up becoming a company or a corporation that creates jobs. So let's not forget that laws do not necessarily solve problems. It's the implementation of those laws. So what we are very proud of is that this conversation has begun. The startup bill recognizes the role of innovation hubs, your incubators, as pivotal in terms of supporting startups. And this is important because what they provide is a structure, but it's not to say that you will not find startups outside innovation hubs. Yeah. But if you worked with government before, government cannot support anything that has no structure, that has no accountability, that has no someone who can be responsible when that support comes. A lot of the time, I think the support we are looking for here is how can government fund innovation? How can government contribute to startups in that phase? Now, the other thing I wanted to really clarify is that you asked what is going to be the perspective of this on a national and county level. I will allow David to speak a little bit about the county level. But I think on a national scale, what we are saying is for the very first time, we have started a journey that eventually what we hope for is that we will have a distinct definition of what a startup is, of what an SME is, and what they need to thrive. Currently, that does not exist. How we define startups in this country is by size of number of people employed, turnover. But you have to realize that those are not the only attributes or characteristics that can define an entity. In fact, startups are a bit more, let me not say complex, but a startup begins with an idea. I form a team with Victor and I say, let's test whether this idea can work. What's the business model behind it? Remember, up to that point, it's not a business. We don't know whether it's going to work. There's a lot of experimentation. There is a lot of science in terms of proving hypothesis. Right. What we are hoping for is that it's not going to become one of those papers once it becomes law, sits somewhere on a shelf. We want continuous dialogue so that it can be improved. And just alluding to the question about the digital tax, starts investing in innovation, a lot of wealth can be generated. However, I think in Africa, we haven't seen this in real time. We haven't seen companies exit into multi-billion-dollar value or billions of dollars, yeah? So I feel like we still don't have a perspective, especially our government, on what the true potential of a startup and why do we need incentives even to make them, to encourage them. So I feel like this conversation about the startup bill is going to make those dialogues happen. And it may take time, but at least we've started talking and we started saying if you want startups in this country to thrive, you have to have a distinction. Don't treat them like they are a corporate, they are very profitable corporate. Look at what stage are they in? What does their future look like? You know, if you talk to an investor, he does not invest in the current value of a company. At least I'm talking from investors that invest in technology, and largely so any other investor. They ask, what is the future value of this company? In 5 years, in 10 years, what are we talking about? These are the same questions that government needs to start thinking about. And if I have the potential to be a $1 billion you have to pay today before I even become profitable, then you have to ask yourself that question. So this is going to be continuous dialogue. ASSEK is going to provide that platform for that dialogue to happen. What we have been doing is we've really been enabling. The startup bill is not our document. It's something that we know is an important conversation. And instead of saying it's a bad document, let's kill it, we're saying, let's say what can be done to improve this document and how can it actually progress so that we have a law that support startup. And I know I've taken long, sorry. David, please briefly talk about what impact are we expecting at the machine learning level?
Right. Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think you've captured it very well in terms of the impediments that startups go through. And now when you go at the grassroots level, and then again, this is where our mandate falls, decentralizing opportunities and networks that can enable startups to thrive. You find that those and the kind of environment you'll get in the counties is almost non-existent, doesn't support the startup. That's the inception of ideas, the growth of whatever businesses are already in those places, and how to scale the businesses already in those areas. And so I think one of the articles that I'm happy about is the proposition that the county be able to be directly in charge of, for example, having some incubators sponsored by the government. Yesterday, I was in, if I can give an example, I was in McQueen County, and something maybe other counties can borrow from the example. McQueen County has put up telling the CEC that we had a meeting yesterday that the startup bill, even at before it becomes perhaps is bigger discussion should be how can the government at the local level be able to spur the formation of business opportunities at those particular area. And I think one of the challenge, because if you look at the demography of this country, nearly 80% as found in rural areas. And so if those youths are not able to be served at that local level, then they'll obviously come to Nairobi. And then you have the population, the slum development areas, and all the associated issues. And so I think this is a conversation, and that the timing of this bill, I think, is perfect. This is the time we need it, and this is the time that we need everyone to come on board. So I think at the county level, that support structure must be established, whether it's government, whether it's a private sector. That's the hubs that are already established in those particular areas. And I think still on the question 2, you already talked about the regulation, which I think also is an issue, but I think you already captured it in terms of the taxation, and Chair also captured it. Yeah.
Please, you're allowed to clap. Wapigeni makofi tafadhali. No, tuwapigie makofi tafadhali, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much to our panelists. We are grateful. Bernard, I'll just ask you to just remain seated, and then the rest of us can kindly excuse us as we get ready for the next session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Fourth Estate, I'm really excited and I'm grateful that we all took our time this morning to be able to, come here as we celebrate this momentous occasion. My name is Lotan. I'm a radio presenter with Homeboys Radio. I'm also excited to be here today because this is a day for young people. This is an opportunity for us as young people to hear and understand a little bit more about what is happening in this particular sector. Now, members of the Fourth Estate, I know some of us might want to get an interview or two with Bernard, but honestly, we won't be able. So just give us a couple of minutes. That are here in this particular auditorium and talk to everybody that is back home. So good morning to you wherever you're watching us from. I'd like to specially welcome you to the first ever ASSEK Annual Conference 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, tupige makofi tafadhali. So ladies and gentlemen, we are streaming on multiple platforms, Zoom, YouTube, and obviously the ASSEK website. And the hashtag for the day is ASSEK 2020 more, or hashtag more for ESOs. And you can also find us on our Twitter handle, which is ASSEK News. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just in case you stumbled upon this particular link on any other either platforms, ASSEK simply stands for Association of Startups and SME Enablers of Kenya, where in a nutshell, like Bernard told us, we represent the interests of organizations supporting development and growth of startups and SMEs in Kenya. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to give us his key address, I'd like to welcome, or rather he's already on stage, the chairperson of ASSEK. He's also a director of the Global Disability Innovate Hub, that's the GDI. His lifelong goal is to build the best support system for entrepreneurs and startups. And finally, his passion is in innovation, mentorship, and supporting entrepreneurs. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's put our hands together. You that is here on location, and you definitely that's watching me online, for the one and only Bernard Shearer. Tumpige makofi tafadhali.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone streaming online, welcome to the inaugural annual ASSEK conference. I will correct something little about the intro. Yes, I am the chair of ASSEK, but I am the director of Innovate Now, which is an initiative of the Global Disability Innovation Hub. And we focus on innovation for persons with disability, and specifically assistive technologies. Today is a special day for the ASSEK community and for the innovation ecosystem in that a decade ago, more or less, very interesting things started happening in this country. Innovation for the first time was being driven by a community of enthusiasts in technology. You might know the iHub or iLab Africa. These are the early innovation hubs in this country that were looking at technology from a very different angle. And the idea was, how can we have more impact in solving the challenges that our dear continent faces? We have challenges across maternal health, name it. We are the continent that understands challenges. But these challenges are not unsurmountable. And these challenges are actually being solved by us, not foreigners, not friends from outside. If you look at Kenya today and our economy and the impact that we've had, despite the many challenges we've had as a country, we always rise, and the youth and young people have always been central to this rising up. Now, what is an innovation hub? Sometimes from this technology sector, there's a lot of jargon. What is incubation? What are we accelerating? In simple terms, I like using this example because it makes it very relatable. Now, if you're trying to rear chicken, you must be familiar with the concept of an incubator. It's very simple. It's an environment that present the right conditions for that chick to become a chicken. So we look at temperature, we look at humidity, we look at light, and so forth. Now, in this country, there's been a lot of people that have been supporting young entrepreneurs, young innovations, and sometimes you may think that this concept is very foreign, but I'll give you a very real example. Around the same time, 10 years ago, there was something very popular in Kenya. It was cyber cafes. There are still a few cybers, but cyber cafes is where you went if you wanted anything technology. You wanted to print a document, you wanted to send that important email, you went to a cyber cafe. And cyber cafes started realizing that a lot of the users did not have the skills to do some of the things they wanted to do online. And they started supporting that. Some people actually, even in those days, wanted to start consultancy businesses, online businesses, and they were getting support. Now, the era of cyber cafes, of course, has faded away with the advancement of technology, with the and we've also come far as a country in terms of and I can my TV channels. He's very interested when he switches off the TV from the socket because he sees it's going off up there. So the exposure, and this has been pivotal in other countries where kids get exposure to technology. It's already happening. Our generation is nurturing the next generation of entrepreneurs. So innovation hubs came to provide more value. They didn't just want to become a cyber cafe. They wanted to really provide an environment where you could access resources and you could access networks, people you do not meet ordinarily. And if you fast track that to more than 10 years later, on this continent, there has been an exponential growth of innovation hubs. I'm a member of AfriLabs, and many of our hubs are, and we are more than 600 counting. And the gap and the opportunity here is learning and access to information is no longer a monopoly. If you go on the internet, you will find what you're looking for in terms of knowledge. But how about creating value? ESOs are centers of creating value for young people, value for startups. And we are in the business of creating businesses. We are in the business of solving our continent's most challenging issues. and creating jobs. And so today, our theme is unlocking value for ESOs and looking at how can these entrepreneur support organizations continue being pivotal in providing success for young ventures and building our economy, creating jobs, and empowering our young people. So I welcome you to the inaugural annual conference for ASSEK, where you can expect to learn about digital collaborations, public-private partnerships, and how policy is shaping up in response to innovation in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, a round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Bernard, for that. I'm really grateful. This particular time or the other, creating value, and obviously innovation hubs, your environment. It's like an incubator, like you said. So I'm really grateful for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to go straight into our first panel session. Now, with this, I'd like to welcome somebody that's really special to all of us here. She is the head of programs at ASSEK. She's an SME champion. She believes in building ecosystems and communities that create synergies needed to drive innovations. And this week, ladies and gentlemen, I discovered that she is indeed very cool. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please, let's welcome to the stage Ms. Brenda Kibiko. Tafadhali. Yeah, yes, yes.
I don't think I can. Oh, there we go. So thank you for the very interesting introduction. Oh, fantastic. Like Lotan mentioned, my name is Brenda. I am the head of programs at ASSEK. I am delighted to have all of you listening on this discussion. It's going to be very, oh wow, keep changing. It's going to be a very short discussion, but it's background on the chair's address on partnerships. This year, we realized that we cannot function and we cannot work in isolation, that we need to leverage on each other's strengths. We need to work as a community. We needed to look introspectively on how do we find solutions within the ecosystem and what partnerships can we form to ensure that those solutions are scaled and are adopted by our entrepreneurs and our other stakeholders. So I'm going to invite the other panelists. They are joining in virtually. This is Sheena. Let me make sure I get her name right. Sheena Raikundalia. She is a director of UK Kenya Tech Hub. I can't see her on my monitor, so I don't know if we would be able to converse. May the tech team confirm that she can hear us, she can see us loud and clear. Sheena, if you're there, maybe say hello.
Yes, hi, I'm waving, I can see you.
Oh, fantastic. You're waving back. Hopefully you can see us. Great.
I can see you and I can hear you.
So we have Sheena Raikundalia. She is the director of UK Kenya Tech Hub. And we have Dario Giuliani, who is the director of Brighter Bridges. Let me just give a quick background on why we're having this discussion. System and what this partnership means for the future making and information sharing, and how we can use this data to really push for the next level of entrepreneurship and retell the story of the entrepreneurship innovation space in Kenya. So Dario, just checking that you can hear us and you can see us.
I can hear you. I think you cut for a bit, but hi everyone. It's good to see you all.
Dario, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Seems we are just having a quick, a small hitch, but I'll direct just one question to the chair. He's very familiar with this partnership. So maybe you could speak on the need for this, why we really needed to align all the stakeholders and centralize the information on the ecosystem.
Thanks, Brenda, and I hope it's an opportunity to join and introduce themselves. But I will speak about, from an ASSEK perspective, what this means. So, Brighter is an organization that has been for a number of years trying to publish reports around indicators for the innovation ecosystem, not just in Kenya, but on the continent. And I first met Dario when he was at the GSMA, and I can tell you that he understands some of the challenges we have. And I'll speak about one of the main challenges we have, and that is visibility for the ecosystem. Now I'll explain what I mean about this. So when you talk about the activities happening, the number of organizations supporting entrepreneurs with services or incubation and acceleration services, when you talk about the investments happening, this a lot of the times are not captured or represented well out there. There are many people, if you go and ask them, would you rather start a company in Kenya or Nigeria? This is not a trick question, but there are many that will tell you, oh, I love Nigeria because of this and that, or I love Kenya because of this and that. So the opportunity that we have to do with Brighter is to give maximum exposure to all enablers that are doing work around supporting the innovation. Now, Brighter will, and Dario will speak more about this, I will be publishing reports every 6 months on what's happening around Africa in terms of entrepreneurship and innovation. I, as a chair of ASSEK, want every hub that is a member of ASSEK to be recognized for what they're doing and to be given that visibility. I want people to understand that we are a very diverse ecosystem. We don't just do fintech, guys. It's not just fintech. I'll tell you, in this country, you have a lot of innovation and entrepreneurship around, for example, renewable energy, clean tech. For example, assistive technology, which is something I am now leading myself. How do we support solutions that can help persons with disability? And for me, this is a topic that is very close to my heart because I have lived in experience with disability. I know what it is to drive or to suffer. I've traveled the world. I've seen how accessible, for example, Barcelona is. If you are on a wheelchair, you can basically go everywhere and do everything you need to do. So when we look at our country, what are we doing for these communities that, most of the times we've been looking at from a different lens? And I feel that's the opportunity we have. It's the opportunity to want to create visibility, but also to attract partnerships and investments for our country. And that's what I hope we'll be able to achieve with this partnership.
That's really well said. And I know a couple of months ago we had the conversation with the amazing Nekesa Were, who will be moderating the next session, and we're talking about sustainability of hubs and the different models of sustainability. And one thing she touched on was was data and information, and not having or having this information fragmented. And I think what this partnership between UK Kenya Tech Hub, Brighter Bridges, and ASSEK will look to do will be to centralize that information. And how do we use that information as an ecosystem to benefit us and to benefit a lot of the stakeholders? So who is putting money where, who is doing what, which gaps are there, and then directing the right resources and the right tools to those needs. I don't know, Bernard, if you just allow me to go back to you in terms of what would you say to the people who have not already be on the platform? And let me mention that the map that was released about a week ago, it does not capture everybody in the ecosystem. So please make sure that your organization registered. We're going to crowdsource this information. So we need everybody to be part of this and put your information that really have a strong database of who everybody is. But coming back to you, Bernard, what would you tell the membership and the community? Because this is not just for the ASSEK members, it's for the ASSEK community.
Thanks, Brenda. And I'm really hoping tech is being fixed here, because I feel like Sheena and Dario really need to be talking about this as well. But I'll speak about this and touch on this question of data. There's a lot of the time there's skepticism about sharing data and about how that data is being used and about who's benefiting, who's creating value out of that data. And there's been a lot of fear for anyone who asks you to give data. And one thing I want to clarify about our partnership with Brighter is that it's not proprietary data that is being crowdsourced. Anything that is you put on your website, that's what we want. We want to know you are an innovation hub and you support entrepreneurs in whichever sector. And for startups and SMEs, the whole idea is, how do we also create visibility for people who are looking for investment? Because to be honest, it's one of those issues that we haven't nailed as an ecosystem, how to attract capital. And a lot of the time what lacks is validation. Because if you're a startup and you just, nobody knows you and you say you're raising investment, then there's due diligence. Everyone wants to know, where are you from? What have you been doing? And this is the type of support we want to facilitate. And to actually say that as entrepreneurs ourselves and as organizations that support startups and SMEs, this is step one. The real question is, because we hold so much data that we are not putting out there and positioning it for partnerships, for collaborations. What are we doing? One of the biggest challenges I've seen is this idea of telling success stories from our innovation hubs. Where is that? If I want to know about the beautiful stories of Mleja, Link, Pesesha, where is that story? Who supported them? So I feel like this is step one, but we have ourselves to look at the data we have and say, how do we generate informative, regular reports that can support our work? And how do we help and leverage on what we have to create opportunities for the entrepreneurs? And we can do that by ourselves. Thank you.
Really good insights. That's why he's the chair. He says the wisest things. So we're here to learn. Teach us, Sensei. Teach us. So you've had what this will do for the ecosystem. We're very, very happy for this partnership. I see our tech guys working to fix everything. I hope we have Sheena and Dario on the screen and on the mic. Sheena, are you able to hear us? Say
Yes.
hello.
So Hi. So I just wanted to say that I think the issue is on your end because I could hear Dario, I could hear all of you talking, and I think he can hear me too, and he also has a slide. So can you hear me? Just do a thumbs up if you can hear me. Awesome. Okay. Excellent. So I mean, and I've got my video on, and I think Dario also said he can hear me and he can hear you guys. So we can start. And I think he has a presentation that he quickly wants to share, which might give some overview. But I thought if you can hear me, can I maybe just say a few words while I'm here?
Yes,
And have,
now we can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome. Okay, so first of all, I can't tell you how excited I am to be here. You both probably know, and Bernard especially, what a big champion I am of ASSEK countrywide, and it's just so good to see you guys having done what you've done. I think, you know, having a strong ecosystem with supporters that can support entrepreneurs, so hubs like yourselves, can have a multiplier effect. And as much as like I'm a big champion of ASSEK and countrywide and the hubs, I mean, the reason why I'm a champion of it is because I think entrepreneurs in this country are awesome and are going to do amazing things and have done amazing things, but need that supportive ecosystem, which I think, again, ASSEK plays a huge part in. So coming very quickly then to this partnership. Now, this is another example of such a great partnership. Like ASSEK, you guys are an enabler of all the hubs across Kenya. So first of all, it's not just Nairobi centric, but we're looking at a wide range of members who are supporting entrepreneurs across Kenya, and having that diverse set of voices and opinions, which is so important. I mean, UK Kenya Tech Hub, for those of us who don't know, I'm Sheena, and I'm the country director of the UK Kenya Tech Hub, and we're part of an international network of tech hubs. So although I lead Kenya, we have Nigeria, we have South Africa and Africa, but we have India, we have Indonesia, we have Israel, we have Brazil. So again, lots of cross learnings that I'm happy to sort of bring as, you know, as we carry on this kind of conversation. So we're a government body. We work with DCMS, which is a digital culture, media, sports department in the UK, but working here in the British High Commission, and our High Commissioner and Deputy High Commissioner are also big supporters of the ecosystem, and, you know, and try and participate as much as they can. We're part of a wider digital access program, and again, we're all about how do we help people get online, how do we keep them safe, and how do we build this tech ecosystem. And for me, this tech ecosystem is broad. It's not just startups, as you mentioned, Bernard, in your great speech on how to differentiate them, but also SMEs and MSMEs who potentially need digitization or the very boring, we call operational tech, to grow and scale. So I think it's a very interesting ecosystem, with kind of lots of sort of potential for tech as an enabler, but also just supporting MSMEs and SMEs, which is why I like ASSEK for doing both. That brings me to the third part of the partnership, which is Bridges. And I know Dario can obviously say more about him, but I like the idea of kind of data showcasing, storytelling, exactly as Bernard put. But more importantly than that, one of the things that investors keep coming to me to say is we keep getting inundated by entrepreneurs asking for investment, but they're not even suited for VC investments. And I think that's the point to note. If you're at a revenue generating stage, you might need a sort of angel investor, or you might be looking at a further. It depends on your needs. So one of the other things I think would be really, really good is, again, a project that we're working together with you and Dario for Bridges is creating this diagnostic where we can actually help entrepreneurs understand where are they and what do they need. And based on that, we can direct them to a whole lot of resources that are available, whether that's ASSEK members, whether it's government programs, whether it's investors, angel investors, etc. But we can't do that until we know what it is that entrepreneurs themselves need. And number two, Bernard, as you rightly put, what is it that our diverse ecosystem of ecosystem providers, what do they provide? What is the difference between what sort of, Bernard, your program provides versus NILAB versus Sote Hub, right? Like what kind of entrepreneurs? It all seems the same to a young entrepreneur who's starting out. They won't know what they need and what the people provide, which is another reason why I like this partnership with Dario. And this is why I think partnerships work with different people, bringing in different things. So I'll stop now. I hope I've given a bit of an intro and some context, and over to Dario. And thank you all again for inviting me to this event. And I'm very sorry I couldn't be there in person, but this is great.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sheena. Sheena is a champion of the innovation space. She's really amazing, very, very supportive. And we're so delighted to be working with you, Sheena. I'd like to invite Dario to speak from the technical point of view. What exactly is this partnership? What is this tool? What is this platform? So just from a very technical bit, but also simplified version. And very briefly, let us know what this means, and what it will do is really work for the ecosystem.
Thanks, Brenda. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Sheena. Thanks also, Bernard, for picking this up when there was the glitch, this technical glitch. I'm very excited. And for those of you who know us, Kenya is actually the first African countries where we open an official branch, and our team is growing to 3 people already in a matter of less than a year. So why am I here? Brighter in the last couple of years has been working on data aggregation, data curation, and ultimately this visual storytelling, very much based on the analysis of the context and the analysis of the state of play when it comes to specifically technology, business, finance. And this partnership is very much based on leveraging some of the expertises and the realms, right, of interest of our 3 organizations, the UK Kenya Tech Hub and ASSEK. So I put together a few slides for everyone to see. Just to start with, we launched this partnership by announcing this, by publishing this map, which wanted to be some sort of teaser of what bringing together different pieces of the same puzzle could actually lead to. And as Bernard mentioned, and Sheena, actually, there are several players. This map can obviously capture all of them, but there are several players that are entering the space every day, and both from a Kenyan perspective, from a national perspective, and from an international perspective, meaning organizations that might be interested in doing business, in expanding, or in investing in the country. So the value of bringing together different pieces of the puzzle is actually to try to maximize this potential and to bring out out there to the world from a global perspective, the actual opportunities that lie in there. And as Bernard, I'm glad that Bernard mentioned kind of the value and the meaning of Brighter, right? Brighter is founded upon the idea that more data and more information and sort of better and better organized information can actually open up a whole realm of opportunities by way of actually showcasing what is actually going on in a specific context, right? In this case being Kenya, right? So what is the role of these 3 organizations? Brighter will actually be bringing these few years of experience in analyzing information, in mingling with ecosystems across Africa, and effectively using the Brighter Intelligence, which is our new tool, to allow people to really find it easy to find synergies, to find competitors, to analyze their markets, to find potential support. The UK Kenya Tech Hub will actually be bringing, the entire body of resources of support, right? Based on also the work that the UK government has actually been doing across Africa with other tech hubs and across other markets. And then ASSEK, goes without saying, you have a deep knowledge. You are the guardians of the ecosystem. And so by way of leveraging these 3 resources, by way of having, an eye on the global, our global arena with us, with the UK Kenya Tech Hub, and then a very strong sort of foothold on the ground, with all our teams, we would be able to at least project a much more comprehensive landscape and produce and bring forward a much more comprehensive narrative about what effectively is happening. Now, I just go very quickly through the platform. So part of this is not the entire the juice of the partnership, but the partnership will be leveraging this platform to enable people to actually access different bits of this ecosystem and different pieces of this puzzle. So all of this that I'm showing is available online. We have guidelines online that we've built and that we're actually improving, so that people accessing the platform will have an idea of how to navigate it. So effectively, this platform allows matchmaking, allows visual understanding of what will, what is going on in the country. I've actually also zoomed into Kenya in the next slide, so you can understand. But you have this sidebar that adjusts to every single query that you might have. So, for instance, looking into fintech, or looking into agriculture, looking into hubs by way of looking, for instance, at a specific category. So we have companies, we have investors, we have hubs, right? And it's something that Bernard actually highlighted, which I keep stressing, is the fact that, for instance, hubs have not been necessarily, the Y Combinator type of hub providing, equity capital and access to Silicon Valley, but hubs for the people who've been building hubs and who've been, hanging around in hubs. You can understand the holistic value of, from a cultural perspective, from an enabling perspective, that this organization have been bringing in the game. Aggregators have been able to bring together the youth in a safe space, in a technologically enabled place, right? And so this, by way of segmenting the different categories and sub-segmenting the different categories by type. So, for instance, them being an innovation hub generically, them being an accelerator, them being an incubator, we've been able to really kind of break down the different pieces of this specific support ecosystem, right? Very briefly, it's a bit of a different overview of what we just saw with the map in the previous slide, but this kind of gives you a more visual idea of numbers and percentages when it comes to, first, the number of startups, number of products that are in a specific ecosystem, or because Brighter has been working with a lot of government and impact investors. Obviously, there's a whole section about sustainable development goals and impact metrics, which people will be actually able to add to their profile in one of the different tabs. So very quickly, if for everyone who wants to use the platform, you can first search the name of your company in the search field. If you're not able to find your company in the search field, you're more than welcome. In fact, you are invited to add your own company or your organization, your NGO, your investor, to the platform by clicking on the purple button on the right, and that will open a whole interface that will allow you to add all the information that you need. And as you can see, for instance, here, if we filter by Kenya, you can see that the whole map adjusts to just Kenya, providing some indicators about the data that we already have, right? So here we can see, we have companies spanning across 65 sectors and 291 products, and you have almost 1,000 companies and investor already counted in the platform. And this is just the beginning of this partnership. So we're looking to double this number perhaps, and will be, as Bernard mentioned, Brighter and ASSEK will actually be producing biannual insights. So let's say one will come out in spring, and one will be out at the end of next year. And we're trying to create continuity in the production of content that would go out there. And so having some sort of brochure for Kenya's technology ecosystem for everyone across the world who might be interested in having access to this. Now, to the core of this partnership, we've actually been, I think only Brenda saw this so far, and she's the only one having the spoiler, but basically we've been building ad hoc tabs within these are the tabs that you will find in a company's profile, but we'll be looking into a new tab that would capture the milestones. So whether a company owns an IP, whether a company is already generating revenues, where the company is in the product development, whether the product is still an idea, whether the product is already selling, right? But then as you can see here, you might have milestones such as, release the product, raising funding, right? Or, all the plethora of milestone that a company could go through, and this is very flexible, so we can actually adjust depending on kind of the demand that we see from the ecosystem, right? And then moving on down into this tab, you can actually assess whether a company is fundraising. If a company is fundraising, what type of capital is the company looking at? You're looking at grant, you're looking at equity, you're looking at debt, and how much are you looking for, right? And if you've participated into any program, which program have you participated in? And you can, if you go on the switch, this will open up a new slot where you can add the names of the organization that you've been part of. And when you're looking for acceleration or support, will you have a list of types of support aside from cash that you might be looking into? Okay, so these are just some of the additional data point that we specifically added to allow especially early stage companies to specify their Bernard mentioned something very, very crucial, that in the first year, in the first 18 months, 24 months of a company, it's like having a new baby. It's everything is new, every day is learning, so there's nothing set in stone, right? And so a company, people think of a CEO, think of director, and taking for granted that this person, has got every, all the pieces of the puzzle together, but it's very hardly ever so. So we're trying to create an infrastructure that would enable people to really break down all the different pieces or the different needs, right, that this person might have, or this company might have, and also match all of these with the thousands of companies that we have on the platform, right? So you'll be able to understand which investors are focused on Kenya, which investors are focused on, or hubs, right, are focused on financial technology, or focus on healthcare, or focus on food and beverage, right? We've built a pretty extensive, pretty extensive number of sector breakdown to encompass for everything. To finish this, then I think there's open, I guess, time for questions. We are now 4 people. Brighter is actually hiring a new person in Kenya to support our research team. And I don't know, Brenda, if there's time for question, but or if you have any question. But this is pretty much, I guess, the core of what we'll be doing in the ecosystem.
Input from all the players in the ecosystem, entrepreneurs. Let's take some time to go through it and fill in all the information and the data that is required, and we will use it. So we're looking at this as a shared prosperity, shared value kind of thing, where we require all of us to come together to input the information, input the data, to share the information so that it benefits all of us. I know we are stretched on time. We will take your questions after, so just direct it on the chat, direct it to any of the panelists, and then we'll capture that and answer at a later time. I don't know if Bernard has some quick closing words. Just quick ones, Bernard. Just quick ones.
Thank you very much.
That's as quick as it gets. Thank you very much. Fantastic. I'll welcome our MC to take in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Santenis. And let's put our hands together for them. Let's put our hands together for them. Thank you so very much. Bernard has been on stage the whole morning. Yes, you can. Ladies and gentlemen, that is just our first session. And because we're really pressed on time, we'll go straight into the next session, which will be our first plenary session. And The topic for this one is unlocking public-private partnerships to drive innovation. And ladies and gentlemen, to help us in moderating this particular panel, we'd like to welcome Anne Lawi, who's the country director of Pangaea Accelerator, to come up on stage. Tumpigie makofi as she comes up on stage. Let's not get tired of celebrating her as she comes. Karibu sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you again for those who are following us online. We are delighted to have you here for the ASSEK inaugural conference. We are so glad that you created time to be with us today. As you have heard, I'll be your moderator for this session. My name is Anne Lawi, the Vice Chair for ASSEK, but also the Country Director for Pangaea Accelerator. Pangaea Accelerator is an investment platform. We provide investment, that is capital, of this session, and the topic of the session is unlocking public-private partnership to drive innovation. With me, I have a lineup of amazing speakers that will be joining me. So will be joining me. I'm sure two of my panelists will be joining online. I hope that the tech team have also sorted them out so that they can be able to join us via, remotely. I've been given indication that it have been sorted. Okay, so the panel will be exploring the role of government, academia, and the private sector to create a framework that supports and promotes innovation. We also seek to identify gaps and opportunities and lessons learned so far. More importantly, we would want to develop shared values and create synergies for the next support to equip future entrepreneurs. Without further ado, I would want to welcome the panelists to be able to help me dive deeper into this discussion of the first session. Linda, kindly, if you can join me here. Thank you, Linda. My next panelist is James Odenda. Thank you, James. My next panelist is Waithera Gaido, who will be joining online. Hope you can hear us, Waithera.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you. I can hear you, Waithera. And our last panelist is Anne Mutahi, who is also joining online. Anne, you can hear us?
Yes, good morning, Anne. How are you? And to all the panelists, I'm here and I'm happy to be here.
I can see you. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Anne. Thank you for joining us. So we'll start with a brief introduction of our panelists. We start with Linda. Linda is the co-founder and director of AMFAM. AMFAM is production, trade information to market fulfillment. Linda is also entrepreneur in residence, incubation manager for IBIS, an incubator in Strathmore. So Linda, welcome. Please give a brief introduction of yourself.
Well, thank you for the introduction, and I'm looking forward to the session.
Thank you. Our next panelist is Anne Mutahi. Anne Mutahi serves as a presidential advisor on small, medium-sized enterprises. She has worked in several top financial institutions, including Citibank, ANBN, Amber Bank, as well as microfinance institution called Tegemet Trust Limited. Anne, welcome. Kindly introduce yourself briefly.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with each and every one of you. As you introduced me, I have a background in both SME and financial inclusion, and I'm currently here in my capacity as an SME advisor to the President. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. We are glad to have you on board. Our next panelist is James. As I mentioned, James is a technologist and a serial entrepreneur. Through REC Hub, the Kisumu-based technology innovation hub, which he is a co-founder and a director. James has brought together the tech community of Western Kenya and builds the region-first co-working space. James, welcome. Can you briefly introduce yourself?
Thank you, Anne, for the introduction. James Udede, and I'm happy to be part of this panel.
Thank you. And lastly, we have Waithera Gaido. Waithera Gaido is the founder, executive director of Alternative Africa, Alternatives, an accelerator for youth-owned micro and small enterprises. Waithera, welcome. Kindly brief introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Anne. As you've said, I'm Waithera Gaido, and the founder and executive director of Alternatives Africa, and I'm glad to be participating in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I would want us to go into the questions, which is unlocking public-private partnership to drive innovation. To start with, what is the government doing to support innovation hubs, ESO, and startup to drive and support innovation in the country? Anne?
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for that. And thank you for the opportunity once again. I want to thank ASSEK and their leadership for organizing this, I think, very important dialogue. And I'm very happy to be here. Now, I think as we look at what is the government doing to support innovation, I think it's probably good for us to just take a step back and to realize that even prior to what I call as a COVID interruption, we did have a lot of inequalities in our society. And not just the ones that we know, we've even had inequalities in terms of the way we handle the environment. We've had inequalities in terms of social inclusion. We've had inequalities in terms of income inequalities and opportunities. And of course, what we call now the digital divide and automation, which has also been seen to be a sphere of inequality. In addition to that, of course, are the geopolitical and trade opportunities, which affect how we actually live our lives and how people economically advance. Now, I think even as we discuss what is happening now, I think it's important for us to appreciate and to take our role as to what we need to do, the fact that we do need a new kind of social contract among all the key players that are there. We need a new role for private sector, and I want to really congratulate ASSEK for taking an initiative in and of itself of coming together and being able to speak with a voice into that space. Government also needs to change its position in terms of the way it partners. as well as other key stakeholders, being communities, being the academia, being innovation hubs like yourselves, and being also the international and NGO community. So having said that, what is it that we need to look at? We need to look at what is it that for instance, ASSEK can do to position itself to be able to interact, I think, meaningfully with all the key stakeholders. Now, when we look at what is government doing, government is actually doing a lot. But again, as I said, because I believe all of us need to reposition ourselves, sometimes what you find is that there's a silo sort of attitude in terms of the interaction between private sector and government, and even for communities like yourselves to partake. Let me start at the very top and say that our government tends to look at the issues from what I'll say a macro perspective. First of all, they look and see that a government is for the people, by the people. When you look at the people of Kenya, what do you see? You see out of the 45 million population that we have, over 85% of them under the age of 35. What does that tell you? What does that tells you that a lot of your activities have to be focused on how do you ensure that that kind of population is able to access economic opportunities. Because of that, you also see there's been a heavy emphasis on capacity training. You found recently that there's been an upsurge in terms of ensuring that people are well educated, well resourced in terms of technical training. You then also find that there's been a push from the government to try and spread the, should I say, the footprint, the digital footprint throughout the country. When you see that Kenya Power has tried to what they're calling the last mile, ensuring that electricity is in every single community, it's laying the foundation to ensure that there is a digital footprint. I think recently you saw there was a lot of work around what they're calling these Google balloons. Again, it was just trying to ensure that because of, and I think it's been accelerated by COVID, but really it's trying to ensure that the digital footprint is everywhere. So we can see that there is a lot of emphasis on education. There is a lot of emphasis on technical training. There's also a lot of emphasis in infrastructure. For instance, if you go into a lot of the counties now, they have what they're calling the development centers that are there. We also have the youth centers. You find that in, if you go to a lot of these CDC offices, you'll find that there's a youth office that is there. Again, what they're trying to do there is to connect not only the youth economically, but also in terms of what they're calling small industrial hubs. So those are there and they're actually accelerating. What I usually find, unfortunately, when I talk to different groups is that there's a lot of lack of knowledge in terms of what is available or what is resourced. You also find that because there's a lot of universities that are centered in different locations throughout the country, you find that they've also got now little digital hubs that are there, and also through Kenya National Innovation Agency, that they're trying to tighten the partnership between academia, between innovation, and again, between the local communities that are there. So you can see that there is a lot of activities around there. And the reason that I mentioned those ones initially is because I think there has been a huge and an equal emphasis on the provision of financial services as a solution. But we need to be very realistic as to what are the key triggers, what are the key determinants of, should I say, making sure that innovation touches the economic life of people. You see, an innovator, be it digital or otherwise, is a very important person. But unless he has a very strong partnership with different value chains, different economic activities. For instance, if you look at our Kenyan country, our Kenyan nation, you find that there's a huge emphasis, obviously, historically and also currently around agriculture. You know, what are the innovations that are there to ensure that the population who are in agriculture are able to leverage on the digital digital gains that are there in the country. So I would say that, you know, if you look at the different ministries, it's not only emphasis on startups and innovators, mainstream right across the country. You also see that it's been housed in several very key parastatals. You find that it is there in the Ministry of ICT. You find it's there in Ministry of Industry and Trade. So in terms of how is government reacting, I believe that the gesture is there, the interest is there. What we all need to work on is how can we have a better relationship between all of us to ensure that there is fruits to be gained for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the very rich insight you have shared with us. And I would want to hear James' opinion. Being that you're an entrepreneur, and Anha brought out that as much as there's so much happening outside private sector, also support from the government, but also she brought out a very key point, which is some of this support comes in silos. So how accessible is it? Not the support from private sector, because you know you come from private sector. How accessible is support or resources and the effort that government is doing for the entrepreneurs that you're supporting?
Thank you, Anne, for that question. Kenya largely has been, the innovation sector in Kenya has been largely driven by private sector, and which has some good aspects to it. But also Kenyan government has played an important role as far as driving innovation. Sometimes people forget that Safaricom that put Kenya on the map with M-Pesa was actually a government-owned entity. And through the support that the company received from government at its inception, maybe that's why we got to the point where we have with M-Pesa. But then government, as Anna said, is focused on at macro level, where they want to see that any intervention that they do has a very significant contribution. And I think that is one of the undoings as far as government approach is concerned, because a lot of young people who need these resources are not organized in structures that government can reach them easily. And most of the people, as she's justly said, are young, below the age of 35. So you realize that they cannot access loans, even if government brings a program that makes it easy for young people to access loans. The entrepreneurs that we work with in Western Kenya, they see all these adverts to apply, but then the conditions just really lock you out. Take a case in point, what we have on the former Youth Enterprise Fund. It in itself was quite prohibitive in that you have to come as a group of 11 or 10. But we know whenever you're starting an innovative idea, especially if it's technology driven, it's probably going to be 1 or 2 people at most at the very inception. But then you're required to, have this group kind of structures to access this, and they want things like business plan. Well, even as the chair Bernard said, at the very inception of a startup, you just probably don't even know whether it's going to be a business. So it's still an idea. You just need very small amount of resource or funding to unlock the next stage of it. But then the government structures this support in ways that it's the amount of barriers that exist itself makes it quite inaccessible. So there are a group of people that would access it, but a large number of people are still left out in terms of this access to these resources.
Thank you, James. Linda, James has brought out the challenges that the businesses are experiencing, especially the startups. And true to that is that there are barriers that exist. Now, as a player, in your own opinion, how can academia and also as an ecosystem player who is supporting startups and also being a startup yourself, how can they leverage? How can they tap into these existing opportunities because they are there?
I will say that aside from what we are terming as innovative businesses, you find that SMEs and startups are actually facing the same problems, the same that James has mentioned. They're all looking for funding. They're all looking for, I would say, networks for business. So I say that a framework that has been developed where a foundation that is strong enough to give evidence that a certain case has either understood the customers and the problems, that to me is a very good beginning. If that can also be structured through academia, that what I've seen, especially participating in the academia environment, is that there's always proof and data that is available to be used by the different startups and SMEs, so that then they can use this as evidence. And what government needs to do is to come in and support those structures and frameworks that then allow these entrepreneurs, both innovators and SMEs, to go with their data and say, look, according to evidence, there is 5 million Kenyans who are actually suffering from this problem. We have figured out a way in which we can be able to support these Kenyans, and this will generate a business venture or a business case. Can you fund this? So that evidence-based foundation, I find that to be quite useful if it is supported by policy frameworks that allow people to access certain resources. That is one. The other area in which I see support has been given is in where investors are able and easily able to access interesting businesses and ventures to invest in. So different asset vehicles or asset or risk, I will say risk vehicles such as venture capital, angel investment, the convening and the allowance that maybe ASSEK is now providing and building upon in bringing these data together. I see that to be a way in which can support entrepreneurs and these ventures to actually come up and say, let's shape the different funding mechanisms to also absorb the different kind of risks, because an innovator doesn't have the same risk as an SME, what we traditionally call an SME, because the SME model has already been figured out, but the innovator is trying to find out a different model that then can solve some of these problems. And when you look at it at a macro level, it's the micro items that actually build up to the macro. So if then we find these different innovation hubs and different institutions kind of pushing for policies and structures that support the access of different resources, then I believe that is a good start to be able to move forward and solve some of those challenges. So as an entrepreneur, I would like to be able to walk into, say, ASSEK and say that I am solving, say, for farmers, and I've been able to reach 57,000 farmers, and I've been able to develop a platform. Can we find a way in which you can collaborate with the government to access the resources? Is it possible for me to actually go to the different counties and see and experiment with the different centers that the government has put up to see whether this solution can be taken up and support them in that way? So that kind of a policy that helps me to access human resource, to access financial resource, and now ASSEK being an organization or some sort of a one-stop area that allows me then to find my way and navigate. That for me, I find it to be quite interesting, backed up by the resource, the foundation that I say that academia can provide, let's say, evidence-based information that something will actually work, and then supporting that in terms of a roadmap. Yeah.
Thank you, Linda. To you, Waithera, and I take it back to the topic discussion, which is unlocking public-private partnership to drive innovation. And just picking from what Linda have just brought out, as a player in the ecosystem, how can we use data and use evidence-based approaches to support our entrepreneurs to be able to unlock these partnerships?
Sorry, ask the question again.
I'm taking back to the topic of the day, which is unlocking public-private partnerships to drive innovation. As a player in the ecosystem, how can we use the insight that Lida have just shared in terms of utilizing data and proven mechanism in terms of the data and the needs that exist in the market? How can we use that approach to inspire the entrepreneurs so that they can unlock partnerships with the existing stakeholders, including government?
Okay, thank you very much, Anne, and to all the panelists. It's a great pleasure to meet you and happy to be in the panel with you. Now, looking at data, innovation is pretty wide. So allow me to focus on IoT and IIoT. So we do have in Kenya the Public-Private Partnership Act. And this act is the one that guides collaboration with private entities and of course the government. However, this particular act tends to lean more towards physical infrastructure. So we are talking about roads, telecommunication, hospitals, etc. Innovation doesn't really appear in this act, and that shows that there's still a lot of advocacy that needs to be done in this area. But take a look at if the government looked at we citizens as what in the corporate sector you call a customer experience or customer relations. How would data assist in them providing a better citizen experience in that case? So let me give you an example with a short story. I work with young entrepreneurs, so I like to give stories. So I was talking to a young man the other day, and he told me he's in the tech space, and he told me, Waithera, our problem is not that we don't have enough water in the country. Our problem is that we cannot track where we are losing the water. In other words, burst pipes. And what he was saying is, for example, if you used IoT, which has got, of course, intelligent sensors and all that, the government, or in this case, for example, the county governments, would be able to track the burst pipes and know where the challenges are. And through that kind of data, they would also be able to even plan for their budgets. In other words, their budgets, you'd have precision budgeting, you would have less waste of water. And this we have already seen through in other different spaces. So for example, eCitizen. eCitizen allows you and I from your desktop to be able to apply for a driving license. Today, the government is able to tell how many drivers we have in Kenya, how many driving licenses have expired and have not been renewed, etc. That means that data plays a huge role in contributing towards government, citizen experience, providing better services to the government. As mentioned earlier, I think it's 90% of Kenya is arid and semi-arid. Yet these areas are still depending on rain-fed agriculture. Imagine what data would do when it comes to, and this is a space perhaps Linda would be very conversant with, precision agriculture. Again, that requires data. So first and foremost, we need to amend the Public-Private Act to include more of innovation, innovation-friendly policies, and to look at smart ways through data collection. We have Kenya National Bureau of Statistics that does a marvelous job. And they give us really good data. But you can imagine if we did not have to wait for 10 years, is it 9 years, to have a national census, because this is data that they would actually be having updated every second. And they would be able to actually allocate, whether it's the development budget or other budgetary issues based on what the data is showing. We don't have to wait for 9 years. If at all, we looked at the opportunities offered by either industrial Internet of Things or the Internet of Things to ensure that Kenyan citizens have got better services. And of course, the government would be able to save a lot of money and would have precision budgeting for that matter. Back to you, Anne.
Thank you, Waithira. Thank you so much. I think you have shared very insightful thoughts in terms of how we can utilize data. And also, from where I sit, I think key to that is that when you have data, it also provides areas of innovation, because then it's very clear that with data, you are able to see this is where the need is, this is the solution that can be able to address the matter at hand. Now, back to you, Anne. And this is the question that have keep coming up again and again. Would want to hear from your own opinion, does the government recognize need to separately identify startup from SME and vice versa? Reason being their needs are very distinct. Has the government had put in place? Yes. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anne, for that question. Now, I don't know whether many of you are aware, but there was the MSc policy, which had initially been launched in 2012, has recently gone through a revamp. And what they did is that they had, I think, quite a broad stakeholder forum where they recognized that from 2012 until now, there's been a lot of changes in terms of people's expectations and also in terms of changes to our general environment. For instance, in 2012, we didn't have counties, we didn't have the kind of digital footprint we have now, etc. And what they did incorporate in the MSc policy is just that. One of the things that we need to really tackle is that we're a country that is largely informal. So even as we talk about startups, they're usually in the informal setting. And I think one of the big problems that has been there is that we've never really addressed this issue head on. So what you find is that when you're a young person and you're starting out, of course, you don't want to get registered for a variety of reasons. You know, you don't want KRA, and I call them their cousins, following you, you know, and maybe derailing what you feel are your efforts to get off the ground. So what you find is that people are informal, and when it's informal, then the government is not able to actually address you. Now, what the MSc policy did, which is within the overall MSc Act, is that they recognize that there's a need, number one, for what we're calling startups. There's a need for a grace period, and there's discussion for that to happen. And I believe that there's now a startup bill that's also simultaneously addressing the similar issues. They've also recognized that that even as you're starting up, there's a lot of other activities that need to take place. There's the activities of back office. There's these activities of a particular kind of infrastructure. You're starting up, so you don't even have access to what can actually help you in terms of, should I say, even open spaces. Some people don't even have an area where they're able to either trade or manufacture or value add. So those things have been actually put into the policy. Now, don't forget that the policy is just that. It's just an overarching broad policy, which gives room for private sector and other government agencies to actually become specific. And I think what I always say is when something's time has come to address it, you find that there's a lot of activities that take place. And I'm very happy to see Waithira here, who I know has been closely involved in the startup bill, as ASSEK.
Okay.
So I think a lot of these things will actually work hand in hand. So yeah, so the answer to your question is that they do recognize that there is a big difference between startup policies, but you need to also handle informality.
Anne, we lost you like a minute ago. Kindly, if you can briefly capture what you said in the last 1 minute. We couldn't hear you. We could see you speaking, but we couldn't hear you from this end. If kindly you can repeat what you said in the last 1 minute. Thank you.
Where did you hear me last? What was I saying? What's the last thing that I said?
You were speaking about the policy. You started, describing the policy and the distinct difference between the entities.
Yeah, so as I said that the policy is part and parcel of what was the MSC Act. And what you find in the MSC Act, there was also what they call the MSC Registrar. That registrar had never come to life. It now has actually got a person who's been appointed to handle it. And what we're hoping is that as you tend to register new companies coming in, you'll be able to differentiate those that have just begun, those that need a grace period, those that have been in the game for a bit longer, and also then begin to segregate the different needs that are there. I know that there's been, as I said before, a lot of, should I say, lack of activity around, probably getting funding and other things. But that issue of informality is what we need to actually handle. If we can manage to handle how and what is the best way of ensuring that any economic activity that begins is clearly on the radar screen, is clearly registered in one way or another, I think then we'll be able to address their problems. So I think there is, just to answer your question, the government does have sight of the fact that even as we have startups, there's innovators, and there are different actors within that particular ecosystem. I think I'll stop.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you. We have gotten some questions from the audience. We'll also be tackling that. But before that, I would want to take this back to James. James, being that you are from, you operate and you run an startup supporting ecosystem in Western Kenya. How can we increase private sector involvement in supporting entrepreneurs and driving collaboration with Innovation Hub outside Nairobi?
Thank you, Anne. I think that's a good question, and it's something that needs to be done. So I started Lake Hub about 5 years ago, and when I was starting, there was no any other hub that existed outside Nairobi. And one of the biggest challenges was pursuing collaborations and partnerships with the corporate and the private sector, which mostly the big players are based in Nairobi. And the understanding is the perception of the private sector to any other place outside Nairobi only existed customers and clients. So they would only go there to do product activations, to get more people, subscribing to their services and products, but also they could do this with TV, so there would be no need for having an active presence in some of those regions. But then, as David mentioned earlier on, that Kenya is still largely living in the rural population. And right now, I think the latest 2019 census indicated about 72% of Kenyans lived in the rural areas. And one of the gateways to reach these people is the smaller cities and the smaller towns. So, partnering with a hub in Kisumu, in Mombasa, does not mean you directly reach the people in the rural areas, but it gives you a gateway. And the good thing is that you can get very close feedback for your potential customers. You can involve them in designing new products. Kenya is still largely agrarian in terms of our GDP, still funded a lot with agriculture, but we're seeing a shift towards using technology to grow the need to build agricultural solutions. And if you think about this common mantra in the startup phase that fail fast and fail cheap. You need to be closer to where your customers are, your potential users are. And I think that is one of the values that these hubs, these innovation centers distributed across the country can provide to the private sector, in that they can give them access to their users or their potential users. They can be much closer to where the products will create the best change, instead of sitting in Nairobi and designing products for farmers in Kitale, or for maybe fish farmers in Mombasa or in Kisumu. There's need to be able to decentralize this approach of innovation, and the biggest people, the biggest players that can get value from this are the private sector. And that puts a case for a much closer collaboration. So for instance,
Can hear you now.
Oh, great. Okay, so Linda, can go on.
That the platforms by which they were able to get their customers, for instance, due to the shock, some of their customers lost jobs, or they themselves as businesses were not able to buffer themselves against the loss of course of traffic or an eye to their customers. So you find that one of the things that I've seen hubs and incubators do is to kind of help the entrepreneurs to revisit, including organizations or businesses as big as coffee shops and or eateries. You know, it's a bit it's more of a step back to rediscover how do we operate in a lean manner. How do we revisit those principles that help us to understand our customer, but still maximize the value that we're giving them in a more lean way without requiring too many resources? Understandably, yes. That eateries, other businesses such as eateries and factories do require a whole setup where customers can sit, but we're looking at a virtual experience where we are finding a convening of innovators and tech entrepreneurs looking at a merge and a network where they can meet and deliver some of these services and products in a digital manner. So I've seen hubs and incubators play that role, kind of like matching customers and businesses. That is one. Secondly, we have seen the role of helping them to buffer, where in as much as venture capital does not or is very I would say also risk averse. So they like investing at a particular stage in your business. But I've seen that hubs and incubators have kind of like helped to shepherd those relationships actively. And I can give an example of the Food Africa program that you and we have run. And one of the things that we have done, the program has done very well, is to encourage the investors to really understand what these businesses are working on, and also to help the entrepreneurs understand what the investors are looking at in terms of risk. So I found that these programs, they're also becoming more intelligent because of the feedback from the entrepreneurs and players in the ecosystem. We're not just providing training, we are connecting people. So hubs and incubators have really played a good role in that, I would say. And I hope to see that we can play bigger roles with bigger resources and connect more people in that way. That's what I would say. So some of the challenges I believe in terms of customer connection can be solved through networking, and in terms of also buffering that shock when businesses are not performing well, I see connections also to be important. And as I will quote one of my friends who runs an interesting company of connections, she said, sometimes people give money to people they know and the people they like. And how can you do that without networking and meeting people? So I find that to be quite interesting. Yeah.
Thank you, Linda. And also, the other thing, I think another perspective that we need to look at, and during this season and this period of pandemic, we have seen most of the businesses going virtually, or trying to run their business virtually. And to bring that perspective, I would want, whether on your own opinion, if you can share with us, what are the missed opportunities as private sector player and stakeholders you have seen that have not been utilized in the past?
It's not just in the past, but also in the present. Kenya has got a great innovative ecosystem that is actually renowned across the world. And one of the questions that had been sent over to me is it innovation that's the challenge, or is it money that is the challenge? I do not think that Kenya in any way lacks innovation, because innovation comes from identified either challenges or gaps that present an opportunity. And if it is challenges, I think we have enough in Kenya and in Africa. Yeah. And therefore, if it is opportunities, in the same measure, we have just equally as much. So for example, if we looked at the area of agro innovation and agri-tech for that matter, Africa has the largest percentage of arable land in the world, which is 60%. That land, most of it remains virgin. If you come to Kenya, at least 90% of our land is ASAL, meaning arid or semi-arid. That again provides so much opportunity if you are looking at agri-tech or agro innovation at any level. We have great opportunities like the CFTA that has just come, and actually very, very good policies in Kenya, looking at, for example, the Industrial Transformation Program that wants to create 1 million jobs through fish processing and agro-processing. And the push by the SDGs, for example, for zero hunger and reduction of poverty, better employment creation, opportunities abound. Now, the next question is always, where is the money? Do we have the money? Now, looking, since our conversation today is on public-private partnerships, if you look at the Public-Private Partnership Act and the opportunities that are offered through the Act for the physical infrastructure, as we said, it's more of a physical infrastructure act than ICT in terms of innovation, not telecommunication. You have the options of build, operate, and then let me just confirm that for you. There is build, operate, and unfortunately it has disappeared, but I'm looking at the Public-Private Act 2013. You've got the build, own, operate, transfer. You've got the build, own, operate. You've got the build, lease, transfer. In other words, to work with the government does not have to pay you all the money immediately. Private sector is able to bring in a lot of capital and run the operations. In other words, we've got very, very good mobilization models with regard to resource mobilization. So it is not opportunities that hinder us. It is not the lack of challenges to solve that hinder us. It is not the lack of skills or resource mobilization that hinders us. I throw this question back to the audience and to the other panelists. Where really is our problem? Because personally, I have tried to figure out where the challenge is, and we have everything we need. We have a lot of resources. We have a lot of opportunity, both in terms of challenges and gaps. You know, whether we are looking at green economy, whether you're looking at agri-tech, whether you're looking at being called or being recognized as the Silicon Savannah, we really, really have great opportunities. And one of the best examples we have, and I will repeat again, is e-citizen. I am a great beneficiary of e-citizen because I no longer have to queue and figure out where NTSA or the license people have moved to. 1 minute they're in Sharia House, another time they're in Milimani Court. That doesn't matter anymore because I'm able to do it at a click of a button. So I think perhaps it could be coordination, perhaps it could be collaboration. However, I think the ball is in our courts. Each and every one of us, the opportunity we have. It is a question we can all answer, and I see Linda already has a response, so she can finish up for me.
I think you've really asked a great question, and I believe now it's opening up an opportunity for us to kind of start directing the conversation a little bit more towards partnership and collaboration. I see that I know that the government is really trying. and especially the individuals who are within it, and not looking at it as an institution or as the administrative arm of our country, but also looking at it as the individuals inside that institution or arrangement really pushing for things to happen. I know Anne Waithera has been to Strathmore University. She has been very keen to advise the president to see how SMEs can be involved in building the nation better and how they can be supported. And different programs have been brought up. But then as these SMEs are coming up, maybe coordination and collaboration is what we need to talk about right now. How is the government collaborating with private sector? Truly, instead, I know we have the tender and the open competitive process that the government usually engages the public in its business. However, can we shape these opportunities to look at, let's say, even connectivity? We understand companies such as Huawei are very knowledgeable in what they do. But you find that even for them, they come to academic institutions and or academia to kind of train the up and coming networking gurus, So some of them go ahead and build businesses out of that kind of knowledge. Why aren't we looking at a hybrid model where the government, yes, looks at other private companies that are coming on board to set up connectivity, but then again, this kind of expertise has to also be, we need to give opportunity to the up and coming service providers to also participate in providing that kind of a solution. That is just one example, I would say. The other example that I will say is, when it comes to providing, let's say, these resources, instead of the government struggling to raise funding from, let's say, World Bank, there are other people who want to invest in Kenya. So how are we creating a platform in which the government can help buffer these kind of financial resources and direct them to these SMEs and innovative solutions? How are they joining hands with other investors apart from the usual sources of financial resources? I think that is the way we should be looking at collaboration, where we have hybrid models to begin with until we perfect. Even the government, in approaching a particular problems, can be looked at, quote unquote, as a startup or something that is starting to take shape, especially looking at the innovation area, looking at the startup bill. It's starting right now. It's at its formative stages. So what are you doing to pivot, iterate until you get the right mix or the right balance? And with that, there has to be partnerships. And at the end of the day, we are sitting here talking about PPP. At the end of the day, it's business. How can you give business to those who are coming up with solutions? That is the most important thing. And the government has been known to be the biggest employer, not so that I can be employed on a retainer in government, but employ my resources so that then I can also come up. You find that other countries actually consume solutions from their own innovators. So we should also adopt the same thing. And I would like to see that in Kenya and in Africa in general. Yeah. Thank you so much, Waithera, for bringing up that thread of thought.
Thank you, Linda. And I would want to throw this question back also to James and Anne to just hear your thought in terms of what is our problem and how can we foster collaborations and public-private partnerships within ourselves so that we can be able to unlock more opportunities for the businesses that we support.
Yeah, truthfully, government is the biggest buyer in most countries and in Kenya as well. And if you look at the public procurement process in this country, first of all, government cannot buy things that are incomplete, meaning it's already not supporting innovation. They want to buy brand new, proven solutions, whether they are equipments or services. They always want to get the best, which is good because it brings value of money to the citizens of the country. But we have to look at it the other way. We will never get somewhere if we don't start. And by that, I mean, government should be able to promote innovation by setting aside a section of its procurement money to buy what is locally developed by our own innovators. Because most of the time we've seen you hire big companies, international, but the people who actually do the job, they still hire Kenyans. So meaning there's local capability, and people have gone ahead to even organize themselves to check every box that the government might want, but you still find it very difficult to be able to do business with government. And when you're lucky to do business with government, payment still becomes a challenge. And a lot of people go through a lot of trauma just because they're young businesses trying to work with the government. So there needs to be change in that regard. But also shifting on the ideas and things that have promoted innovation. We have seen a government that wants to do it all on their own instead of collaboration. So right now we're talking about, how do we establish innovation centers that, can become networking or a nexus point for young innovators and promote the culture of innovation among the youth. Instead of government finding a partnership model with the private sector and those who have probably done this for many years, they want to establish it on their own. And without knowing that the structure within government will limit it from doing much, because you still have to everything has to go through a lengthy procurement process. Everything has to go through a lot of bureaucracies. And in that way, we cannot promote innovation in the sense that things are changing really fast and a lot of the things are unknown. So if you see what even other counties are trying to do, they're trying to establish also innovation center, and we got an example of what Makweni is doing. But I think there should be a different approach. Government is good in establishing infrastructure. Let them build, let them provide all the resources that are required, but let them establish partnership with the private sector to be able to run this with the kind of flexibility, with the kind of agility that requires to get value from this process. If government itself runs such kind of vehicles that are supposed to spur innovation, things are still going to be a challenge. So the issue of collaboration between private sector and government, it's something that we have to look at deeply to be able to unlock value. Thank you, Anne.
All right. I know we are pressed of time, and we have some question from audience. So Anne,
I want to make a very quick comment. Yeah, I want to make a very
go ahead. Go ahead and make your comment, and then we will have another round of closing remarks. But we have some questions from the audience also. I would want us to address. But Anne, go ahead, and then we'll do our wrap up.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to weigh in on to build up on the point that Waithera made of it's time that we recognize the fact that even as there's very good initiatives, both in the private sector and government, very often you find that innovators or startups are not able to access the kind of services that they require. And it's important we ask ourselves why, as she said. And what I'd actually like us to look at is how realistic are we about the way Kenyans do things? As they say, how we do. How realistic are we when we are looking at new policies or when we are interacting with government? Now, what am I saying? I'll give you a realistic example. Very often what you find is that when government comes out with policies or with programs, they very often are modeled on what happened in different countries. And what you find is when you then try to interact that with maybe people on the ground, there's always a very big disconnect. Now, one of the things that I've realized, having been in this SME field, is that Kenyans are good in coming together in hubs or networks or groups at different levels. And you find that at the level of innovators and startups, they're very comfortable in hubs, which are loosely sort of formed associations where they look at some common objectives that they have. Now, I know that many years ago, what they did with the Law Society is that the government actually registered the Law Society to be able to enact and to regulate and to bring together the lawyers within that society. What I would like to see, and I think it would be a point of assisting us to move forward, is organizations like ASSEK. What kind of regulatory teeth can they be given so that they're able to access services on behalf of their people? You know, what is it that is required for them? What does ASSEK need to do to make it stronger that they're able to provide some of these services to their people? And I think if we can look at that kind of partnership where the government is giving an enabling environment to different hubs to allow them to go and do what they do best, which is be able to innovate, be able to do private sector business, I think it would actually go a very, very long way. And that is why I started this discussion with saying that the social contracts that we have among ourselves need to be re-looked at so that we become more efficient. When we look at, for instance, and I remember I was there in those days when we were coming up with those structures, things like a youth enterprise fund, or even if you look at public procurement, what you realize is that, again, the discussion, or rather the way that both of these people respond to each other, there's always a disconnect, which results in delay, results in people not being able to access services, or in terms of getting even the objective that we actually require. So what I would actually propose is there needs that kind of discussion, and we have been discussing it at government levels as to if Kenyans are comfortable in associations, what can we do to move forward? Let me give you an example. Last year, we actually worked with different associations to try and enable them to get a very big contract in government. And what we had to do is that we had to change the structure that they were in terms of associations and bring them all together in a company. What I asked myself as we went through that format is, seeing as they were very comfortable in their associations, what could we have done to strengthen that particular association so that even as they're able to move forward and be able to access those services? So I think there's an area that we need to be very, very realistic about the way we act, because when you see people not able to fit into a dress, that means that dress was not for them. And I think that is a situation that we actually have on the ground. So there needs to be another dialogue, and I agree with you, with James, that there's things that government needs to just leave a little bit more to private sector, but enable them, create the enabling environment for them to actually move forward. So I'm hoping that out of all this discussion, because I always like leaving with a conclusion, that one of the things that ASSEK, which I think has developed tremendously, even in terms of its own internal, internal organizational structures, that perhaps it can go to the next level and say, because we represent this kind of SME, what is it that the government can give us, allow us to do to self-regulate ourselves and to be able to be a body corporate that is able then to, on their behalf, interact and receive certain services and certain products. So thank you for those opportunities to make those comments.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, Waithera, I'm coming back to you.
Okay.
I'm coming back to you shortly. As you make your quick remarks, as you make your quick comments on this, there's a question here. I would want any of the panelists to feel that they have insight on it. They can also jump in. One of our audience, Irene Mugore Derito, have a question on any chances of advocacy lobbying on registrative enacted mainstream without stakeholders' involvement, which has become an impediment in insurance brokerage, e-commerce opportunities. So she's asking for opportunities for advocacy and lobbying. So as you share your comments, if you can share some insights on that. And any other panelist after Waithera, you can also jump in.
Okay, just a quick response to that. Just yesterday, I got an opportunity to see an innovation in the insurance sector that is called MTech, and what they're doing is providing insurance through an app, and anyone can be an agent if you download an app. So it's an app. It's an app with value, whereby when you download it, you can actually be an agent, and you actually get a commission. And they've brought together most, if not all, the insurance underwriters, and which I think is a great opportunity, one, for employment creation, two, to make money, and three, ease of getting insurance, and of course demystifying insurance, as well as building trust in a sector which is known for a lot of dishonesty. So I think that yes, there is an opportunity, but and this is also what I was going to say, to build upon what Anne was saying. I sit with Anne in the KEPSA Council of what is it called? Council of, I think it's Governance, and as the vice chair of the Gender and Youth Sector Board, as well as spearheading the KEPSA Youth Agenda. And so getting to know the genesis of how KEPSA came to be, it was actually the private sector, different associations coming together under one umbrella, which is the KEPSA Alliance. And through that, they are able to lobby and advocate. And before KEPSA began, it began as, was it called the Nairobi City something? Maybe Anne can remind us. But it started as a very, very small organization, and it's really where ASSEK is now. And ASSEK is the voice of the innovator, and it needs to grow in the same way KEPSA has grown. KEPSA today holds presidential roundtables whereby they're able to table the challenges and lobby and advocate for the challenges that the private sector is facing. Today, the private sector is involved through KEPSA and many other of the associations under the umbrella of KEPSA. For example, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers is a member of KEPSA, and many other associations, and they're able to come together and lobby. So the challenge goes to the innovating community, and the ecosystem that we have created. I'm also a member of ASSEK, and I must say that we are doing a great job right now, together with Honorable Sakaja. We have a coordination team that is working together on the Sakaja Startup Bill to ensure that it well involves and represents the voice of innovators. So I must say that ASSEK is doing a great job. And as Anne has said, it just needs to keep on growing and strengthening its voice in the space. So we have precedents from KEPSA, and we are doing very well as ASSEK right now. So kudos to ASSEK, and the future is bright. Back to you, Anne.
Thank you, Waithera. We are pressed out of time. We have run out of time. I think we have touched on so many relevant issues that as a platform, as ASSEK, that we need to look into. So I would want to call upon all the panelists to give 30 seconds closing remarks of this session, so that we can hand over to the next session. So we can start with you, Anne.
For me, it's just to thank all the participants. I think we've had a very robust discussion about very many different points. I want to encourage ASSEK to continue in terms of dialogue, in terms of lobbying, in terms of self-organization and looking out for opportunities. I believe that they can be a forerunner in terms of ensuring that they're able to have some regulatory attributes given to them by the government. They can begin looking at that. What is it that would enable them to become more effective for their members in the next coming, in the next coming years? I think that's an important question that we need to leave here, and they need to put in those mechanisms into place. We will be more than ready to help them as an SME advisory in terms of making sure that they are just a little bit more structured in terms of the things that they want to do. In the meantime, I just want to encourage all of you and to thank you all. Continue. I hope this will be an annual discussion that we'll be able to have going forward. And I want to thank the manager, the chair, Bernard. Thank you very, very much for the very kind invitation. And indeed for all the panelists for a very robust discussion. Thank you very much. I was actually dialing in from out of the country, and you'll allow me to also leave at this point in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne. Waithera, your 30 seconds remarks.
I think I would simply say that the future we want will not be given to us in a silver platter. We have to put in a lot of effort. We have to put in a lot of time. And above all, our voice must get heard. And I believe that is the platform that ASSEK has created to enable the innovation ecosystem and community to get heard. And as Anne has said, I also hope that this will be an annual event and that there'll be more collaboration and advocacy. I've seen someone asking whether you join as an individual or as a hub. I believe that's a very important question for ASSEK to respond before this panel is over. So for me, is to say thank you very much for the invitation. And on behalf of Alternatives Africa, and I could also say of the KEPS Agenda and Youth Sector Board, representing them here, that you do have our full support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Waithera. And just to quickly mention, you join as a hub, but also the secretariat and the board members are in charge of member engagement. They have taken note of the question and they will get directly in touch with the person who is asking the question. So James?
Yes, I think it's been a great conversation. I just wanted to say one last thing, that if Kenya is to be a leader in innovation in Africa, they are the bare minimum that we should not be struggling with. If somebody wants to go into the innovation space, they should not struggle with simple things like connectivity, a space where I can work, very important support like, if I need advice on marketing, like the building blocks of creating any innovative idea in this country should be sorted. And it should be sorted from a perspective of everywhere in the country. And I think that's where the government can play a really important role, so that we go to the next step where we empower people to be creative and innovative without thinking about very simple things like connectivity, infrastructural support, professional kind of guidance in the process. So, and if ASSEK becomes that organization that can bridge the gap between government and what innovators need, we can achieve that really soon. So thank you for the invitation to this panel. And I was also very happy to see that the MOU was signed between ASSEK and countrywide hubs. So I'm happy to see ASSEK going mashinani.
Thank you, James. Linda?
I just want to thank the ASSEK team for this opportunity, and I want to thank all the panelists for participating, asking very important questions, and also responding to the conversations that we've held here today. I'm very grateful and happy that we are making milestones as ASSEK members, and also by wearing different hats. I'd like to say that we need to have our conversations. I know we are still solving fundamentals for most of us in Kenya and even in Africa. We are still solving food. We are solving employment. So there's a lot of fundamental things that we're solving as a nation and also as a continent. But what is important to look at is also, as we are solving for where we come from, we're solving from at home, let us think of ourselves as global citizens as well. So how are we using vehicles such as ASSEK? How are we working with government so that we view ourselves as global problem solvers? Whatever we're doing at home, can it be utilized by someone elsewhere so that then we're able to serve a bigger audience? And lastly, I'd like to say, just as people came together to make sure that associations such as KEPSA, ASSEK were put together, I'm speaking on behalf of the university, so wearing the hat as a board member in the Innovations Lab, is that there's an invitation to kind of take this conversation further with what the SME team has started in Strathmore Business School, to kind of look at how then do we move forward really to give people business opportunities. That's the only way these innovators and this ecosystem will actually start to matter. So this conversation has been invited to kind of continue further in Strathmore, and we're happy to host this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you. I would want to wrap up the conversation. I believe it has been very engaging and robust, brought out key issues for the ASSEK. And I'm also glad being a board member and a vice chair for ASSEK. What have come out very clearly, and what I take out of this conversation, is that ASSEK is the vehicle. We might be very early on our journey in terms of formation, but we are on the right path. There will be teething problems that will come along as we put ourselves and put our house in order, but we have what it takes for us to be able to address some of the teething problem. I think also what have come out very clearly as a vehicle and as an organization, we start to gain a lot if we move, chart the path together. Reason being that all the opportunities we are hearing as an ecosystem player and for the businesses that we are supporting, we are not able to unlock them unless we are in a structured space. So as an association, we have to make sure that we have the structures, we have the regulation and enabling environment for this to be able to move to the next level of growth. So there is opportunities. We need to strengthen the data-driven approaches for the businesses that we are supporting to tap into those opportunities. So thank you so much for the audience, for being with us for this think an hour and something that we have been on this conversation. And we are very grateful that you joined us. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for them. Thank you so very much. Anne is so passionate. Should have gone on and on and on. Thank you so very much for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, yes, we are pressed for time, but one thing for sure is that the conversations that are happening here today are eye-opening, you know, and I want you to give an opportunity to somebody else that is probably that's probably not in this particular space. So what I want us to do, everyone that is particularly here on this particular auditorium, I would love you to please go to your Twitter, please. I want you to please use the hashtag ASSEK 2020, all right? And also more for ESOs. Please, we want the whole nation to know that this is happening at this particular space so that a little bit more of our friends, you know, we'll get to understand the kind of work and the kind of space that we're in. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as ASSEK, we have a lot of members, but today we want to introduce you to just one of them. This is going to be a 1-minute video play out of Ongoza. So let's just look at the screens as we watch this video play out.
Ongoza exists to support businesses grow and create job opportunities for the youth. This is done through business training, advisory services, and peer-to-peer learning. The advisory services are offered through a one-on-one business consulting, where an entrepreneur is assigned an advisor who's able to sit down with the entrepreneur real time, identify the needs, and then come up with customized solutions to meet these needs. Through Ongoza program, we've been able to connect entrepreneurs to investors who have gone ahead to invest in their business and enable them to scale. I remember that this entrepreneur who joined the program and was able to grow his revenues by more than 30% through pivoting his products to serve multiple businesses. This allowed him to employ more than 5 people to support the business. Join our program today and see your business grow and thrive.
All right. Thank you so very much, Ongoza, for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will quickly move to our next session. And I'd like to kindly ask the team, the panelists, to help us stay within time for this particular one. Now, the next panel discussion, the plenary session, is the role of associations in unlocking hub potential, conversation with hubs across Africa. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to help us facilitate this is Nekesa Were, the Director of Strategy, AfriLab. Let's put our hands together for her as she comes up on stage. Tupige makofi tafadhali.
Good morning, everyone. I will ask that both my panelists who are physically present be on stage so we can jump right into it. As has been mentioned, I'm Nekesa Were, Director of Strategy at AfriLabs, and it's my absolute pleasure to be hosting this panel today. I will jump straight into introductions and begin with Sheila Bergen. Sheila is the CEO at the CORD. The CORD is our community and venture builder supporting African businesses to innovate, grow, scale globally. Sheila describes herself as an ecosystem builder, co-creational policy enthusiast, startups and SME growth enabler. Let me take a breath. Community convener, innovation and strategy specialist. She has over 11 years of experience in entrepreneurship, innovation, and technology in Africa. Welcome, Sheila.
Thank you.
David Ogiga is a co-founder of Sote Hub, which is nurturing young talent in Kenya, incubating early stage startups and SMEs and scaling ideas around SDGs, climate change, and agriculture. David is passionate about women in tech, rural youth, and economies. He's currently the national chairman of the Association of Countrywide Innovation Hubs. Welcome, David. Right, now I hope we have the rest of our panelists online. Anna Ekeledo is the Executive Director at AfriLabs Foundation, where she leads its partnerships, programs, and strategic objectives. She's a technology enthusiast with experience in social impact, ICT, finance, technology, and digital media sectors. Anna is very passionate about leveraging technology for social impact and inclusion, creating social and economic opportunities for all. Exclamation mark. I have to say this is the first profile I've seen that comes with an exclamation mark in it, but that's the way she sent it. And I'm happy. Neka Gay is the Executive Secretary, Innovation Support Networks in Nigeria. She is a business and brand management professional with varied experience garnered over 17 years working predominantly with multinational organizations. Neka has a passion for supporting small businesses and brings that passion along with her corporate experience to support the team at ISN, which is Nigeria's largest community of entrepreneurship, impact, innovation, and technology hubs with over 100 member hubs across the country. Welcome, Neka. And finally, Tayo Akinyemi has spent several years working in African tech, innovation, and entrepreneurship with an emphasis on building the capacity of enabling institutions such as tech hubs and accelerator programs. Most recently, she is focused on conducting research specifically on early stage investing in Africa from Kinyunga Ventures, the role of tech hubs in African startup ecosystems for the International Trade Center, and shared models of business ownership for Open Society Initiative for West Africa. So welcome everyone to the panel. I hope that this will be engaging and exciting for everyone that is listening to us today. Now I'm going to break protocol and start with the man on the panel, only because David, you are probably the most involved currently on the ground with hubs compared to the other members of the panel. And so I wanted to talk briefly about Sote Hub and actually want to anchor this conversation on the hub and hub needs. So Sote Hub was born out of Sote ICT project in 2010. So happy 10th anniversary. Yeah. What gap are you seeking to fill with the hub? And do you feel that the role that you're playing has changed over time?
Yeah, thanks, Nekesa. I'm really glad to participate in this forum. Yes, so 2010 we started, but that was in the schools program where we were working with students and support them to start business ideas. but then the hub itself was established in 2016. So yeah. Yeah, so one of the motivation for us to go outside, or what we call mashinani in Swahili, was the lack of the kind of supporting environment. I think we have discussed all that all here, also touched on by James just before me, is that there's lack of the opportunities and sort of like incentives that can be that the young entrepreneurs can be able to tap in at the local level. And so you're talking about training opportunities, the funding opportunities, you're talking about networks, how do they reach the market? And so for us, this was the gap we were looking at, and how to decentralize some of this. But then over time, I think we've had all our successes and of course, failures, lots of them, more than the successes. But I think the way we have now evolved over time is, for example, on my role, is I am now more involved as ecosystem builder. And so how to support a number of similar initiatives like Sote Hub to grow up. And that was also within the framework of countrywide hubs. And based also on our philosophy, or more or less like what I also believe is that if you want to go fast, then you go alone. And if you want to go further, you go with the rest of the team. And I think I've been very much involved. Yesterday we were with Makueni Innovation Hub. They're just setting up an innovation hub there. Fantastic. That is by the county. Next week, I'll be joining Lake Basin Innovation Week, again, supporting the Western Kenya entrepreneurs and Lake Hub and the teams up there. Before COVID, we went to Kimathi, and then I think we were in Tech Bridge. And so I think for me is more or less, how can we be able to support each other to get to that level? Yeah. Thank you.
Great, thanks a lot for that. So yeah, actually the key question is, how do we support each other? And I know, having been directly involved with hubs myself, that it's a question that you eventually begin, once you're able to stop introspecting and you look at the ecosystem around you, is a question that we tend to ask ourselves a bit. And so I want to move to Sheila and piggybacking off of that what can we do together? Was this one of the questions that ASSEK asked as it was being formed? Because I know that you were involved in the actual setup of it. What was the need that you were looking to plug, and why did you feel it had to be an association? Why couldn't it just be the individuals coming in when they wanted to and doing what they had to do and then going back to their hubs?
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me and being part of this panel. I really feel at home because these are my peers. To the question, I think one of the reasons why we felt it was necessary to have an association was because there's unity in numbers. In as much as you can be influential as individuals, there are things that are beyond us as individuals. One of them is, for instance, policy issues that no matter how strong you are, even sometimes the president, there has to be some specific steps that have to be put in place that involves a number of stakeholders before that is done. Number two, I think the Kenyan tech ecosystem and I think innovation ecosystem in general was growing quite rapidly.
It's 12 hours.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So it was growing quite rapidly, but there are so many challenges that people who are setting up were still experiencing. In as much as there were people who had been in the ecosystem, they learned some of those things, but that information was not being shared among the members. I think another reason why it was important to have a unified front was to be able to request government to support the ecosystem in general. And that came about with, for instance, the KIA program. I believe if we were not unified enough to go to talk to government as an ecosystem, that could not have happened. I think another thing that we overlook in building ecosystems or communities at large is, I think, the importance of having somebody else that you can share some of the challenges you're going through with. Entrepreneurship in general, and even building ecosystem in general, is quite difficult, especially for countries in, for instance, Africa, where we have not just regulation issues, We have so many other infrastructure challenges. We have cultural challenges that sometimes those barriers do not allow entrepreneurs or even ecosystem builders to be able to work together. So having a unified front as an association was quite important, and that's why ASSEK was set up.
Great, thanks, Sheila. And we actually are seeing that kind of convergence, not just in Kenya with ASSEK and with the countrywide hubs, but we also see it in Uganda with Startup Uganda and also the Tanzania Startup Association. So there seems to be a trend, at least we know for sure, in the East African region. Nek, I want to move to you. Is what Sheila has said, is it resonating with you? Are you seeing the same? Was that the same foundation for ISN? Or what really catalyzed the network being formed? And while you're at it, if you could please also tell us what kind of partners you're attracting.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. Hello from Lagos. Thank you all so much for having us. Hi, Sheila. Hi, Nakasta. All right, so absolutely everything that Sheila has said is spot on. And like the gentleman said earlier, I believe it's an African proverb. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Hubs have arisen almost like a new member in the ecosystem. So yes, while we had one or two front runners, to be identified as a unit and as an important part of the ecosystem, it was critical for us to form a body. To be able to have one voice policy-wise, even when we speak to private organizations and also in our creating structures for what a hub should look like, what a hub should provide, it's important for us to be able to have that community. The people we've partnered with are, of course, AfriLabs, the other national networks, so ASSEK and GHN, so that's the Ghana Hub Network. And we're also, of course, working with development agencies, and we're currently developing partnerships. We have a project, which I'll probably speak later on, that we're developing partnerships with academia, as well as creating opportunities for partnerships, hub-wide partnerships with corporates.
Nek, let me stay with you just a little bit. A follow-up question. These partnerships, who's going to who? Are you going to them? Are they approaching you? Is it working both ways? And what value do you see them bringing in?
We're going to them. We're going to them. ISN is a new organization, a relatively new organization. And again, the hubs as an institutional group is still new. So we're going to the development agencies, we're going to the corporates, we're going to academia. The value that we want to get out of them, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in our economy, not just in our ecosystem. I was writing a paper a couple of days ago, and the number of youths that are listed as unemployed in Nigeria is equivalent to the population of some African and even some European countries. So we need support to be able to catalyze a critical mass entrepreneurship and innovation for the people that need it, which are the youth, because youth unemployment leads to youth restiveness, which leads to economic disruption. For the academia, in the previous panel it was mentioned, there's a lot of opportunity that is being lost in that space between research and research, innovation, and marketplace. We want to bridge that. We want to see how hubs can leverage academia research in creating more relevant and more data-driven innovation that we place in the market. And then we can now give the feedback from the market back to academia. So it's like a flywheel. Everybody is supporting everybody to get better. For corporates, we know that a lot of corporates are interested in supporting the ecosystem from a corporate sustainable responsibility angle, but also want to fill a space in a lot of corporates for outsourcing their innovation instead of them taking on that burden or those costs of doing their innovations in-house, we're trying to identify opportunities where corporates can leverage the facilities, knowledge, and infrastructure that some of our hubs have to use that as outsourced innovation labs. That way, it makes it a more effective system. It makes it more symbiotic, and then it also helps the hubs to create more revenue and relevance as individual organizations and also as a network.
Great. So what I'm hearing from ASSEK and from ISN is that you are absolutely clear on your mission. You know who you're serving, and you know who you want to help you do that. So you seem to have it all sorted. And so I now want to throw the ball to Anna and ask her. We have ASSEK, we have ISN, Ghana Hub Network, Startup Uganda, and so on and so forth. And so there are all these organizations, associations, networks, whatever other form they've taken. And they seem to have it sorted. They know they're on the ground. They know what the hubs need within their countries. What's left for AfriLabs to do? You have this bird's eye view, so you can see everything from the entrepreneur to the hub to the association or network, and AfriLabs sits right there. But what's left for you to do? How are you engaging the other stakeholders, and how are you remaining relevant?
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you, Nick. It's a really good question. Well, first off, we're quite excited about the emergence of national networks, something that we've seen happen over time, and we continue to encourage the setup of national networks across the continent. Still a lot of work to be done. A majority of African countries still don't have national networks, but it's something we're pushing for. Now, what we've seen over the years, and as we've grown from 5 member hubs in 2011 when we started to now over 225 hubs across 47 African countries, and of course we know that the numbers are way larger outside the AfriLabs network as well. We've seen hub needs become more specific, and entrepreneurs' needs become there's a need to tailor content, tailor support and resources, as Sheila.
And I was frozen a little bit. We'll give her just a few seconds. There you go. You're back.
Oh dear. Where did I drop off?
You didn't lose him. Just go on.
Oh, okay, fantastic. Now, with more national networks springing up, what we'll be focusing increasingly on is dedicating our resources to building Pan-African programs and partnerships which have a Pan-African and regional focus. So working with organizations that are looking to support the ecosystem on a larger scale and building our programs as well, while we collaborate with national networks and hubs to tailor the content, tailor the support, and also deliver, customized components of these programs. An example is our AfriLabs capacity building program, which we're building, which will be the first of its kind, hub management curriculum, and will be certified in partnership with Strathmore University. Now, while we build the overall hub management curriculum, which will cut across relevant content for hubs, we'll be working with national networks and hubs to tailor this content to the specific market realities and needs, looking at business sector-specific content, business-specific content, as well. Now, another way we can work together, which is a need, we haven't even begun to scratch the surface, looking at data. So working with national networks and hubs to provide relevant specific data about hubs and entrepreneurs, which ordinarily would be more difficult for AfriLabs as an organization to consider, to gather, considering the diversities and reach of hubs across the continent as well. And then, of course, we'll continue to foster and fund cross-country and cross-regional hub programs, continue to fund exchange programs and learning programs as well. And now with the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, we're talking about, the largest trade bloc about to be implemented. So the question is, as AfriLabs as an organization, working with national networks, working with hubs to support startups looking to scale across the continent and work and collaborate with other hubs in different African locations to provide that soft landing for the startup. So we'll be working with national networks to build the frameworks that would make this a reality, and also leveraging on AfriLab's platforms such as Catalyst and AfriPass, as which I'll explain later. Now, last point is, I love the fact that Sheila really spoke about the power of unity. You cannot overemphasize the power of unity. Now, as national networks focus on, pushing national governments, and we also work with national networks and other groups such as I4 Policy to push national governments for enabling policies within countries. We as an African community can also focus on pushing Pan-African and regional policies and frameworks such as the CFTA as well, and looking at other challenges that cut across the continent, such as the lack of interoperability of payment systems, for example, ease of movement and all of that. So these are all areas that AfriLabs would see itself migrating to, working on a Pan-African scale, and also attracting partnerships with Pan-African focused organizations while we work with the national networks to really understand specific needs and deliver and customize these programs and interventions.
Great, thank you, Anna. So what I hear you saying is that there is the Pan-African mission, and I know this obviously because I work for AfriLabs as well, but for the sake of anyone that's not familiar with our work, there is a Pan-African mission, and we are listening to what everyone is saying, collecting data from across the continent, churning it, and then, or rather deciphering it and churning it back out to make sense for what the national organizations are doing that can plug into our Pan-African mission. I'll ask tech team, please confirm that we still have our virtual panelists with us. We do? Okay, great. So Tayo, I would like to move to you. We are talking right now about a Pan-African mission, and you have been involved with the Pan-African ecosystem for a while now. In fact, you've actually forecasted a lot of what would happen within the Pan-African ecosystem. You obviously were the first executive director at AfriLabs, and I've spent quite a bit of time reading a lot of the literature, a lot of the knowledge body of work that you put together, and it was quite extensive. So what you knew, or what you figured out, what you forecasted 10 years ago, and what you're seeing now, what are you surprised has changed, and what are you surprised has remained the same?
Thank you, Nekesa, for the question, and thank you for the credit. I usually run away from discussions of forecasting because there's a very strong chance that you'll be wrong. But there are a couple of things that I think have changed, but also remain the same. So at the top of the list, from my perception anyway, is the financial sustainability business model aspect of hubs. So there's a way in which that remains a challenge to be overcome. A lot of hubs are still seeking or benefiting from external funding from a variety of bodies, whether it's corporates or development organizations or foundations. But at the same time, there are a growing number that are finding sustainable business hubs, sustainable business models by offering value. So you mentioned, and Anna also mentioned data, the need to outsource innovation from corporates. So hubs are packaging those needs and monetizing those services to be able to sustain their hubs. The second aspect that I think that has remained the same but also changed is this idea of being a Mrs. Fix-It within the ecosystem. So there was a time at which it seemed like other ecosystem players were looking to hubs for everything. So hubs were meant to educate the youth. They were meant to engage women. They were meant to support high growth startups. They were meant to save beluga whales. It was almost as if, send the hub to solve all of these weighty systemic challenges. And while I think they still bear a significant burden in addressing some of these systemic challenges, it seems as if there's a little bit more appreciation for the health of the ecosystem as almost like an enabling condition for some of the end outputs that they're looking for. So when institutions come and say, oh, we'd like to engage startups in agriculture, well, that's all well and good, but you need actors who are going to create the enabling environment for those startups and those entrepreneurs to flourish. And if you're not willing to engage and support the enabling institutions, you're not going to have those outcomes. And so when you see institutions such as the World Bank and Digital Africa talking, and the African Development Bank talking explicitly about the role of ESOs and hubs and accelerators, it sort of suggests more awareness and appreciation for that role. In terms of things that maybe have surprised me, so I would say it's the proliferation, consolidation, and diversification of the space as a whole. So obviously there's been an exponential growth in the number of hubs, generally to over 600 and counting. And then even within countries, you know, there was a time, for example, when Bongo High was the only hub in Zambia, and now there are at least 6. It's very hard to find any country where there aren't multiple hubs at this point. But at the same time, in terms of consolidation, we're starting to see hubs and networks come together. So when Joka Labs and AfriLabs came together a couple of years ago, that was, I think, a huge milestone for the ecosystem. Or at a hub level, when iHub and CC Hub came together, that was a huge milestone for the ecosystem. But then also, as Anna and others have pointed out, many of these hubs are very different. You know, they're starting to have sectoral focuses. They've become very good at articulating their specific value propositions with the ecosystem such that they're complementary and less competitive. So there's a lot of finding one's place, adding value and contributing to the whole. And the last thing I'd like to point out, which I think is really important, is it seems as if external actors are engaging in a way that supports organically pre-existing activity. So this conference is an example. So to the extent that actors like GIZ are involved, it's not as if ASSEK wouldn't have had an annual conference. You know, it's a natural outgrowth of your activity, but actors such as that supporting that activity sort of indicates an awareness of, look, it's fine in certain instances to ask for hubs to be delivery partners, but it's also necessary for the engagement to support the activity that they would have sought to deliver to serve their members as well. And I feel like there's more of that activity emerging, which I think is a great thing. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Tayo. So what I've picked up so far, and we've actually come to the end of the first half of this panel, and I'd like to encourage anyone that's listening in and also the audience here, if you've got any questions, to begin to drop them into the Q&A function so we can begin to address them. But what I'm hearing so far is our ecosystem is growing almost organically. We began as individual hubs, Sote Hub and others that have been mentioned, that are looking to plug in issues or challenges that they're facing within their local communities. And as time has gone on, they've understood the need to engage other hubs. And so that has happened as well already, and those conversations have been heard. And now at that level, that conversation has led us to begin to think about associations or networks, and we're seeing this spring out everywhere across the continent. And as that is happening, Pan-African organizations are also plugging in. So we now have this pipeline from the entrepreneurs sitting in a village somewhere all the way to an organization that's engaging at a Pan-African level. And so it's all happening organically, but also we're trying to catalyze a few things by engaging partners. And so now I'd like to move to what does that actual relationship look like between entrepreneurs or hubs and associations, and what does the future hold for them? And so David, I will come back to you. And my question is, Sote Hub is a member of Countrywide. hubs. What is that relationship like? What is Sote Hub looking to get from the network, and what is the network looking to get from Sote Hub? And is it working?
Thanks, thanks, Nekes. Three things, I think. But before I think I answer that, is to give credit, for example, to your former employers, IHUB. I think Sheila also worked there, and a number of people I meet in the ecosystem, I think in one way or another cut their teeth through IHUB, and maybe you are already playing that ecosystem builder by default until this level. And I think that kind of hand-holding really helps because it's at level when people will also be able to discover what they can do better and to create. And so 3 things that I see sort of have benefits from, for example, Countrywide Hub. One of them, I think the first one I mentioned is technical. And I was glad to hear Anne mention that you are sort of curating a curriculum and that can now be used, more or less can be adopted, because I think that's one of the gaps. And we try to copy paste a lot from YC and many other models. I think there's no sort of like an agreement on what is a good curriculum, for example, for incubation or accelerator. We have not sent the benchmarks there. But I think through the networks, for example, we are able to tap into, for example, older members within the association, for example, in like Growth Africa, and we're able to ask them how they run certain projects. And I think that really helps, because without that, then we have to get a consultant and spend a lot of money. But 2 is maybe still on 1 is even on personnel, like technical people. Most of the time when I host events at Sote Hub, I tap my colleagues from, for example, Mount Kenya, Swahili Box, Swahili Pot, Dedan Kimathi, and they come and support. Again, you see that kind of sort of relation helps us to build each other again. So that's very fundamental. But number 2, I think I must also mention is the resources. And that as the association sort of like have an bird's eye view and is able to scan what opportunities are available. I think this year, for example, at Sote Hub, we have been involved in maybe 4 to 5 consortiums trying to apply for certain projects and tenders. We have never done that before, and I think I credit this to that kind of networking. When COVID struck, I think the whole world, again, we were able to see that there are certain impacts you cannot do alone. So through the association, we were able to come up with the innovation challenge. And because of the voice, we got strategic partners, for example, UK Kenya Tech, we got UNDP, we got GIZ, and the all US Marafiki, they all came to support. So I think the association gives us that larger platform in a way in which we are able to impact at a larger scale. And lastly, I think is the sense of belonging. As Sote Hub, we just feel that we can share our experiences whenever we have success, we have failures, and there's somebody else in the association that perhaps have gone through that. And that peer-to-peer mentorship, I think, is absolutely very crucial. But lastly, and this is now maybe on an aspect of cross-cutting issues, I will perhaps wish the association, not just Countrywide, but all our associations, including AfriLabs, could be able to play, is at the continental level. Many a times when our countries are going for elections, I have lost count on the number of times internet is shut. And I keep wondering what's government and internet. It's like the citizens not paying tax, because I think for us, internet is like the oxygen to really fuel our innovations. And I think these are the kinds of actions that we see in the continent. For example, also within the AU framework, I think there is that discussion on having one passport. As an entrepreneur, you need to move across borders, you need to be able to sell and get connections and networks and marketing. I don't know how long. The last time I think I saw this was a few head of state with a passport. Maybe, I don't know at what level it will come to the citizenry level. And so as the association, maybe this is now an opportunity at a stage for us to amplify some of these challenges at a broader level, because at the end of the day, it comes to affect us in a way or another in the business environment.
Great, thank you. And you've made some good points there on value that the associations, at least that Countrywide Hub is bringing to its members. So Neka, what's happening in Nigeria? And two questions for you also on value. So you have 100 hubs members and counting. And that's many. Those are literally many moving parts. So what have you been able to do together? Are your hubs, for example, running any projects collaboratively? Are they running any projects collaboratively? And what are you telling, I assume you're still recruiting, because I mean, the market is huge. So I would assume you're still recruiting, wanting to get as many more hubs on board as possible. So what are you telling hubs that could potentially be members of ISN?
Okay, so when we talk about hub-to-hub collaborations or activities that hubs have taken part in together, we have a few. We probably need to drive more, but we have a few collaborations that have happened. We've had a hub in Lagos support a hub in the East, Bodu and Genesis Tech to hold one of the biggest tech activities, hub-based tech activities, events in the East some time ago. We've also had, this was before COVID, obviously, and COVID was a time for a lot of people to review what was happening in their hubs and in their immediate spaces. And we've seen that now for us, even though we do have more collaborations now, because a lot of activities are now virtual like this, so you have a lot of hubs that collaborate and share knowledge and information in virtual events. We are seeing, though, that right now a lot of hubs are trying to re-articulate what they stand for and how they're positioning themselves. So we're also helping those hubs to identify opportunities amongst their peer hubs and also outside of our hub network. So we are consistently looking for opportunities for our hubs and farming our opportunities, and we're also like was just mentioned, developing consortiums to be able to drive partnerships between our hubs using ISN as almost a lever or an anchor for adapting those relationships. So we've seen, I mean, we have people from one hub featuring on virtual events for the other hub. We have people planning events together. Now that we're seeing some more physical events, there's some cross-pollination. What we do want to prioritize this month is sharing the database which we're compiling of what each hub is focused on, because not just from a collaboration point of view, but also from an economic point of view. I like following the money. People are paying for support that is available within our network to people outside of our network. We need to keep the money inside. There's a local saying that says you can't take out inside money outside. You know, so if you need someone to facilitate something for you, please check here first. We probably have it because there's so much wealth of knowledge, deep tech knowledge, program knowledge, facilitation knowledge. Please, this is who we have here. And we even want to go a little further to ask people now, okay, you provide training support, you provide program support, you provide coding facilities or coding training. What discount are you going to give ISN members, your fellow ISN members? When they come and say, we're an ISN member, we want to spend our money with you, we want to know that you're giving them a discount so we can support our internal economy as well. what we tell, so that's the support that we're giving to ISN members. And then what we tell new people, to be very honest, we're not actively recruiting right now because we've seen that we need to focus on how we're going to be supporting hubs from a network level, right? As David mentioned, there are a lot of opportunities that we can farm out and farm down, especially as hubs are pivoting and adjusting post-COVID. Most of our activities were physical activities. Some hubs have not recovered. One of the opportunities we were farming out, some people contact us to say, we need hubs that can do X, Y, and Z. And then we call and say, okay, we have this opportunity for you, contact this person. Last week, I called 6 hubs for a particular opportunity, and 2 of them are no longer existing. They've closed shop. One has let out their facility to a long-term tenant, and one is no longer participating in hub activities. Why? Post-COVID actions and post-COVID reactions. And we had tried to check in on everyone to say, what's happening after COVID? How can we support you? How can we support you? We're supporting those that have been actively responsive, but we know that we need to do more from a network to hub support system. And that's what we're selling. We're creating opportunities for you. We're creating capacity development programs in partnership with AfroLabs and also one of the biggest enterprise educational organizations in Nigeria. We want to create that standardized as well as localized curriculum. And then we want to, as I mentioned earlier, create avenues for commerce with corporates so that our hubs can be sustainable. I think then it's easier to sell the ISN dream because it's no longer a pull. It's no longer a push. It's more like a pull. We're no longer saying, oh, come and join ISN. It's clear that, you know, if you have a hub, then you just have to be in ISN because there's just so many benefits to get.
Thanks, Neka. So there's an elephant in the room. At first it was at the lifts when David said something about using curriculums that perhaps don't work for us. And then without knowing it, Neka dragged it right into the room when she said that we need to keep the money inside. So let's address the elephant that's right here, perhaps for David and Sheila. Do we have the skills to catalyze our ecosystem?
Yes, we do. And I think, okay, I have to be very careful because this is recorded. But I think the assumption that capacity always has to be imported into this continent has to stop. That assumption that we don't have enough skilled people to support entrepreneurs, for instance, to build ecosystems in this continent has to stop. Because for the past 15 or so years, the people who've been supporting entrepreneurs and the ecosystem in Africa have been Africans. And so now that the ecosystem is getting a lot of interest from everywhere around the globe, the assumption now is we need to serve Africa, we need to help Africa. But it got some people to take it from point A to where it is now. Those people learned something in the process of doing that. Those people built those businesses that you're getting to know now. So I think in as much as we want to, you know, of course, amplify what has been done, I think there has to be a more collaborative approach. There also has to be a more, I think, believability on capacity that is there locally. And I think for a lot of ecosystem builders in the continent, this is something that, you know, it's discussed, you know, when people are having coffee or wine in low voices, but it's something that is actually there. We definitely know what we are doing in this continent. It is not, it's not dice, you know, we are throwing in there. We know what we're doing. So I think for African governments, especially, when you want to support the local ecosystem. The people you have to work with first are local players. I think it is very important. You cannot say you are building capacity by not building capacity of locals. I don't know how that works, because I mean, the moment the capacity that you've imported leaves, the whole is still left there. So I think we need to be a bit more deliberate in supporting, local ecosystem by supporting local players in the different countries that we have. Even though we definitely for sure are encouraging more collaborative approach, not just from the people within the continent, but obviously from the people across the globe, because we want to build startups and businesses from the continent that can scale globally. And so that approach, I think in most, economic bloc, they do that. Their governments are more deliberate around building local capacity to be able to export that also globally. So I think, don't have any doubt. I'm speaking to development partners, to government. Do not have any doubt that there's capacity in this continent. It's there.
David, can Sote Hub, can countrywide hubs, can we lead the solutions to our own challenges?
So the wrong question. I tell you, because we have it. I don't think I can overemphasize what Sheila said. I mean, just look during COVID, when there was no import and export, and the country had to rely on the talents and the energy of the young people of this country. And then now we were realizing that, oh, so we can make ventilators, so we can make this. Why are we then exporting them from outside Africa? And so what has been lacking has always been the will and like to respect and to give an opportunity and a chance to the local innovators or local business people. But these solutions are available. I think it looks even for example, for Kenyan context, there's always been the aspect of brain drain. Our doctors, our engineers, our teachers are all over, whether in other African countries or in Europe. And then the next thing they discover something, they appear in Forbes. Then, okay. And here locally, celebrate them, really. So I think that capacity there. I remember even during the COVID hackathon that we ran, we were struggling with a platform that can be able to submit ideas and do the evaluation. Savi Wambugu, he's my colleague, secretary from Mount Kenya, assembled a team. And within 24 hours, we had that platform running and receiving the submissions. If, let's say, we wanted to pay an external firm, that could have been $20,000 US. So I think is to give them the platform and opportunity to be able to demonstrate their skills. Yeah, that's what's lacking.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things we've had increasingly is that entrepreneurs can be the same across the globe, but opportunities are different. And what we're saying now is that given the opportunity, we have proven for over 10 years now that the local ecosystem has the capacity to lead. We aren't saying that we'll do it to the exclusion of everyone else, but we're saying that we can lead development of those solutions that our counties, countries, that our continent needs, right? So the elephant left. So let's move on. And back to Sheila. So you've recently completed your term as vice chair of ASSEK, and it really was a startup phase for the association. What do you think is the next phase for ASSEK and broadly any hub associations or networks once they're off the ground? Where do you see such associations in the next 5 years?
I think value creation to members is very, very critical. I think I was also, lucky to be part of the members of who are the first members of AfriLabs. And one of the things that I think we used to always struggle with, especially at that startup level, was what is the value of the network? And I think once you grow and you start to understand the value that you create and you look at the bigger picture that not just at the association, not just as at the membership level, but countrywide or continentally, what can you do to catalyze the ecosystem or the innovation or the technology space, and obviously also the business environment, because that's where we operate most. I think that becomes very fundamental for any association. So I think the first, years when you're setting up, you're trying to put structures in place, you're trying to figure out how can we be sustainable, not that at least in the first few years, how can we get more members? And then the more members you get, especially if you've not figured out the value you're creating, it becomes really chaotic. So I think the next phase for ASSEK is to understand the needs of the members and to provide value for each of the members. All of them have different challenges. We know as people running organizations, supporting entrepreneurs, that there are challenges that are beyond us. There are people who would want to get to know, but we don't know them, and associations can open those networks, I think, for members. I think collectively, the social capital for an association is the greatest value it can give to its members, but also to its country. So how can you position the Kenyan ecosystem, for instance, or whichever ecosystem you come from as an association, as the go-to? You kind of become the ambassadors of your ecosystem to the world. And so as an association, it's very important, even as you look internally, that you position your ecosystem externally as the go-to place for anybody to come. Invite those people who you can collaborate with. We have to be deliberate about internationalization, not just for the members, but ultimately for the entrepreneurs who are the clients of the members we serve. I think that is the next phase. So I think it's value creation, opening social capital that collectively as an association you can have, encouraging more collaboration among members, but also positioning your countries and the continent globally.
Absolutely. And as you talk about internationalization, just partnerships broadly, we also now need to begin positioning to engage deliberately other stakeholders, which Neka spoke a bit briefly, but I want to move to Tayo, because you've worked with International Telecommunication Union, Open Society, International Trade Center. As African innovations, or rather as African innovation organizations, are we paying enough attention to decisions made at multinational organizations like ITU? What's the opportunity or the point of convergence between these international organizations and us?
So I think it's a very, very important question, but in listening to my colleagues here, it's probably one that I might reframe slightly, in the sense of, to what extent are these organizations paying attention to the activity that is happening within these organizations? Now, I understand that it's a two-way street, but what I think is really critical about some of the points that have been made about building community, seeding innovation, building internal capacity, and I love the way Neka put it, keeping inside money inside, and believing in the capacity to lead on the continent, is that you are operating from a position of power, competency, and efficacy as a starting point, right? I mean, I actually remember what it was like to feel as if my role was to find a space within the programs and strategies that were being created, not to make it personal, but without me or without the constituencies I was attempting to represent. But I feel as if, in as much as there has been progress made in a lot of these external organizations and actors engaging with hubs and networks as partners for delivery, I would like to see a shift toward engaging at the point of strategy development and design. So that means, please don't just come when you've decided on X, Y, and Z, and you know you need local insight and actors and support. And so the proposal is, partner X is to deliver X, Y, and Z. It's when the programs are being developed and you're trying to understand your users and your partners to impact and shape what those programs and policies look like. That's what it needs to be. I think there are ways in which that is beginning to change. So, I mean, I can only speak from the outside looking in. I can't speak to what it was like internally. But if you look at programs such as Digital Africa, where leaders such as Kareem C. and Rebecca Nanchang were part of steering committees, presumably to inform the design of those programs, that's the direction where the design needs to head. And it really needs to stem from a recognition from these partners that all of what you need is available on the continent, and so they should be involved at the beginning. And also from the continent, as you've all rightly said, that the capacity is there. It needs to be recognized and utilized to its full capacity, because without that, the goals are just not going to be reached. And Nekesa, you mentioned elephants. We are all familiar with, you know, the white elephants that are proliferated in international development. If you'd like that to begin to come to a close, that's what's going to need to happen.
Thanks, Tayo. This is our final question for the panel before we go into the Q&A. So if you haven't had a chance to drop your question, please do now. My question is for Anna. You run a powerful Pan-African organization, if I do say so myself. A lot of work AfriLabs is doing has not been done before at this scale, at a continental scale. How do we keep that spirit of collaboration going for the next 5 years, and what barriers do we need to break?
Thank you, Nekesa. Well, before I answer that, just because that topic is quite thought-provoking, and I really like the fact that it came up, the elephant in the room, which you mentioned, which Ineka, you know, spoke on, and David, Sheila, and Tayo gave, you know, great insights on. Just to emphasize again that it's important from the very start, and I think we've gone to a place in our ecosystem where we can't be diplomatic about it, you know, but just as we speak to our partners, as we speak to our development partners, as we speak to our funders, we say from the start that it's important to involve the people, in this case, within our ecosystem, the African innovation hubs and entrepreneurs who are designing these programs to be part of the design process, to lead or co-lead from the very start. And that's something that we have grown to a place where we can do, and we're doing increasingly of, and it's an example, again, our AfriLabs capacity program, which is still largely funded by an external foreign development organization, the French Development Bank, and quite a number of our other programs are funded by foreign partners. But what we say is that it has to be designed, you know, from the start with our AfriLabs hub members. And that's what we've been doing across board. Our content is co-designed by hubs, delivered through a peer-to-peer learning, as well as consulting work. I like the fact that Ineka said, just to bring the Nigerian factor into it, Ineka, our Igbo lady, it said that we like plenty money, keep the money within, you know. So even as we're having these conversations about consulting work as well, I mean, over the past year, we reported 40 plus consulting work, which ordinarily would have been given to external experts to AfriLabs hub members who are equally as qualified to deliver the work. In fact, better qualified in a lot of cases because they work directly with the target group that we're looking to impact. So just out of the way. Now, to the question of keeping the spirit of collaboration, I would say we would still scale what has always worked for us as a community. So one of the things we've seen, for example, is our events and meetups, including our virtual events, have always been a way to bring our members together, to build relationships and share ideas. Our AfriLabs annual gathering, for example, which involves creates an avenue for hubs to meet from across the continent. And this leads to a lot of networking opportunities and project collaboration that we aren't even involved in at all. So a great example is this ASSEK network event that is happening. Absolutely, there will be collaborations that will come out of it that even the ASSEK core team will not be aware of. And that's amazing, so creating more opportunities like that. Would also be building AfriPass, which would be a platform that hub members across the continent can access other hub spaces and digital services on the continent and foster and fund a number of cross-regional hub programs and exchanges. We just awarded a couple of capacity award grants, and we're quite excited to see that hubs came together from West Africa and East Africa, from East and North, and so on, to come together, put projects together, and we're awarded funds to implement. And we're quite excited. We're quite excited to work with these hubs to see what the results and lessons learned, which we can scale, and do more of across the continent. Now, for other specific plans across other areas, we're currently working on our long-term next 5-year strategy, which Nekesa is working on as well. As part of the team, leading up to our 10-year anniversary next year, October. And this will be done following a wide consultation with our community members on what they would like to see more of from AfriLabs and national associations as well, and other stakeholders within looking to impact the African ecosystem and the innovation economy at large, Again, I love what the previous speakers have said about the importance of listening and refining value to hub members, and that's what we'll be doing over the past couple of months, which would lead on to our 5-year strategy. Now, barriers to collaboration, well, lack of data, we mentioned that already, not just ecosystem data, but also sector-specific and business environment data, that has consistent data points and metrics across the continent, which is quite needed to support entrepreneurs scale. And of course, another barrier is barriers to collaboration is policies. So policies that make it more difficult to operate as a startup or as a hub across the continent. I mentioned earlier, for example, the lack of interoperability of payment systems, having to literally knock on the door of every central bank as a financial technology service provider, for example, which affects, other sorts of businesses like e-commerce and the likes. And then David mentioned the difficulty in moving across the continent, for example, and the strength that we as a collective African community can push the government from the local government upwards, but also from a Pan-African regional scale together to say that these are the sort of policies that we would need to have in place and are willing to work with you as stakeholders to ensure that we're successful as an ecosystem and significantly contribute to the economic development, economic and social development of Africa. So that's it from my side.
Great, thank you, Anna. So I've heard several things. I know several things. You have spoken about really making sure that the hubs and hub associations have the data, the information that they need to basically be able to do what they do best. You've spoken about influencing policy at that level as well. And that's a great end to our conversation. I would now love to introduce participants and the questions, the audience and the questions that they have for us. I have one from Howie, which Howie, I hope I got it right, but if I didn't, feel free to send it again. But what I hear you asking is, and I may direct this to David, but also to anyone else that would want to chip in, what is the connect between hubs and users, between the innovators and their local communities when it comes to developing solutions? So perhaps speak to Sote Hub and your specific location. What is that relationship between you and your community?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think every hub operates in a unique sort of like environment or the community or users in that space. The challenge, I think, for the hub is to be able to come up with or support innovations or business ideas coming out of the hubs that are relevant to the local economies. For example, in Sote Hub, if you look at, for example, the agriculture value chain, we are strong in, for example, mangoes, coconut, cashew nut. And then if you look at the history of the coastal region areas, these are value chains that are nearly on their knees. But if we are able to, for example, the entrepreneurs at Sote Hub are able to come up with solutions, revive using technology, these sectors, then those solutions will already be locally relevant, and you already have market and people to sell in that kind of space. So I think there need to be that kind of relevance, that the solutions coming out, and different hubs, I think, at different levels have different opportunities that they can be able to use. But of course, the aspect also of ensuring that the local communities or the stakeholders understand what's happening in the hub. So deliberately, we try and have forums where we have universities getting involved, the research institutions, local county governments, for example. Every time we have, say, a fireside chat, we invite the deputy governor for Taita Taveta. She's very good, Majali, and she comes and gives us the government view. And so with this, there is a bit of ownership, because many a times, for example, we have opportunities into their doors entering, but then they don't know what's happening with the hubs in those kind of ecosystem. And so for example, at Countrywide, we encourage member hubs to sort of like even have an MOUs, have a sort of like a framework of working with local government and the actors there, because that will, in a way, will catalyze this kind of collaboration. Yeah.
Absolutely. Would any other panelists like to tackle that question?
I think I'd just like to mention something that David talked about. I think when Lake Hub was set up, I believe 6 years ago, yes, there was a community within the Western Bloc, but it was not as big as it is right now. You currently have the Lake Region Investment and Innovation Forum. That is the power of having decentralized systems or decentralized hubs or communities that support local communities. And I think that brings everybody else into your region. So I think having such types of organizations, and considering also government has been decentralized in most African countries, or at least in Kenya, I think it's important to have that for inclusivity, I think for local communities, but also to catalyze an enabling environment for local businesses.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think having, and this is, I think, one of the reasons that I'm most excited about the Countrywide hubs is having hubs within those specific locations that are able to address the needs of those communities begins to democratize access to a lot of things. You know, having Sote Hub, having Lake Hub, and whomever else, Swahili Pot, Swahili Box, makes it that more important for local government, for national government to think about what does it mean when we say end user, what does it mean when we say last mile connectivity, because there's people on the ground that are beginning to advocate for that. It's impossible to do that from the cities, right? And that's what makes having those local hubs that more relevant. Right, so this may be the last question for us. We'll see how it goes with time. We have just about 10 minutes left, but this is a question for the three associations / networks, thank you, represented on the panel. Do you have similar models? I think, and Sheila, you'll be representing ASSEK for this question. They'll forgive us. Do you have I know that ASSEK has, yes, it has the hubs, the incubators, accelerators, but also has other enablers like funding organizations and so on. Is this the same for Countrywide hubs, and is it the same for ISN, or do you restrict yourselves to just the hubs? And so what is your model and why? Perhaps Sheila, you can go first.
Host, okay. So our model is slightly different. Our focus is not just the hubs. We are a network of association of startup and SME enablers. Hubs are just one of those enablers. We have people who, for instance, work with startups as consultants in finance, in investment. We also have development organizations that fund value chains that want to reach entrepreneurs. We have association of entrepreneurs themselves. So we are not just an association of hubs, but I think just generally enablers. Why that was so was because we are trying to catalyze the innovation ecosystem in general. And we cannot do that within just one vertical of hubs, because each of these people who are supporting entrepreneurs bring in a different expertise and insights into the association. That is why we felt it was important for us to create a good enabling environment for local entrepreneurs to have all these players on board.
Great, thank you. David?
Yeah, so we admire your model. We are different. So for us, we have the hubs as the members. And then we have a second tier level, which is the corporates. So any organization that want to work with us. So what we do is that we have a structured MOU, sort of like a way to enhance this kind of engagement. But at the moment, so the members are hubs, so whether it's accelerator, incubators, or just a co-work space. And then for the people, especially the corporates, including universities, research institutions, come at another level. Yeah. But I think then for us, I think the overriding, just to also to add again on that, is to ensure that there's value, because the struggle to sustain, and I was listening to one of the speakers here saying that she was trying to reach out to the hubs and 4 of them closed because of COVID. And so these are real facts. Some of the hubs are struggling. And so the kind of association I'm looking for is that can be able to provide safety nets, and that we are able to strengthen each other where necessary, have joint programming. So I think that for us is very strong and focus here.
Okay, great. Naka?
Hi. So for us, we're predominantly focused on supporting the hubs right now. Again, ISN is still a relatively young organization, and we have a large base, right? So we need to get it right before we extend to other things and other services. However, and other verticals, supporting other verticals. However, what we are doing is engaging those service providers that support hubs and startups and the ecosystem as providers. And we're also looking at, like David mentioned, at a tiered system that we're going to adopt. I think is scheduled for 2022, where other stakeholders can be part of the organization, but still tiered towards hubs, supporting hubs and startups. So like Sheila said, ecosystem enablers, but we first of all want to sort out the hubs. What exactly do they need? What exactly, what relationships do we need to foster to support them? And then we now bring those relationships in.
Great, thank you. And we now actually have time for just 2 more questions. These will go to Tayo. Tayo, not just now, but I will come to you for your what your thoughts are on perhaps what investors should rethink, or new ways that they could think of engaging with innovators across the continent. We'll come back to that just in a few seconds. But before we do, 2 questions for Anna. One is, do you feel AfriLabs has a role to play in catalyzing more national associations or networks across the African continent? And then 2 would be on investment, and actually not a question, but I do think, since there is a question on investment, that would be a great opportunity for you to speak briefly about Catalyst.
Well, I'm so glad you asked that, because the question you asked earlier about, you know, the nature of our network, I was also going to address Catalyst. So I'm glad you mentioned it as well. So basically, what was the first question again?
Does AfriHubs have a role to play in catalyzing more national networks?
Yes, yes, so absolutely. We do have a role to play, and it's a role we've been playing actually for a while now. However, what we are looking to do, moving forward, I mean, our AfriLabs annual gathering, which just held last month, we had a workshop hosted by ASSEK, by the Ghana National Network and Nigeria National Network to build the capacity of individual hubs and other stakeholders in other African countries looking to build national networks, and it was a fantastic session with a lot of knowledge sharing and the likes. What we'll be doing next, however, is still working with the existing national networks to build very strong frameworks to build national networks, and also invite other partners who would be interested in facilitating the setup of these national networks, either through funding or through support of maybe personnel or talent or whatever means that we will see to be needed to support these national networks. And while we build these frameworks and we attract partnerships and resources and the likes, we will, follow up, track, also add, hello? Okay, yeah, sorry, it feels as well. Also added to our monitoring and evaluation frameworks, which we'll be building over time to also track the progress as well of not just the setup of national network, because it's as Ineka has mentioned so many times, it's not enough to just set up and just throw in quite a number of, throw in numbers, but also to glean out and deliver specific value. So yes, this is the role I see AfriLabs playing, just acting as that convening and support and working together and collaborating to make it happen with other stakeholders. Now, in terms of, speaking of Catalyst, and this is another layer of more specific support, which AfriLabs will be going into supporting startups within hubs. Now, Catalyst is an initiative and platform. Well, I would say Catalyst is a fund and platform which we are building with the Africa Business Angels Network, which is a network of angel investors and angel investor groups across the continent, which form the ABA network. And basically what we're doing is building a platform where startups within the AfriLabs community would be registered, along with investors within the ABAN community, and then through the platform data and other tools, we facilitate early stage investment into the startups. Now, once an investment has been made by an angel investor through a hub, we then match it with the fund. Again, we're happy and lucky to have our first seed funding of 1.5 million euros by Digital Africa, by the Africa Development Bank under the umbrella of Digital Africa. The French Development Agency, AFD, under the Digital Africa umbrella.
I think even the net was so shocked that she kept getting that.
Right, please, let me repeat. The French Development Agency.
Please repeat it.
AFD. So my French isn't so good. I'd have said it in French as well, just so it's clear. So, and then once we test out the pilot, and then we have the initial data, which again, we're quite excited about the data that would come out of it, because once the data, we would have data about startups across our network, at the different type of startups, stages they're in, the sectors they operate in, and this would in turn feed back to hubs as well, to national networks to better support to better provide tailored support, content and capacity to startups, and would also encourage follow-on funding. So if we say in the first pilot, for example, we estimate 40 plus matching of investments that have been made, and oh, by the way, a percentage of the fund for each fund that goes to the startup will go to the hubs as well to provide, to support the startups as they implement whatever has been agreed on, and also provide metrics about their growth. Now, all this data and all these metrics would also help to access follow-on funding from investors who say, you know, I mean, we've heard this all the time, there's a pipeline issue on the continent. We don't know if the startups, what stage they're in, or if they're viable startups and all of that, you know. So, or you know, when we have all these issues about what's product market fit, if an investor is looking for, you know, all this would be, all these challenges will be addressed through the Catalyst Fund and through the Catalyst platform, and would offer value back to the hubs, as hubs also work with us and national networks to really build out the model as well. So, yeah,
Great,
so with
thank
that,
you.
we envision more angel investment into the community, because ABAN would also be doing a lot of work, as they've been doing over the past 5 years on ground, encouraging more early stage investment to startups, as well as later stage investment that would come as a result of follow-on funding from both private, institutional, and development funders as well.
Great, thank you, Anna. Tayo, so we can see that ABAN is re-strategizing, or rather finding new ways to engage startups. Do you think there's something there that other kinds of investors could learn? Should investors broadly be looking at different ways of engaging the African continent?
That's a really interesting question. So I'm actually in the process of releasing some research on early stage investing in Africa with Kinyungu Ventures and the Subtext. And one of the things that came to the fore in kind of comparing the, let's call them norms for VC investing to African market realities is, and this is going to sound very obvious to all of you, but it came through very strongly in the interview, so I'm going to reiterate it, is the importance of local embeddedness and knowledge of context. And so what that means is, if you look at what ABAN is doing in collaboration with AfriLabs and engaging hubs, if you're working with angels, you know, they're on the ground. They presumably have relationships with investors already. And so they have a clearer sense of what models will work in context, if that makes sense. There's a way in which a lot of the money historically for VC investing on the continent has come from outside. And there are ways in which sometimes those investors have that locally embedded knowledge, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes they invest in it and sometimes they don't. But particularly from the perspective of selection, it's absolutely critical that you have that knowledge. And if you're coming from outside, to the extent that you can, have people on the ground or work with local angel networks to ensure that you get business models that work in context. Now, where this may go left, and I was actually having an interesting chat with an investor yesterday, is what happens after you make the investment. Does it make sense if your context knowledge isn't strong to influence what happens to the startup and give advice that may or may not be useful? Or is it more effective, even from a returns perspective, to kind of stay back and offer the value you're best suited to provide? So the answer to that question is not one that I have, but I think the idea being, what's come out very strongly is having local knowledge embeddedness and context is very important.
If I may,
I think we lost Tayo, but we did get the. All right, but quite briefly, we're out of time. But yes, please do add something for 1 minute.
Yeah, sure. I have very strong points and very, very strong input. But I think that there, like you mentioned, there is a space between foreign funders and then the day-to-day execution of startups, and how to ensure that that they stay, you know, they stay within what has been agreed so that the investments are viable and eventually become profitable. And this is part of where I think, and it may just be biased, but this is part of where I think that hubs need to come in, right? If you don't have on-ground presence, and even if you do, there need to be support frameworks and support networks that ensure that startups are successful. And this is not necessarily a funder's job. A funder's job is to fund. There need to be support systems that support startups so that they can succeed. And if we look back even at our legacy entrepreneurial systems, where there are communities around certain entrepreneurial activities, fishing, farming, trade, there's always an informal mentoring system, which ensures that the trade can move on to the next generation and continues to be sustainable. So, again, I just wanted to plug that in there, that again, I think this is another place and another way that hubs and other ecosystem enablers need to be part of those conversations so that funders can go to sleep knowing that someone is monitoring the success of their investment in startups in Africa. Thank you.
Absolutely. We started off this conversation talking about the role of hubs with the first question to David, and we've concluded it by saying that hubs do actually have a very important role to play in ensuring investment to the right people and that there is return on that investment as well. So thank you so much, Anna, Tyon, Neka, David, Sheila. It's been an absolute pleasure. And thank you to ASSEK for allowing me to lead this and trusting me with it. So thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Nekesa. Let's put our hands together for them one more time. Thank you, guys. Thank you so very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know it's been a long morning. Oh, Pole. It's the hunger. So it's about lunchtime, and we're all ready to just have an opportunity to have our lunch. So this is just a general announcement. Lunch is for the next 38 minutes thereabout. It's going to be at the Cafe Villa Rosa. That's on the first floor. But straight on outside, there's going to be people that will be helping us on how best we can arrive at that particular destination. Now, ladies and gentlemen that are watching us online, please, this is your opportunity to maybe get something for lunch, depending on what time you are, wherever you are around the world. But we'll be back here at exactly 1:50 East African time. That's 1:50 Kenyan time. And then the next session will be starting at exactly 2 p.m. And that particular session is purely online. And this particular announcement also goes to my live audience here on ground. The next session is purely online. So that's why we need to come early, because they need us to be here so that in case we need to ask any other question. Now, ladies and gentlemen, again, if you still have questions that you think have not been answered, we have a team that's looking into your questions. Please keep them coming. We'll document them. And then probably by the end of the whole program, we would have addressed your questions. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, bon appetit. See you guys in the next 35 minutes.
Yeah, that was a really good session. I mean, this should have just been the only panel. There was,
There's a mind shift that needs to happen for business owners, regardless of the size of your business, whether your business is focused on social impact or not. Any for-profit business needs to be mindful.
If business is the driver of growth, how can it be done in a way that is of benefit not only to shareholders, but to the workers, to the community, to the environment, to the society, and also just tackling some of the biggest things that we're seeing in terms of inequality and prosperity on the continent.
Businesses make up over 80% of the economy. In East Africa, the challenge is mighty, and indeed in the whole of the African continent. We've attributed it to government to solve the problem for us. We have never really thought about our contribution as private sector.
If measuring what matters is what businesses are about, then we also have to measure
relationship with your employees in our worker section. We also measure your relationship with your community, your customers, your suppliers, and your relationship with the environment in which you operate. And then lastly, we measure your governance structures to see whether whatever measures you put in place can be carried on for generations.
When Soko came across the B impact assessment tool, I think what that does is it shows you that there's people who've sat down and come up with a matrix that you can measure yourself against. And so impact has always been one of the core foundations and values of this business. But as you grow the business, you're always trying to figure out how to measure impact and do things. But businesses get busy. And so sometimes the focus can slip. And so you start wondering, how do you measure yourself?
initially coming into this market as a social enterprise, there's literally nothing that's like governing how we do things. After the BIA, I would say the biggest change for us is structures, not just around issues of impact or environment, but also our own internal structures, so around operations. So right now I'd say we are actively measuring ourselves against our targets.
For us, it was just, this is great, this is something that we can plug in and then use as an accountability tool for ourselves so that we never ever lose sight of some of our core mission bits. And so that's why when we came across B impact assessment, it seems to be a glove fit for us.
We could be creating impact, but to some level there are things that we felt we could be leaving out. And that is why we went for the B impact assessment, because these help us to focus more on some of the things that technically in the normal business running would not have paid more attention to it, because we realized that as B Corps, we need to take care of the environment, which is okay, is our line of business, the community, and also the staff that we work with. And so the B impact assessment tool has actually helped us to focus more on the impact we create and also explore some of the areas that in one way or the other we have been leaving out.
Right now, we are 42 B certified companies in East and South Africa. We are hoping to increase the number of companies that are using the impact assessment.
You measure things because you're saying, I want to be accountable for things that we care about. So if you really care about something, but you have no accountability around it, that communicates what you really think about that thing.
Take the impact assessment test. You'll be able to tell what you're doing well and what you're not doing well. You'll be able to see whether your presence is having a positive impact. With that baseline, you can make decisions about the strategy of your business.
The best reward we can give the society, the best reward we can give to the environment as businesses is to use the power of business as a force for good.
A different kind of capitalism can exist. We want there to be a different kind of business, a business that doesn't exist only for profit, but profitable solutions for people and planet.
It's 14 hours.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I trust. Sorry for that. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My apologies for that technical challenge. I trust everybody's doing well. And if you're on the East African time zone, you probably had an opportunity to have lunch. So far, so good. It has been a great and fantastic day today as we had our first ever ASSEK annual conference. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really excited because in the morning sessions, we had keynotes, or rather we had different sessions ranging from partnerships for a stronger and more cohesive entrepreneurial community. That was done by Brenda Kibiku, and also unlocking public-private partnerships to drive innovation. That was done by Anne Lawi. She did a good job on that one. The role of associations in unlocking hub potentials, conversation with hubs across Africa. That was the most recent one, handled by Nekesa Were. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have been doing a phenomenal job, fantastic job, if I might say, on our Twitter. Remember, the hashtag is ASSEK 2020. That's ASSEK 2020, or we can also use more for ESOs. And if you're yet to follow our page, you can go to ASSEK News, at ASSEK News. That's on Twitter. Now, I want to use this special opportunity to welcome everybody that's with us on Zoom, YouTube, or via the website. The next session is purely virtual. I'm really excited because this next session brings together a constellation of people who are phenomenal when it comes to this particular discourse. And to help us in moderating the next session, I'd like to welcome Mr. Jonas Tesfu, I hope I said that right, the CEO and co-founder of Pangia Accelerator, and he'll be taking us through the discussion of digital collaboration partnerships in Kenya. Jonas, are you there? And we're waiting for Jonas to, oh, Jonas is here. Thank you for that. So maybe Jonas, I'd love you to just unmute your mic, put on your camera if you can, and then you can take over the discussion. Oh, he's saying the sound and camera is not on. All right, I think technical can help us handle that. I think it's probably on your side because I see your mic is muted. So I think it's definitely something that I think we can solve. So as we get ready to, the mic is not muted on my end. Oh, okay, that's strange. And all right, I think our technical is trying to handle that particular challenge. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, in case you had a few questions at the beginning of, or rather at any other session today, please feel free to send in your questions at the, you can use the chat box. If you made, there's a team that's definitely ready to handle and ensure that that is done. And also, if you're watching us via probably YouTube, yeah, you also have a chat box that you definitely can use so that you will be able to also, you know, ask your questions and get a possible reply. So Jonas, I think Jonas is trying to sign back in for this particular session. So we'll just give Jonas a couple of seconds as he comes back on board, and then we will be ready to commence this second session, or rather this post-lunch session of the ASSEK annual conference. Remember, Twitter is where it's all happening. That's where the conversation is happening. ASSEK, hashtag ASSEK 2020, and also hashtag more for ESOs. The Twitter handle is at ASSEK News, at ASSEK News. That's ASSEKNEWS. So we'll just give, so we'll just give Jonas a couple of seconds and then we'll continue.
I'm Amelia, and this is the SOMO Project. SOMO was started because we saw that there are amazing entrepreneurs in low-income urban areas around the world. But these entrepreneurs are not given access to the resources they need to build impactful businesses. So we come in to give them these resources. We provide them with training, capital, mentorship, and market access to help them build sustainable businesses that bring positive social change to their communities.
I'm Rose. I'm the co-founder of Natural Bounty Nut Peanut Butter.
Hi guys, my name is Joshua, the co-founder of Nutrition Palace.
My name is Lilian Oyugi, the co-founder of Yototo Yogurt.
My name is Alan. I'm the founder of Portable Voices Creatives.
We look both for entrepreneurs that are building businesses that are sustainable and also bring social impact to the communities that they're from. So that social impact can be that they are selling life-enhancing product or service to the people in their community, or it can also be that they are providing employment to a group of people that historically has had high rates of unemployment.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes, Jonas, loud and clear.
Very clean.
Okay, so I was registered as a, for some reason I was registered as a participant and I couldn't either turn on my mic or my camera, so that's why.
Apologies for that. Are you good?
Yeah, all good.
All right, let's take it away.
Thank you. Hi guys, first of all, welcome to the first annual ASSEK conference. And my name is Jonas Tesfu. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Pangea Accelerator. We have a very exciting lineup here of great speakers, both from Kenya and also from Norway, that I'm very happy to have on board. And thank you so much for all the panelists for taking your time and joining this great event. And also for the audience, to just give you a short brief what the purpose of this event is to highlight achieved progress with the digital collaboration partnership between Kenya and Norway that was started in 2019. This event attempts to bring together stakeholders from the Kenyan ecosystem and the Norwegian startup ecosystem to explore both opportunities in terms of collaboration and also to have an understanding of what's happening in both ecosystems. This dialogue will focus on ICT on digitalization, but we also have experts within the fintech ecosystem and also the health tech ecosystem. Starting off though, I would like to maybe introduce some of the great panelists that are here. Maybe I could start off with Bernard Shira, the chairperson for ASSEK, and if you could do a very brief introduction. Okay, as we're waiting on Bernard Shira, maybe I could just maybe I could start with the next panelist. So the next panelist is Douglas Njugu. He's a market and technology advisor at Innovation Norway. Maybe you could introduce yourself, Douglas, and say a few words about yourself and Innovation Norway.
So as Jonas has just introduced me, my name is Douglas Njugu, and my sole responsibility with Innovation Norway is working with technological solutions and entities from Norway that are interested for market opportunities in East Africa. So just in a nutshell, Innovation Norway is the policy instrument of the national government of Norway. So basically they assist developing value in creating businesses for companies in and out of Norway.
Thank you so much, Douglas. think the next panelist is a good friend from Norway, Simon Ruud, who is the program manager at the Factory Accelerator in Norway. Welcome.
Jonas, and thank you for the invite. Yes, my name is Simon Ruud, and I'm the program director at the factory and one of the co-founders. For the last couple of years, I've been screening the fintech market in Norway and also the proptech market. So I have a really good knowledge when it comes to the fintech sector. And the factory is an accelerator for early stage fintechs and proptechs. We have been running so far over 10 accelerator programs and invested in 40 companies in the Nordics. So it's been a cool journey, and I'm glad to be here. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Simon. Our next speaker is Trine Rådman, who is Head of International Affairs at Norway Health Tech. Hi, Trine.
Yes, nice to be with you today. My name, as you said, is Trine Rådman, Head of International Affairs in Norway Health Tech, which is Norway's largest health technology cluster. We are a non-governmental organization, and we have 280 members approximately, and of these are 250 private companies. So we help them to scale, and we are working towards different markets outside of Norway as well as inside Norway. And I'm sorry, I have somebody is making noise behind me, but I think it will work out fine.
Okay.
I'm happy to be with you today.
Thank you so much, Trine. And we couldn't actually hear anything in the background noise, so I think it's all good. Even if we did, it's fine. Perfect. I see that Bernard Scherer will join us shortly. I think he has some technical issues. But maybe we can just start off. Douglas, since you are a good connection between Kenya and Norway, could you just give us a short brief about when it comes to Norwegian companies in Norway, from Norwegian companies in Kenya, which sectors are they mainly involved in, and what kind of companies or technologies do they work with?
Whenever we are getting requests from Norway, I think the most sector that is being looked at is renewable energy, ICT, and agriculture. So with agriculture, there's a combination of agri-tech. Where there are technological solutions for the livestock side and also technological solutions for the agricultural side. So those are the three key areas that has a lot of interest for Norwegian companies that are looking not only in Kenya, but within the East Africa region.
I see. Thank you so much for that. My next question is for Trine. In terms of Norway Health Tech and the kind of companies you work with, what kind of areas are they mainly focusing on?
Well, we have focused so far on, especially on the medtech sector, but also in digital and telehealth sector. But our companies, they are delivering health solutions in all kinds of human health. So it depends on what kind of market they are looking at. Also when it comes to heading towards Kenya and other markets. So it depends. It depends.
Yeah. Absolutely. Just to follow up here, how has COVID-19 kind of impacted the startups that you work with? And in that case, I would assume it's been both towards a positive way and also maybe some of the negative way, in the sense that, or how would you look at that?
It was a question for me, or?
Yes, it was a follow-up question, sorry.
Yeah. Yes, well, we have been working quite a lot with the different startup companies because we got some new ones based on the pandemic, and we have the old ones that have been working on the new solutions or solutions that they already had. And then it worked quite well when COVID-19 came along because they had solutions that could help out in the pandemic. So we have had, and we have startup companies that we are trying to help to test and verify in Norway, but also in different markets. So we are running webinars, for example, with different markets where companies from Norway, startup companies from Norway, can pitch their COVID-19 solutions towards experts and hospitals and municipalities in different regions to meet the needs and the challenges that they have due to the COVID-19 situation. And we see that this the demand is increasing because of the COVID-19.
I see. Interesting. I think I can refer my next question to Bernard Shira. Or is your mic? I think you're on mute. Okay, it's working.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Maybe we can just start with a quick introduction, and then I can jump to my question.
Okay. So my name is Bernard Shira. I am the chair of ASSEK, and I also run an accelerator program that focuses on innovation in assistive technology called Innovate Now. And yeah, I am passionate about supporting startups and building startup ecosystems.
Cool. So my question to you, Bernard, because you've been in Norway twice for Oslo Innovation Week. What was some of your takeaways and insight or learnings that you made during your visits?
Wow, I mean, I think for me, the interaction with the Norwegian partners, innovation ecosystem, and even the Norwegian government has been quite, I would say resourceful. I think the first time we started this partnership, what came out is, there is such a great interest to merge and have a global mindset about some of the issues we're all trying to address. When we took our startups to Oslo Innovation Week, they were addressing, when they pitched, I think there was a genuine interest in some of the issues they were addressing. And some of them actually got investment right after coming back from Norwegian investors through your support. So I feel like, it has provided a platform for the world to engage better and to understand what are the issues driving, what are the priorities and what are the issues that innovation should be driving across the world. So one of my impressions, for example, is that I was running a very unique program, and when I went to talk about disability innovation, there was, quite a lot of interest, both from the sector and also from the Norwegian foreign development, to see how this work can actually be supported. So it's been quite a great experience. We built great partnerships and are continuing to work today with ICT Norway and Pangea and other Norwegian partners.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. I'm going to come back to a follow-up question about Norway later on. But my next question is to Simon. We actually did an event at the factory when we had this Kenya delegation at last Oslo Innovation Week. So thank you for that. I highly appreciate it. But you as a factory, you also been working with some startups that are within fintech and also been focusing on emerging markets like Africa and so on. Could you tell me a little bit about what kind of companies you work with, and then maybe some of the what are the challenges they're having when they're trying to enter new markets?
That's right. We invested in 40 startups so far, and I think 3 of them are actually operating in Africa. So Jonas, your company, our Pangea Accelerator, is actually one of our portfolio startups. But we also invested in Divala. So Divala is a identity platform. Digital identity platform. So basically, if you go to school, you can get your diploma in Divala app, and also you can get other certifications on the app. So they are over in Uganda now and operating there, and trying to really dig into the market and see the potential. And also we had Votero in our portfolio. They are putting up solar panels around cities, small villages actually, to give lights to the village down there. So, but the challenge that we see, I mean, in general, in fintech in Norway and everywhere, I guess, is the funding and regulations. You know, things take time. Licenses, finance licenses to operate. It's a big issue for a lot of startups. They have to wait for months, maybe a year, to really start with their concept, and that's something that is we need to change. And also, you see funding in general. I think a lot of startups are just using a lot of spending time on always trying to find funding, and then we see a lot of new in the fintech space in Norway. At least we see a lot of new ways to get funding, and I think this will help the startups in the future to really not spend too much time on that, but more time on developing their business. So
yeah, I see what you're saying. I think it's a lot of similarities in the Kenyan startup ecosystem, that startups spend way too much time on fundraising and so on. Trina, my question, do you find that the kind of challenges that Simon was saying about the startups they work with, is there a lot of commonalities with this kind of startups that you work with also? Regulation and these kind of things?
Yeah, I think for at least for the health industry, it takes quite a long time to go to a new market, and it takes a lot of money as well. And to be a startup and to go abroad, and especially to go abroad from into a different region, it takes years. And it takes a lot of money. And then you are, at the same time as you're trying to scale into a new market, you also have to look for money constantly. And since you're a young startup, you don't have a lot of resources. So I think this is one of the hurdles many startup companies are experiencing, because they would like to go much faster than they are able to do, based on the struggle they have to get enough money to scale. But I think for some of the accelerating programs as well, they might be too narrow to fit the different startup or the solutions that the startup companies have. And at least the health, it takes a lot of time also to innovate and to verify and to test the different solutions, and usually they need, in every new market they go to, they need to go through a new regulation in that particular market. So it takes a lot of time and it costs money.
I hear you.
I agree with Simon.
I see.
Basically.
When it comes to one of the opportunities, I think, at least when it comes to digital collaboration, is actually when it comes to agile policy. I feel like regulations and things take way too long time. But I feel like here, this is an area where countries like Kenya could potentially create an edge. if obviously if there was, like these kind of test beds that or sandboxes for regulations or other things. The reason I'm saying that is because if you look at countries like Rwanda, for example, they decided very early on to position themselves as wanting to be one of the top countries in the world within drone technologies. And then suddenly what happens is that you have drone companies from Silicon Valley moving to Rwanda because of the licensing that they were not able to get in the US or Silicon Valley. And suddenly Rwanda is able to attract best drone companies from all over the world. I think Tanzania is doing the same. So in terms of, being first in terms of regulation and creating a sandbox, specifically because you have less infrastructure, you also have less bureaucracy, if you know what I mean. This is maybe a thought for Bernard and Douglas. I don't know, feel free to jump in, but do you see opportunities within these areas also, or is it me just being, that's too optimistic?
I'll tackle it from the Norwegian side. So there are a couple of programs which Innovation Norway is facilitating within Africa. One program known as Enterprise Development for Jobs, and another program known as Vision 2030. the aim of these jobs are to facilitate development in African countries, and most of the time the implementation partner is a local company. So this brings about a collaboration between a Norwegian company and a local company. So in just a nutshell of what, for example, the enterprise development job program is, it's basically poverty reduction program that is a scheme funded by funds from NORAD, which is the Norwegian aid. And it includes the project funding, that is the grant scheme, competence services, and these programs are managed by NORAD, and also us as Innovation Norway, we assist in business-related advice and partner search. So just in to focus on how this scheme basically works, is that NORAD does provide the grants to these activities that contribute to early phase project development. So there is normally openings once a year or twice in a year on NORAD's website. And the particular activities are activities that limit commercial risk before an investment decision. And what NORAD does is that it provides 50% funding, and the minimum amount required for funding is normally 0.5 million NOK. That is, I think, 5 million Kenyan shillings, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. And the key priority areas where these the key focus areas are energy, agriculture, ICT, maritime, fish, marine resources. So the good thing is that there are programs already there in place that enable a collaboration between two different countries, between Norway and, let's say, Kenya, and which involves companies also both from the Norwegian side and also from the local side.
Interesting. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I think that's a very, very relevant add-on, because what you're saying is that there is already a foundation that we can build more collaboration on, and that, you know, if there are partners on both sides that want to engage in digital collaboration, ICT, or some of the sectors you mentioned, then there are players like NORAD and the Enterprise Development Jobs program that can kind of facilitate that. Do I understand it correctly?
Yes, and just to wrap up, just to explain further the Vision 2030, because I had told you there are two programs. So the Vision 2030 program, it was initiated in 2014 through a national brainstorming effort to come up with innovative solutions that can help achieve the SDGs within education and health in particular. So the objective of this program was to promote a poverty reduction in countries that are already receiving Norwegian development assistance through developing and scaling innovative solutions within the health and education sector. So this program is actually ongoing, and it's a program that actually, there are already existing programs in Tanzania, in Uganda, and also in Kenya, whereby almost as similar as EDFJ, whereby the local partners are local companies, ministries of the government, and then the partners, that is Innovation Norway, NORAD, Norwegian Research Center. They take part as partners to some of these key programs programs already in development. And the priority of this program is basically in the following, in the southern sub-Saharan countries, such as Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and African countries actually on the south of Sahara are normally given a priority to these programs and these projects. So you'll find that the reason why maybe you might not know that it's a program that is run by Innovation Norway or run by NORAD is because what Innovation Norway and what NORAD and the other partners normally do is that they provide funding to entities such as the UN, and then the UN then source up the local partners now to implement these projects. But already there are existing programs, and it's good that I already know that there is more focus to continue with such programs in East Africa generally.
Great, thank you for that. Very, very relevant. Bernard, in hindsight of what Douglas just said about both Vision 2030 and also the enterprise development jobs and this foundation being there, which areas would you like to see more collaboration between Kenya and Norway, and where do you see big opportunities?
Yeah, thanks, Jonas. I mean, I think opportunities abound. When I look at trends that are global and relevant, these themes are cutting across, but also in Europe. I think, you know, there's a lot of opportunities in energy, especially to look at renewable energy and how to build sustainable solutions. I think there is immense opportunities as well to do work around human issues. We've begun at one of the examples of how we need to start looking at innovation from inclusive.
Bernard, I think we're losing you.
So how circular.
Yeah, Bernard,
Can you hear me?
I think you're jumping quite a lot. So I think it seems like the internet may be unstable. Maybe it's better now. Okay,
yeah,
it's a delay.
I'll go quickly if you can hear me. So there's a delay. Okay, so you know, can
I think what
stop my video? I don't.
I will just refer my question to the next panelist, and then I can come back to this question later.
Yeah.
Great. My next question is to Simon. First of all, did you know about these programs that Douglas mentioned? Or is that news?
I heard about them, but they're not in fintech, right? It's more other sectors, so I don't know too much about them.
Okay. How about you, Tina? Have you heard about them before?
No, I have not. But it might have been, I have to say, in my email box, even though I haven't read it through. But we have been at the African Business Health Forum and the symposium to get some idea on the health challenges in Africa and how the startup and scale-ups from the Norwegian part could have interest in the different countries and regions in Africa. So we have tried to look into the different programs being there, but we didn't match them all. So no, I haven't heard about this one.
I get it. No, this is not a quiz on programming, so just out of curiosity. But now that we know that they're there, for example, within the healthcare sector, Trina, do you think there are many players or some players that will be interested in collaborating and are also looking at, for example, bringing health tech solutions to the African market from your?
Yeah, definitely. We have different companies with solutions going to looking at the African market, and I think that's something we could collaborate more closely on and look into. I have to say that we have been working quite good with NABA, the Norwegian African Business Association. And they have been the most relevant network for us and for the Norwegian companies coming from health tech, working towards the African market so far. And we are usually attending their annual symposium here in Norway as well. with members from different parts of Africa. And then we are setting up meetings with the health persons and we have a lot of meetings during these annual meetings. And we have to say also when robotics was mentioned here and the drones, and we have also been looking at some collaboration when it comes to drones and Department of Medication used by drones to pick up medication somewhere and to drop it off somewhere else. So it's a lot of things going on that could be of interest for Norwegian companies.
Okay, interesting. There is a company in Rwanda called, I forgot it. That transports blood and medicine. What's the name? Can you help me, Bernard?
Zipline.
Zipline, yeah, that's it, Zipline. And one of the reasons they did that was because they wanted to do this in the US, but then they got stuck in regulations, and then Rwanda opened up, I don't know, 5-7 years ago on this, and decided to be one of the first in the world. And then they basically moved down to basically test their technologies. And as you want to supply to the healthcare sector, you need to go through this checklist, and most preferably you need to already be out on the market. But since nobody wants to use your product because you're not on the market, then you're stuck. So it's like the hens and egg problem, right? And what Rwanda did there was shortcut it by saying, okay, US too complicated, here we make it less complicated. So they offer this kind of licensing that then could be extended, and through that Zipline is now valued over $1 billion actually. Is one of the first unicorns in Africa. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. For me, I'm very into that. I definitely believe that in the innovation ecosystem, by being first, Africa could have a very interesting position, because then as a country also working with the latest technologies, and you actually attract the most technologically advanced companies. It's a really smart way of brain sourcing and technology sourcing to a geographical location, basically. Either way, I'm not going to jabber on too much about that. But Trina, if you look at, for example, assistive technology and this program that Bernard was mentioning, because I assume that assistive technology is also a relevant area within the Norwegian healthcare system, right? Do you see opportunities here between, collaboration between the Norwegian Nordic assistive technology sector and also the African assistive technology sector?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of common interesting grounds there. We are working with assistive technologies, of course, especially when it comes to COVID-19 as well. So yes, to put it short, yes, we are. We have companies with solutions, and we are always looking for new solutions to meet the needs in Norway when it comes to this. And I think when it comes to this demand is when it comes to in assistive technology, it's a demand that you have not only from Kenya or from Norway, but we have the demand from all over the world based on COVID-19, where you have also the social interaction is not supposed to happen in the same way as it has been 1 year ago. So then we are looking into this kind of technologies with more interest than we did 1 year ago. And I think this is something that we'll see also in the future, where we have telehealth and we have assistive technologies and we have rehabilitation taking place in people's home more than at the hospital, for example, or a care home. And these development will be a part of, I think it will be a part of the experience that we have now during the COVID-19. It will change the way we think and the way we are doing the health behave or the health treatment.
Absolutely. Very interesting. Bernard, maybe I ask you the same question. Do you see opportunities of collaboration between the assistive technology sector in Africa and Norway or Nordic countries?
Thanks, Jonas. Absolutely. I think it's one of the sectors that has global relevance, but different dynamics. when you look at, Europe and most of the developed world, the demand for assistive products and services is driven by age, while, when you look at, what's happening in most low and middle income countries is a lot of youth who have, disabilities due to different reasons. And one of the interesting things is that you could actually have solutions that are scalable and have relevance from Kenya to Norway, for example. I'll give a very interesting example. One of the entrepreneurs in our first cohort is building electric wheelchairs for Africa. But if you look at how he's designing these wheelchairs, he is designing them with the African terrain and conditions in mind, but he's also borrowing interesting concepts from countries like Norway, for example, circular economy, where you recycle a lot of electronic parts to build some of these parts that are required for wheelchairs here. I was in Norway, and one of the things I saw on the streets is a lot of kick scooters or like scooters.
People don't like
Yeah,
them.
yeah. I mean, and I can imagine that they might be a nuisance, but think about if some of those parts could be used to build solutions. But in essence, I think the opportunity that lies is this idea about inclusion, because you're talking about the COVID experience basically has helped everyone understand what social barriers mean, because for a long time, persons with disability have been saying, okay, the reason I'm not able to participate or to do or to function is not because of my disability, it's because that the environment hasn't been built with me in mind. And I think the parallels between COVID-19 and, for example, the gap in assistive technologies is, for example, when we had this a shortage of testing kits and materials, and that creates local shortage, and a lot of us have had to wait for the vaccine because we can't keep up with the testing. We can't keep up for building local capacity for this type of things. So I think the possibilities that are coming out also is that there are some stereotypes like working from home that for a long time persons with disabilities have been looking at as a possibility. Like if I have my assistive devices, I could work from home. But now everyone is working from home, and it was mandatory, otherwise you would get coronavirus. But it's actually proving that there's a lot we can learn and change how society functions, and start investing in human potential. And that's what assistive technology does. And there's a lot to be done, both from an innovation perspective. We need investment in this sector in Africa so that we can create local products and services. Otherwise, it becomes very expensive when we import all our assistive products and services from abroad. And that is the work we're trying to do in Kenya. So I think it's an emerging sector when you look at it from an innovation lens, but with so much potential for collaboration, both from a resource perspective in terms of investment, but also from an expertise perspective. There is a lot of expertise from Norway and other countries in the area of disability and rehabilitation that we could share, best practices on some of the things and how to leapfrog some of the challenges. We don't need to take 100 years to make Nairobi, for example, an accessible city. If we prioritize it now and learn how inclusive cities in the world have done it, we can start creating an equal society. And I think conversations around this topic have to be had now, because the timing is just right. So maybe there are some good things that came out of the COVID situation that we can learn from.
Very good point there, Bernard. And I think just want to emphasize on why the timing is now. I think COVID is, definitely, a perspective, because it's been an eye-opening effect. and it's been the biggest disruptor, of technology. It hasn't been these chief innovation officers and these strategical processes that goes triple down. It's been this boom, and then everybody's trying to figure out, and then they see, oh, it's working, and now we're like, oh yeah, we're so digitalized and everybody's so used. But it's interesting how disruption happens and from which ends it comes, both planned disruption and unplanned. But something I would like to discuss also here, when it comes to the timing, is that something that most people don't know is that Africa is urbanizing like crazy. And when I say like urbanizing like crazy, basically every week a new Paris will be built in the next 50 years. That's how fast it's going. And if these new Parises are being designed without having, the end user in mind, and specifically here, say people with disability and other kind of problems, then you're building these dumb cities all over, right? While if you can now make sure that we collaborate, use, best practices, have expert kind of networks and collaboration, we can kind of make sure that as we're spending the resource and actually building these new societies, let's build them right rather than, build them badly and then we need to go and redo it. Because that's usually how I see, for example, assistive technology. It's like an architect creating a building, and then when it's done, they're like, oh no, people with wheelchair, and then they have to figure out, and then it becomes very expensive, right? Now it's obviously been better because, it's more regulations and frameworks and so on, at least in the Nordic countries. But I think it's an interesting point that I really wanted to emphasize on. But my next question is to Simon. And my question here is going to be about fintech and the financial sector. The reason I want to ask you about this is because Kenya is currently world leader with mobile money and has been that for a long time. In Norway, we have something called Vips, which Norwegians love. E-scooters, not so much. Some young kids love them, but old people and moms, they absolutely hate them. And I think it's a great idea about, turning them into wheelchairs. I think that will might actually make you mayor of Oslo, Bernard, if you decided to go for it. No, but Simon, when it comes to the fintech sector here, it's extremely progressive. It's like the Silicon Valley of it. And Vips came out in 2007 here. So it's been out for a long time. And since then, it's just been developing further. So we have a lot of interesting fintech companies here. But so I was thinking that from the audience also, that it could be interesting maybe to have an understanding about the fintech sector in Norway and maybe also the Nordics. Which areas do you see being interesting for startups to what kind of problems are interesting to solve in the Nordic sector, in the Nordic fintech sector, for those that are looking at that?
Yeah, that's a good question. We started the factory in 2016, and I remember we mapped all the startups. It was around 40 startups in Norway within fintech. And today there's over 150 fintechs, so it's growing rapidly, and especially in payments. Like you said, we have Vips. It's one of the leading fintechs in Norway when it comes to payments. But in Africa, you had Vips back in 2007, I will say. I mean, you have mobile payments solution there, and we were 10 years later than you guys with this solution. But we are also one of the leaders when it comes to payments. I think we are ranked 2 or something after Africa when it comes to mobile payment solutions. But I mean, if you tap into the Norwegian market within fintech, there's a lot of opportunities. We are strong in saving apps. There's enough. We have
no more saving.
No, okay. There's so many. But still, now what you can tap into is insurance. There's barely any players in Norway doing something with insurance. So that's an open field, I would say. So if you have a solution with that, you should check out the Norwegian market. And also in general, I think the banks, they're open to look at other solutions outside Norway. So why not take a chat with them and see if you have a solution that can fit into the bank? But what I really think here is that the hubs, I mean, the the ecosystem in Norway within fintech should really sit down with the ecosystem in Africa and see, okay, here's the list of fintechs. Let's look at the trends. How can this solution fit into your market and opposite? Because I mean, we have 140 startups, and if we look at all of them, and you see, okay, in Africa, there is a need for this kind of solution, then we could try to match that, and opposite. So this is up to the ecosystem to figure out, okay, how can we do this?
Interesting. I have to say one thing, Simon, since the topic of this is digital collaboration partnerships for innovation, I think what you just said there was spot on. Definitely do something like that. Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. And it's also collaboration that benefits both sides. You know, it's like, so it's a really, and it's within digitalization and innovation where fintech is moving. It's not within cash, you know. And even if Norway is behind Kenya, it's still way ahead of Germany, US, and the rest of the world. So it's really, you know, in that sense also relevant, learning both ways. And like you said about the financial sector in Norway, I know not everybody, I think, but there are some that are actually interested in the international market. And as a bank, they have learned that the best way of avoiding to become disrupted is to stay ahead. So they always want to have a peek into the future. And in this case, the future would be Kenya, since, you know, as explained with M-Pesa. So I think that was really interesting. But you said something before, Simon, that I would like to go back to. You mentioned crowdfunding, and you said that there's opportunities there. What did you mean with that? What's so interesting with crowdfunding?
Oh yeah, the crowdfunding is growing fast now. There's a lot of startups getting licensed to operate as a crowdfunding platform, and that it's equity crowdfunding, lending crowdfunding, donation crowdfunding. So instead of going and getting money from all these angel investors and VC funds, you basically put your startups into a crowdfunding platform, and you get money there. And during COVID, it's been one of the best way to get cash. So it's a fast way to do it. I mean, it has pros and cons. I mean, you get a lot of people on the cap table, but still,
100 investors.
But still, it's a fast way to do it. And why couldn't, for example, African startups be on a crowdfunding platform in Norway? That should be possible. I mean, and opposite. So I think there's a huge opportunity there, and also you see all this peer-to-peer solution coming without involving the banks. So yeah, just new ways to finance your startups is coming. And
I like what you're saying, but has some of the startups you work with used crowdfunding now during COVID to fundraise, and how has it gone for them?
Yeah, we had 4 startups using crowdfunding during COVID actually. So one of the startups called Norquant, they were supposed to get 3 million kroners.
That's about 300,000 euros.
Oh yeah, it's 400,000 euros or something. But they ended up getting the double because it was like overfunding and so on. So, and they did this in, I think it was 1 week. It was just insane how fast it went. So.
Okay, that's very good result.
Yeah, but like 2 years ago, there was no way you could do this.
So do you think so COVID is what's changed? So basically something happened during COVID and suddenly people are now comfortable investing online through crowdfunding platform. Do I understand it correctly?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, interesting. So we're more comfortable taking decisions online, basically.
Yeah.
So it's a new paradigm. Yeah.
You also saw that with a lot of crypto and so on. People have been investing in that. They're now trying to see how if they can invest in other than stocks.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. Yeah, that's another thing, right? Because the stock market has kind of gone like this, and it's been very volatile. It went down, up, but now down again. So I think also maybe that's an element where people are looking at other kind of funding opportunities. that might be outside of the traditional financial market. Yeah. Interesting. My next question is for you, Douglas. So now we went quite deep into both health tech and assistive tech, and now we got a little bit nerdy about fintech opportunities and discussed, collaborations within, for example, the startups meeting and so on. Which areas do you see opportunities for collaboration? But would you like to see more collaboration between, the ecosystems of Norway and Kenya, outside of those you mentioned? Yeah.
Also, I think Simon had asked about if some of those grants support fintech, and actually Vision 2030 actually does support fintech. And I'll after this call, I can do an email introduction to the guy at Innovation Norway who runs the Vision 2030. So maybe both you and Trin can just have a call with him and just to familiarize more about that program and how it works, especially the fact that you are saying there are projects that are focused here in Africa, and that's the main purpose of that particular program. So for Jonas, I think the entrepreneurship space has this year has been quite active. That is from my side. There is during February, during the business delegation, we actually did and you remember quite well, we did an entrepreneurship program known as EMAX, which is normally done in Sweden and Norway. So it was the first one to be done in Africa. And after the program, they saw the potential that's in the country, and they are thinking of now, how are we going to make EMAX more of a program rather than a one-off event? And I thought that's a good highlight for also individuals from the Norwegian sector to view it and see. And also there has been a key interest of Spark. Spark is an incubation from NTNU, which is the Norwegian University of Technology. And they have been looking into partnership with a Kenyan university into creating also a program of entrepreneurship development, whereby there can be knowledge transfer programs between students from NTNU and also from Kenya, whereby they can be able to do an exchange program of some sort. So I think a key sector that I would also like to see it grow is basically the startup side, the ICT side, and the e-health sector. There has been a lot of inquiries on those sectors, and I think also with COVID, it's providing a lot of opportunities from some of these services, both on the ICT sector and also on the e-health sector.
Interesting. Thank you so much for sharing that. How do you look at education, collaboration within that? Because it's also been a sector that's been totally disrupted by COVID, with children staying from home and then suddenly everything going online, and then schools not necessarily being, very digital or having necessarily all the content online. What do you see any opportunities within that sector also?
Yeah. So actually, in the Vision 2030 upcoming projects, that is 2021, the main focus is education and health. The reason why the main focus is education and health, they are thinking of how COVID has disrupted a lot of the education side, and how there are kids that don't have the opportunity to learn. And so they are really looking into projects that can assist in the edtech sector and the health sector also because of COVID itself. So what are the solutions that can be able to assist here in Africa to combat some of these challenges? So for the 2021 program, it's actually purely focused on health and education for those particular purposes.
Perfect. I think you're making it very easy for everybody listening to understand how this works and how to utilize it to create, product with great outcomes on both sides. I also see there's some activities here on the chat. I see that Sami Kibe is thanking you, Douglas, for organizing the EMAX. He was one of the attendees. So it's nice to have a shout out. I also see here that it's one startup that thought of, that got very interested when talking about insurance tech, Simon. So this is from Irene. Nderitu, saying that they are basically aggregator for insurance, and yeah, she might be reaching out to you, by the way. Cool.
And also for Irene, maybe there is a Norwegian company called DD Finance here in Kenya that are actually their main project right now is providing insurance for the low income individuals. And so far the progress is quite good. Maybe that can also be an opportunity to understand and to interact with them.
Very good. I like that there's activities on the chat, and also if there's anybody listening in that has any questions and so on, kindly just write them on the chat, or if you want to do shout out like you did to Emax and Douglas, kindly do that, or any kind of connections. We're very, ASSEK is all about the spirit of collaboration. And Bernard, my next question is for you. This is because ASSEK is an association where you have tech hubs all over Kenya. Can you tell us a little bit about that? And also, yeah, maybe we can just start there.
Great. Thanks, Jonas. So ASSEK was built on this idea that you can support entrepreneurs. It takes a village to support one entrepreneur and for them to become successful. So I think when you look at the Kenyan ecosystem and how the support side for startups has grown, is we went from one hub in 2010 to hundreds of them today. So the thing is, when you look at how critical these enablers are in this whole equation of creating success, then you want to create a voice and a unifying platform for that space so that they can deal with ecosystem challenges, so challenges that affect everyone, and make it better for startups and basically their and also SMEs, not just startups, for them to thrive. So some of the work we focus on, for example, is the policy area and how we can give a voice to entrepreneurs and the enablers so that they can actually engage with the lawmakers to understand what the needs are. There's a very vibrant discussion currently happening around a startup bill, and ASSEK has been facilitating that conversation to improve what has been recommended by the Senator of Nairobi. We also try to look at, how do we build an environment where, there is basic respect and inclusion and kind of good practice on how to support entrepreneurship and to collaborate. So one of the projects we did, with the support of ICT Norway and our collaboration, is this code of conduct idea, where the idea is we know what has been kind of the bad practice. How do we make it known that, okay, even though this is not, like rules and regulations for you to follow, is like, how can everyone understand what is good for the ecosystem and what is bad for the ecosystem, and naturally adapt that.
This would be like, don't steal people's idea, don't be like a predator, like the basics, right? Yeah.
Exactly. So stuff like that. And I know these things they may feel basic sometimes, but I think when you operate in an environment where nobody has defined or highlighted this, then when these things happen, it becomes difficult to address them. We also look at this idea on how do you build collaborations that can actually give more value to entrepreneurs. And we're talking about collaboration amongst the enablers, but also with other stakeholders coming from outside, for example, also with government. And this is a big topic. And I think it's this mentality that we are not in a bubble and that Kenya is on the map, on the global map. And you want to create relationships that can help entrepreneurs here thrive and also create a globally competitive startup ecosystem. And I think we've done a lot of activities here as well, including taking startups to Oslo Innovation Week, and also trying to do projects with Norwegian companies. We also look at, how do you build capacity? Because we strongly feel like if we are to improve the standards of supporting entrepreneurs, then there's definitely, areas of improvement and kind of sharing best practices and also adopting some standards around how we operate. And I think there's been a lot of work to kind of raise the quality of support for entrepreneurs that we have been championing at ASSEK. And we also look at empowerment. So looking at things like inclusive innovation, for example, how do you ensure that women, children, persons with disability, also are getting the opportunity to participate in the innovation ecosystem, and also that we are attracting resources and partnerships that can help this to happen. And I think, one of the achievements we are very proud of just within a year is having been able to really create a platform and attract partners who have given us an opportunity to address some of the ecosystem issues, and also to create a structure that allows this to be by the ecosystem for the ecosystem. So ASSEK is a membership organization. Anyone who runs an innovation hub can apply to be a member, and also to the leadership of ASSEK. My term as chairman ends in March, and we are already transitioning into the new leadership with the incoming board, and kind of encouraging ecosystem players to take that active role. So basically what we believe in is that if the enablers are stellar, you're going to have stellar startups. So it's making sure that we have like with the partnerships we signed today with countrywide innovation hubs, what we're talking about is grassroots trickle down of this capacity, resources, policy issues. So we want to work with emerging hubs from all over Kenya and to give them the same visibility and support that hubs in Nairobi are getting. We also, signed partnership with Brighter and UK Kenya Tech Hub. And the whole idea is really to create visibility for our hubs as well on a global scale. And I think when conversations around the ecosystem become, a common topic that we all want to address, eventually it's going to be a win-win for everyone. And also we like connecting people. We want investors to know what's happening in the lakeside. We have, for example, now the Lake Basin Innovation Week happening there. And it's all about building these relationships. It's going to take time. We're just 1 year old, but I think it's very encouraging already, some of the work we've been able to do.
Nice. Thank you so much for that, Bernard. I see that we are soon running out of time. I will, because I also want to have like an ending remarks from you guys, but I will see if there's something on the chat here that we could ask. I see also that some of the panelists are active and answering, so thank you so much for that. I see that Trina has been active also. Yeah, I guess it's one question for you, Douglas. If you could mention a little bit about these two programs and what has been achieved, and also maybe how do people plug into it? I think you mentioned something about NORAD and the website. Yeah, please.
So for the programs, so which programs are there? Are the entrepreneurship programs or the EDFJ and?
Yeah, I think it's. I think it's a Vision 2030 and the Enterprise Development for Jobs that Sami is asking for.
Okay,
yeah.
so I'll just explain both so that in case it was the latter. So for the Vision 2030 and Enterprise Development Job programs, those are available for the Norwegian companies. So it's up to the Norwegian companies that are making initiatives in Kenya for them to apply for those programs. So when the Norwegian companies apply for those programs, then they can work with it. They have to work. It's a must for them to work now with a local partner who is a Kenyan company or a Kenyan entity. That's how the two programs work. But for the other programs that I had talked about, like the entrepreneurship programs with the universities, they had started, but immediately COVID broke out because there was a lot of interaction with the schools, with the universities. And once they closed down, I think now they are looking into renewing that conversation again, probably the beginning of next year.
Okay. Thank you so much, Douglas. I think you captured everything there. Since we only have 3 minutes left, I would first of all really like to thank all the panelists. I think you've been very interesting. I think this has been a very interesting conversation. Definitely going to follow up on what you said, Simon, about this fintech setup. So expect an email from me. And Trine, I will also follow up with you. I think also Bernard might, in terms of the assistive technology and also other areas. You mentioned that you collaborate with NABA. I think they're a good partner. I think also there's other partners that could enable you some interesting insight and some new partnerships also. And specifically here, I think in terms of bureaucracy hack, if you could take down the process of getting your product to market from 1 year to 3 months, then that would be a relevant problem, which I think that might find some interesting areas for. And then also Douglas, really appreciate that you shared this information about both the programs and also all your insight. I think that was very appreciated from everybody that's been listening in. And Bernard, like always, you're the chairman. Highly appreciated. And maybe we just finalize with, if everybody could do like a 30-second wrap up of maybe some of the takeaways, or maybe some of, if there's something else you would like to say before we close down. Maybe I'll start with you, Bernard, since we finished. Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Jonas. I think for me, what I would like to end with is our theme for this year at the inaugural ASSEK conference is more value for ESOs, entrepreneur support organizations. And I think that means more value for entrepreneurs. I think that's the heart of the issue. And I think the way we create this value is by building partnerships and collaborations that address areas of real opportunity, some of which we have discussed now. So I hope all of you are going to follow up and do something meaningful after this conference, so that next time we meet, we're going to share about the awesome collaborations happening. Thank you.
Very inspiring. Yes. Douglas, Simon, Trine, who wants to be next? Trine, here you go. Mic is yours.
Yes, I think it also been quite interesting being a part of this. Looking forward to your email, Jonas. I wrote in the chat about Nordic Proof. I think just 20 seconds about Nordic Proof. It is a network of partners from health institutions in the Nordics. And being a startup or a scale-up company, you can apply to be a part of that network and to test your idea or product or solution, and you will be redirected to one of the health institutions. And this is the one and only initial entry point for health companies coming into the Nordics. So, for example, if you are looking at the Norwegian health market, instead of going to 5 million inhabitants, you're going to 25 million inhabitants if you do it through a Nordic Proof. So that's quite interesting. And I have to say, from the health industry, we are fast growing when it comes to scale-ups. We have a growth in scale-ups in 10% yearly. So it's a lot of new things coming out of the health sector, and we are looking forward to also deal more with Kenya and Africa than we do today. 1 out of 3 of the scale-ups are first selling the product on the international market. So they are born globals, and I think that's good for the future, also when it comes to our collaboration. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Trine. Simon, do you want to say some final notes?
Yeah. So just want to finish up with that. The startups, they don't know the potential here, both sides. So it's just for us to push on the pedal and connect them. So
I like that. Okay, the road is straightforward.
Yeah,
I get it. All right, Douglas, do you have any final?
I think I'd like to see more of the governmental collaborations between both Norway and Kenya. And actually, it has like this year there has been a lot of activities between both countries. For example, we earlier in the year there was a knowledge we were planning on a knowledge transfer between the city of Konza and the city of Stavanger. So the city of Stavanger is assisting Konza in understanding on how to design well a city. So some of these are some of the programs that I would really love to see more because they encourage collaborations from both sides.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And for all the panelists, highly appreciate this. I think this was very interesting. For the audience, thank you so much. And ASSEK and all the membership hubs. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Okay. Bye.
My name is Chris Odongo. I will be your facilitator and master of ceremony for the day. I'd like you to turn to the person who's seated next to you, give them a handshake and welcome them to this event.
In 2017, Italy exported to Kenya 182 million euros, products for 182 millions, and Kenya exported to Italy products amounting to 54 million euro. So there is a lot of space to fill this imbalance. So it's up to you. To the 20 enterprises that will benefit from the project, I would like to remind you that the success of this project shall depend on you. It shall depend on your ability to remain focused on your dream, goals and ambition on which your companies are founded on. To conclude my remarks, it is my hope that the partnership models foreseen between public and private Italian institutions of higher learning and local partners can be replicated to improve the effectiveness and maximize the impact of public resources devoted to development, and that the good practices which will come out of this project can be taken up and to be spread to other sectors of this country and the African continent as a whole. Thank you. Asante sana.
In 2015, I had some meeting with very important entrepreneurs in Italy, and they understood that our methodology was unique, and that this could be also a political, a social novelty for our country. So they joined us, and it was possible to create the E4Impact Foundation. E4Impact was the name of the project and became the name of the foundation.
Enterprise for Social Impact, E4Impact, should be a point of hope for the new generations of people. Because we are concerned not only about, let us say, financial or economic efficiency, but about social impact. Impact in social impact means particularly assuring job creations. Each one of us should say or should ask himself or herself, each entrepreneur, how many jobs I am providing.
I think that the basis of E4 impact has been well chosen because, Your Excellency, Kenyan youth, and in particular entrepreneurs, are the most resourceful. No matter where you go, in the remotest parts of this country, tiny village, young people are resourceful, they're creative, they're creating things to sell, they're promoting small enterprise. And indeed, this is a very unique quality, a unique capacity that exists within the richness of our youth.
And when we were thinking about our accelerator, because also the incubation acceleration space is something that is taking, it's growing in Kenya and East Africa and Africa in general. So we wanted to think what could be our distinctiveness, what could make us unique, what is the difference between us and another accelerator, for instance. And we thought about two things. One was being part of the Big Four agenda of the current government. So we were looking at enterprises that are responding to that Big Four agenda. So that is construction, housing, health, and agri-food. So we were looking at that, and we would be part of the agenda of what the government is building. The other one was the link with Italy. So this is another specific distinction that we want to have as an accelerator. And so we were looking also at companies that would benefit the most with the support and link with Italian enterprises.
Now I declare the center officially open. Let us give a round of applause.
has had everything I have said, but the people have spoken and they have said they have not heard. So I'm going to keep talking until we ensure we have sound, and then we will hand it over to the panelists. All right, we seem to have found our sound. Our voice is not lost. Say it with me, our voice is not lost.
Our voice is not lost.
Fantastic, fantastic. Awesome. I will welcome Anne Salim. She's the moderator of this session, and she will take over. Anne, karibu.
Thank you so much, Brenda. We're joined today by 3 panelists. One is joining us virtually. I just want to confirm that Professor Ndemo is logged in. And as they set that up, I'd like to introduce the rest of my panelists. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us for this last shift. We hope our energy will keep you engaged. We're looking forward to having a very lively discussion on the policy and how it affects entrepreneur support organizations, and in particular, the startup bill. So joining me today is Victor, CEO of Viva Consult, and I'll give him a moment to introduce himself before I introduce the next panelist. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. My name is Victor Otieno. I represent a company called Viva Consult. So Viva Consult is an SME and startup research and consultancy that focuses on sub-Saharan Africa. So we do research at two levels: at firm level, in terms of helping startups and SME make good meaning out of the data they collect, to help them make better decisions. We also help ESOs, which are entrepreneurship support organizations, in terms of trying to use data to help them interact better with SMEs, as well as data and research that is used for policy conversations. Thank you very much, and I'm glad to be here.
Thank you, Victor. Up next is our second panelist, Gladys Kivati, who is Executive Director of Sustainable Business Consulting, a sustainability consulting and ESG advisory firm headquartered in Nairobi. Welcome, Gladys. You can tell us a little bit more.
Thank you so much, Anne, and thank you, ASSEK, for having me today. As Anne has just said, my name is Gladys Kivati. We run a sustainability and ESG. ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance advisory. And what we mainly do is support businesses integrate sustainability into their strategy, as well as redesign their business model to look at the triple bottom line. The triple bottom line here stands for a business making profit, but also having practices and operations that look into social impact as well as environmental impact, and take into consideration the cognizant of the global pandemic and what is happening globally in issues to do with climate change. Businesses have been affected adversely. So what we do is we support businesses think of all these factors that can impact their businesses negatively and help them come up with strategies that are sustainable and they can be able to sustain their operations and be resilient.
Thank you so much, Gladys. So our third panelist is Professor Bitangen Demo. He'll be joining us shortly as they set up the tech. And while we do that, maybe we just start and open up this discussion. There's been a very lively discussion on the startup bill. It was gazetted just recently, and there's been discussions and community engagements and feedback on the startup bill. What does the startup bill mean for you as organizations that are supporting entrepreneurs and startups? We can start with Victor, and then we head off to Gladys.
Yeah, so thank you very much. And I think the backdrop under which the startup bill conversation started is, number one is Kenya is a very innovative nation. And this is evidenced, and we've seen evidence around the same, like for example, in 2019, we had around 17% of venture capital funding coming to Africa being taken up by Kenyan startups. We've seen, Kenya top in terms of, being a very innovative country, and this is evidenced by, Global Innovation Index, where I think Kenya is around, I think, number 2. So of course, we are seeing a lot of innovation. We are seeing a lot of potential and talent in Kenya. So it's only logical for for government through legislation to be able to support this kind of institutions to be able to really spur economic development. That's number one. Number two, I think also is if you look at the economic trajectory of Kenya, we have SMEs being the major contributors to socioeconomic development. Yeah, so we have around 98% of all businesses currently are SMEs. We have SMEs contributing 33% to GDP, SMEs employing over 30% of the population. But of course, SMEs can only do so much, and there are challenges that are there in regards to SMEs. So I think from where I sit is I see the startup bill and startups being or acting as the next economic frontier for for socioeconomic development in Kenya.
All right, thank you, Victor. How about you, Gladys? What are your thoughts on the startup bill?
Yeah, so my thoughts, the startup bill actually provides a legislative framework that is aimed to foster a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship, especially within the startup ecosystem. And what it mainly seeks to achieve is to govern all the ecosystem players that are aimed at, ensuring that startups are actually operating in an enabling environment. And some of these actors, ecosystem actors, are investors, incubators. We realized that the incubator landscape has changed. We recently launched a report that was looking at the landscape of incubators and accelerators in East Africa. And we realized there's been a very growth in terms of incubators opening up, especially in Kenya. And what this bill does is being able to govern the incubation centers that are set up, and also being able to govern the startups that are being set up. And mostly, I think it's a win for startups in a way that it provides incentives, and also it provides an opportunity for startups to formally register, because we have a clear understanding what an SME is and what is a step that an SME requires to follow for registration, but we don't really have a clear framework on startups. So this actually provides a legal framework on the ways in which a startup is governed, and some of the support system that a startup can actually utilize for them to grow by utilizing the incubation programs that will be set up in the county governments. And we are seeing a move for decentralizing ecosystem support. And we realize, as most of us I know who are listening, they've played a role in the ecosystem, especially the startup and the SGB ecosystem. We realize that there's a lot of focus, especially on the urban centers when it comes to providing support to businesses. But with this bill, it provides an opportunity for the county government to work closely with the national government to formalize incubation centers and to ensure that support is reaching every startup at the county level. And I see with the challenges that the startups face to do with market access, to do with access to financial resources, what the bill proposes is being able to set up more of credit schemes that startups can be able to access some of this financial support from financial institutions. We're also seeing there being an opportunity to facilitate investor discussions and bringing on board partners who can actually support startups grow and enhancing the innovation ecosystem. So I think it's a win for startups. The challenge or the call upon all the ecosystem players is how do we actually make it work? And we are really optimistic, even as we discuss this bill, that everyone has a goodwill to ensure that all the ecosystem players play a key role in ensuring that the startups are supported.
I like that. I think one of the things we've found as we've started this whole engagement process around the startup bill and policies in general is everyone is always looking at what's in it for me, what's the process of getting in, why now, why is this relevant? And so I'm really hoping that in this discussion, we can open up that conversation and make people even ask from the diaspora, even and those joining us virtually, what are the key concerns that you have on this process, how you'd like us to address them as well. So let's start with the biggest question. Startups are asking, what's in it for me? Entrepreneur support organizations like the hubs and the accelerators and the incubators are asking, what's in it for me? What's in it for them?
Yeah, so given that I am heavily involved in I continue to be heavily involved in the process, I think three things. Number one is, in terms of objectives, number one is to be able to recognize startups. If you look at the way government is structured, government only allocates resources on entities or sectors that are already identified and are already anchored in law. So currently, for instance, we have SMEs being anchored in the MSME Act 2012. So it's easier for government to have conversations around the same, given that they're already recognized in law. So it means that's number one in terms of resource allocation in general. Number two is being recognized in law gives you the opportunity for government again to collect data around the sector. So if you look at the current, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics data, it collects information around SME. So for example, right now I know from the last data collected around MSME, we have around 7.4 million SMEs in Kenya with I think around 70% of them, of them being informal. So it's easier to make decisions around SMEs because you already have data around SMEs. So I think that the first port of call for this bill is to be able to recognize startups in law, after which they can be able to access resources and can be able to be aligned or mainstreamed in terms of data collection. Number two, I think in terms of objectives is after recognition, and given the fact that we know the potential of Kenyan startups, and we've mentioned this, in 2017, for instance, we have around 17% of all venture capital coming into Africa going to Kenyan startups. That's a significant number, despite the lack of government support for startups. So the question you'd imagine if you are to support this kind of enterprises, what is the potential? What's the upside of this? So of course that means that there is great potential if maybe, for example, they can be able to get some sort of incentives. We can discuss the kind of incentives that startups need as well as investors, but at least being able to get some form of incentives, be it grants or be it access to credit guarantee scheme, as well as getting some infrastructural support through getting access to incubation space, etc., etc. But also number three, most importantly, especially for ESOs or incubators, is the opportunity to really play a major role in terms of supporting the growth of startups. Yeah, so currently we don't see that happening as such, in the sense that we have, of course, incubators playing or supporting startups in the way they know how. So I think number one, the formation of ASSEK, and also number two, the anchoring of the bill would ensure that there's a systemic way through which incubators are able to interact with startups in a manner that we can be able to create a critical mass or a significant number of startups or pipeline of startups that are investable and are bankable, and of course that represents job opportunities for a lot of young Kenyans in Kenya.
All right, thank you, Victor. I mean, that's quite comprehensive. How about you, Gladys? What are some of your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at if at all we were to see how businesses are supported from ideation to growth stage. There's a process, and the current market players, especially in Kenya and even within the East Africa region, there's this nuance to actually support more of growth stage companies because they are considered less risky. But I see the provision of what is actually being proposed now. It's more of the government taking a step to anchor the startups, just as you're saying, Victor, to anchor the startups and create this enabling environment and facilitating this risky early stage startup phase of businesses, which most businesses, I was reading statistics of the number of new businesses that were registered between July and September during the COVID-19, they were up by 95%. And these are so many businesses that have come up during the COVID-19 period. And these are all considered startups. So if any of these startups needed funding and they wanted to go to a bank, none of them would listen. Or even if they wanted to go to an investor, none of them would listen. So we are seeing this being more of an opportunity for startups to actually get an opportunity to formalize their business. And for the other ecosystem players, be it an accelerator, one way in which they can actually benefit from this is get a pipeline of startups that have gone through a formal process that is recognized by government, and in such a way that they can actually have backing even to attract investors. I was also reading another report just about a month ago, and they were actually talking about investors who are looking to invest, say, for instance, in Kenya IT companies. For an investor who is, say, in the US or in the UK, and they want to invest in a Kenyan company, one of the founders, or the only way they can actually invest is by one of the founders actually being an international. And you see, these are creating barriers for entry, and they're actually creating barriers for access to investment opportunities in Kenya, because the startups that exist currently, they have very great innovative ideas, but they are not anchored within a framework that recognizes them and gives them that ability to showcase who they are and be anchored in a system that can actually help them scale. So I see this being a way to actually formalize startups, and the fact that there's a provision for protecting of intellectual property, which is one thing. Right now, an incubation program will ask you, can you share with us a pitch? Can you share with us, your idea? And because someone is either seeking for funding or seeking for investor, someone will go out there and just speak about their business, spill all the beans, and this person is not protected. But with this bill, it actually proposes for protection of intellectual property and also patenting, especially for even internationally, meaning your idea can actually not be taken up internationally or protected. So they're good ideas, but now the opportunity for all ecosystem players is how do we actually ensure it's anchored and it's protecting our startups and it's actually delivering value for ecosystem players.
I like that. I mean, some of the things people are saying is the introduction of this bill is going to stifle innovation because the registration process is quite cumbersome. And there's a double registration. There's the incubator, they have to register, and then the startup also has to register. How would you answer back to those who say that, because they're saying, oh, you're introducing complications in the registration? Personally, I feel the registration is necessary because it helps us identify the organizations that exist, and also helps us to put them in a specific category that maybe we can now lobby for and say they need additional support in X and Y. Proposing that frameworks need to be put in place for this provision and support of these organizations that identify as startups. What do you guys feel about the registration? Is it stifling the innovation process? Is it making the process even harder? Or
yeah, so I think around the conversations that we've had around the same has been that the amount of value that you're going to get if you are to get the badge of a startups are enormous. You can imagine, being able to access grants, being able to access, at least for ideation and prototyping kind of startups, being able to access credit through the credit guarantee scheme, where we hope, we can have other players other than financial institutions playing, have venture capitalists, have PE funds be in the conversation around the credit guarantee scheme. We are looking at, support in terms of, IP support, as Gladys has mentioned. So if you look at the value that startups are going to get, are proposed to get, is enormous. And if you look at the way even financial institutions operate, there has to be some skin in the game. So I don't think the idea is to stifle, but the idea is to try to sieve and only have people who are really very serious in terms of being able to operate as startups. You also don't want to have an open process that that is open for abuse. So it's just adding another KYC layer just to ensure that the guys who are coming in are very serious. Okay. And again, if you look at the registration of businesses in Kenya, it's actually very fast. It's done through e-citizen. So it's not like you're going to come to a physical space to be able to register. So it's just do your registration as a company, then apply for the status or the label of our startups. Also, you also don't want it to be very automatic that immediately you register, it's automatic that you want to participate in the startup bill, in the startup badge. Sorry. So you also want to create the democracy of I would want to join. If I don't want to join them, it's still open for you.
All right, thanks. I see someone in the comments says registration is necessary, but it should be simplified. I want to take a brief moment and introduce Professor Bitangen Demo, who's just joined us. Professor Bitangen Demo, over to you to introduce yourself, and then I can throw the first question over to you.
Yes, my name is Bitangen Demo, and thank you for inviting me. Audio. I think, yeah.
Prof, I think the audio, we can't hear you yet. Just try again. Now we can hear you. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I said my name is Bitangen Demo, and thank you for inviting me to join you in this important discussion.
All right, yeah, thank you. Prof, we wanted to start, we've just been discussing what we think about the startup bill, and I'd like to ask you the same question. What does the startup bill mean for you? And you have context from a historical perspective of all the different things that have been done to support entrepreneurship in the country. Would you want to share a little bit of what the journey has been like? And now with the startup bill, what are your thoughts? Yeah, over to you, Prof.
Yes. I think earlier on we thought of trying to put everything in the legislation, and you realize the reason why we seek for legislation is because of dishonesty. That let's create a framework which would recognize the people who are genuine. I think what we forget that the space of innovation doesn't require a lot of regulatory mechanisms. This is because very easily stifle innovation completely by going that route. And number two is that members of parliament are very complex human beings. They are the ones who make the law. What will be the definition? Someone would stand up and say, the farmers who are beginning are startups. And then they would spoil your lunch for no reason, because they are looking at the resources that will be allocated there. If it is for protection of intellectual property, we should actually improve the Kenya, the intellectual property law in Kenya. The intentions are good, but most people don't understand how government works, because parliament appropriates money. And when they appropriate money where there is where they can create a lacuna, you would not even understand how the money was used. Meaning that they will take it and say, oh, we gave startups in Nyambene South where they were starting up growing carrots. So that you can't also define it in such a way that you discriminate other sectors. The best route we should have gone in this sector is to try at our level best and see that we streamline areas like the youth fund, the women's fund, can it fund this, then provide incentives to the private sector to invest in local startups. I say this because the only country that has developed a law around the space is Brazil, which has what they call mission-oriented policy. The startups bill here does not give room for innovation. I say this because a lot of innovations required in government, people fear to do it because if they make a mistake, they are fired. That's how simple it is. If we had this bill prescribed like the Brazilians, that yes, we can allow a startup in government, if they make mistakes, we forgive them. If you take like a blockchain solution for the lands ministry and someone breaks through the system, you will be destroyed. You will be destroyed. But what people need to know is that the penal code is actually sufficient to protect us. The reason why the British never had a written constitution is to avoid such things like PPI. So we keep on legislating to the extent that we stifle ourselves from moving forward. Those are my words. And if people think it's too harsh, it is the truth. Instead of coming to discover later on that a law like this, meant to be enabling, can actually stifle the process.
Thank you so much, Professor, for sharing some of those thoughts. I'd like to allow Gladys and Victor to respond to some of those thoughts. Over to you, Gladys.
Yeah, so I've actually seen a comment there that we should, to also add on to what Prof is saying about us enforcing the existing policies rather than us creating new policies, because this can actually stifle innovation. For me, my thoughts, the existing policies, especially that are around the entrepreneurial ecosystem, I'm thinking about the AGPO, all these other avenues that the government has actually tried to promote inclusion and try to just put in place structures and frameworks to create this entrepreneurial ecosystem that is, that is moving forward. There's been progress, but one of the challenge I think is its implementation. And I know Professor is talking about the political thinking or the political interest behind some of these legislative frameworks. But then at this stage, I'm not able to comment really about the political goodwill, especially around this bill, based on what the bill actually proposes. These are good ideas, but it's about the ecosystem players, including the political class, implementing and just us implementing what has been proposed in the bill. The existing policies are there, but they're mainly targeted towards, say, women, towards youth, people with disability. They're also looking at the SMEs in general. But for me, I feel this bill is looking at startups as a specific subsector, which has not been explored. So we can keep creating legislative frameworks to accommodate existing challenges that happen within our ecosystem. It's just how do we actually implement and ensure that whatever has actually been put in writing, people can actually see the benefits to it.
I agree with you. I mean, we have to see what the benefits will come. And Professor is saying there's a lot of private interests with the bill. But here we're saying right now we need a base layer. And that is, can we recognize startups? I mean, what are your thoughts, Victor?
I agree. And to some degree, I agree with Prof. I think for me, the question is now that we are where we are right now, I think one of the benefits or one of the outputs that for me I would appreciate from the bill is just getting that special recognition. Because it's one thing to say, okay, now let's work within existing framework or existing legal landscape to support startups in that way. The question is that has not happened for the last maybe 5 years. So the question is, what can we do? Even if it's one step forward, can we be able to take that step? So I think even for me is out of the entire process, even just getting the mere fact that we're able to get recognition, and based on that recognition, it gives confidence to different stakeholders, such as investors who maybe would want to invest in the ecosystem, and probably they don't know how, and there's a lack of credibility in the ecosystem. So getting that recognition at the very least for me is very important, and also being able to get data, because one of the things that we also see in this ecosystem is the lack of data around who is doing what. Yeah, and again, different players have been trying to gather data, but again, data that is collected by private player is for their own consumption. How can we be able to ensure that as a nation we have open source data around around startup activities that we can collectively be able to make decisions around the same? To his point around the current affirmative action funds, the youth fund, the women fund. So one of the things I think, or one of my hypotheses or theories why they continue to fail is based on the what we call the SME sector structure in Kenya. So if you look at Kenya National Bureau of Statistics data, we have around top sectors in Kenya being wholesale retail, motor vehicle repair, food and accommodation. So those are the major kind of businesses that are in Kenya, and they're actually the ones driving the economy. If you look at maybe the mortality of the same sector, again, is very high. We are looking at a mortality rate of around 75% in the first 3 years. So these are the kind of entities that are applying for funding within the affirmative actions. And based on their very high mortality rate, it means that you cannot be able to sustain the funds. They cannot be able to repay those funds. Because if you're looking at maybe top sectors being wholesale retail, and they're getting their goods from China and at a low price or whatever, it means that you cannot be able to sustain a fund, such an affirmative fund, with business models that are not sustainable. So for me, I think startups represents a fresh way of accessing these funds. I agree. It could be that we could use those funds, but how can you be able to access those funds if you're not even recognized in law? So, you would say, let, for example, youth access the funds, or women access the funds, or even SMEs access the funds. So you don't have a legal standing as startups to be able to access such funds. So I think having some form of of law, even if even if you don't go to the extent of giving IP support, etc., at the very least, for me, I think a huge plus out of this is just having that simple recognition and being able to plug into existing infrastructure within government.
Thank you so much, Victor. Professor, I want to come back to you briefly. Some of these laws that have been existing in the past that in Wholesome have aspects that support SMEs and startups, but at a very micro level have not been very successful. From your experience and engagement in this ecosystem as a whole, there are some clear gaps that still need to be met and filled to support the startup ecosystem. So are there gaps that you've identified, especially that you feel like this startup bill will or will not address?
Well, the moment you say you want to be recognized as startups, what is the definition of startup? That's where the problem begins. You can't say startups are people who have gone to school who can write software. A startup is any company that is just beginning. And that is where I fear members of parliament would exploit the opportunity and go back to the same problem we have with the small enterprises. If you looked at AGPO was very good, but people did not understand how to access it because it looked like it's an elitist thing for people who understood how government works. It hasn't worked even in counties where they're supposed to take advantage of AGPO. The other point that I want to raise on this aspect, the more we continue to go as a section, women parliamentarians, disability parliamentarians, soon you are going to hear LGBT parliament, even them, they want to be recognized as a unit that is discriminated. It makes it very difficult for us to move forward. Recognition is the identity that you have, your identity card. And the moment you do something like a new startup and it moves on, that is recognition. I'll give you an example because I've done an article about, I've begun writing about startups. Just a few years ago, everybody remembers Little when it started. It sought a collaboration with Safaricom. And they started working. Eventually, they separated, but it moved on. The revenue for Little this year was 12 billion shillings. 12 billion shillings. Kamal didn't go asking that I want to be recognized. They developed the system, used social networks, used other networks to grow. So what we need, the discussion we need to have, how do we get into such networks? Silicon Valley, they didn't have a startup law, but they have done it. The more legislation, the more attractiveness we bring politicians into our space, and then we destroy innovation completely, because innovation requires no legislation. Actually, this is what happens when we talk about, if you look at the report we did on blockchain AI, we said we need at least to have sandboxes, because you need to play around and break some laws, rules. M-Pesa, we broke some laws to bring it to where it is. You are not telling me that when you get into the higher levels of innovation around finance area with a startup law, that members of parliament will not come and stifle you and say, we don't understand this cryptocurrency, stop it. Then it is stopped. And yet in 5 years, every national currency would be crypto. We don't want to be behind. We want to be at the cutting edge. And the more we get into the political side, the more we disenfranchise ourselves. And I've seen that happen. They are selfish people in parliament. and they would use the word startup to actually mess up the whole thing. What is happening now, you should actually understand that the entire SME sector, MSME, is being disrupted. Who are disrupting it? Small companies, like bigger companies are getting there. Even global companies are getting into the space. Very soon, you are not going to hear micro and small enterprises as a pain, because in entrepreneurship, you succeed where there is the greatest problem. That is what we should be playing. How can we break through this problem? Now we are living, Google comes, provides everybody with an addressing point, they collect their data, then we begin asking, where is the data? They are collecting data from us and we are seeing it. We are saying, no, let us be the ones having rudimentary CPS locationing so that we are able to collect the data from our people and know who is dealing in tomatoes, who is dealing with whatever. South Africa is selling us eggs in Nairobi. We can't organize Moranga to sell eggs to Nairobi. Those are the opportunities. Those are the areas we need to ask. Actually, people need to ask, where do I put the money? Where do I put my skills now? We have failed to have many of these discussions, so that instead of saying some of us start businesses which are not productive, we are the ones who do business that are productive. It's actually not the correct way of doing it. We focus our energies in helping one another and forget about the political side.
Thank you so much, Prof. I mean, you share so many interesting insights. One of the things that's coming out as I hear you speak is a big conversation that we hardly talk about is a lot of our young startups need money and sort of capital to help them boost to the next level. So in the absence of this kind of recognition, how do we help them get the backing that they need to get the capital that they're looking for? A second conversation. Yeah, sorry, yes, Prof.
They can't get the money. And that is what he said, that the government is not able to repay the youth fund or women fund. The moment you go into startup specific, the term startup will be defined as anybody who doesn't have money, who is starting something. And then you have the same number of people requiring the money. So the question we should have asked, how do we fund the young people? Can we get venture builders? Can we talk to universities to develop ventures for young people and they come out of the rut? That is a different conversation.
I'd like to bring that up, actually, now that you bring it up. Victor, the startup bill provisions for a de-risk fund in the miscellaneous provisions. Could you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, so thanks, Prof. I think those are very wonderful insights that you've shared there. Again, from where I sit, I'm thinking, and he's given two examples. Number one is, the Little Cub, as well as Silicon Valley. And I think maybe just getting context around the same is very important, because if you look at developed countries, they already have some minimum infrastructure that is able to support them without legislation for them to scale and for them to be able to get a critical number of startups, to reach unicorn stage, etc. The question is, if you're a university student, or you're just an entrepreneur who, would want to, develop or start a venture in the name of a startup, how best can you be able to, grow your venture, and how can we, as a country, create a critical critical mass of startups to be able to make some significant change? It's good that I think the last decade or the last 5 years, we've had 1 or 2, 3 or 4 startups coming through. But the question I think I'm asking myself is, how can we be able to scale that? How can we be able to scale that process up? So I think one of the things that I see the startup bill doing is being a conversation starter. I don't think it's an end by itself. If the bill wasn't there today, we'd not be having this discussion. So I think it's the start of a conversation, and I think it's good that we're able to get a different perspective in terms of how can we, from a bird's point of view, be able to catalyze the startup ecosystem. And for me, what I think the principle that I work with is, for me, innovation and being different is not a factor of just creating one or two very good companies. Is innovation, and this is we've learned with China, is a question of increasing your volume of creativity, your volume of ideas. Of course, there might be low tech, low value ideas, but out of that, you're able to get one or two or three very good ideas. One of the things that we relate, Albert Einstein is the law of relativity. That's the only thing we remember Albert Einstein with. But if you know that, if you read through his history, you'd realize that he had written a lot of he had put out a lot of publications, and out of the many publications, it's only one that came out as genius. So I think for us, I think the general idea of the bill is to create a critical mass of startups. Because one of the challenges we also see from an investor point of view is they come to Kenya or they come to Africa with some minimum threshold in terms of investment. So there is a level at which they can't go below in terms of, and it will not make an economic sense. So I think for us, from where I sit also, is can we be able to start creating a critical mass of startups to be able to reach a point where you are visible globally, or you're visible in Africa, then you can be able to attract investments. And one of the things I think that is not very clear from the people who are commenting on the bill is that the definition is already there, and the definition is not an SME. If you look at one of the clauses, I can't remember, it's very clear what or who a startup is. It has to be an institution that maybe is either founded or based on tech. It's a company that maybe is less than 8 years, and it's a raft of characteristics that we are trying to look and differentiate it from any other business. Because again, startups are very and significantly very different from SMEs, and it's just a question of trial. Yeah, so I agree. I agree with Prof. In terms of some of the ideas that he has. But I think for me this should be a continuous conversation. And it should not be that we need to stop this and do another. The question that maybe I would ask all of us is, how best can we be able to move forward given the situation that we find ourselves in?
Thank you so much, Victor. And that's the conversation we need to ask. Gladys, you work in an advisory capacity, especially with BILAB East Africa and other organizations that are SME in nature. The funding issue is coming up quite a bit. How do you advise them to seek funding in this case? And what provisions do you think policy has a role in which it can play to support small industries and organizations to find funding?
Okay. So mainly when when businesses are enrolling in some of these programs or are seeking, say, technical assistance in some of these institutions, be it support programs or enterprise support organizations, their first motive is to get funding. But what we've realized is you need to get funding, but with a certain type of support, because you walk to a bank or you walk to an investor, the investor will ask you, what do you have for me? And so if you're not packaged properly, there is no way you're going to get that funding. There's no way you're going to get that financing. And so and we've realized there's a very big gap, especially with our financial institutions. That's why we have angel investors and we have all these investors who are coming in place, or even people who are using crowdfunding to be able to accommodate the missing middle, those who cannot afford financing from the bank and those who cannot raise money, bootstrapping, they cannot raise money from their family and friends. So most people are actually designing programs that can offer financial and non-financial support. And that's the only way to ensure sustainability, because you'll be given money, but what will you use the money for? Most entrepreneurs have an idea of what the money will be used for, but with the advisory, what we do is we help you structure. This is the amount of money you need. These are the priorities you need to address in your business for you to scale. Because this funding, you'll not get funding forever. You're getting funding to help you pivot, or you're getting funding for you to for you to scale your business. So we realize that especially for startups, it's been very difficult because they don't actually fall. I don't think the startups actually fall in the target for the missing middle, because they have an idea, they have not packaged packaged it. And that's why we have incubator programs that are supposed to offer these startups with office spaces, facilities, with mentors and all these networks to help them package their business so that even as they're advancing or they're moving from an idea stage, they have a prototype that can actually be bankable, for lack of a better word. So I think that's the support. And in any business venture, be it even you're a small business that is trying to go seek funding, you have to follow the same process because the legislative framework, especially in Kenya around access to finance, there is no shortcut to it. There are documents you need to provide. There are guarantees. You need to provide a guarantee if you're going to get a financing from the bank. And so all these institutions have been trying to create this enabling environment to ensure that, and they've been going to the government and asking them, can you facilitate this access to finance for us to be able to support these small and growing businesses within the ecosystem? And through the bill, it's offering startups more of a credit scheme guarantee, and it's also offering to facilitate fiscal and non-fiscal, support for investment, and trying to ensure that these startups can actually get global recognition so they can actually attract global investors. And I think it's a great move, and all they need is just that place that they can be incubated to package their business for them to be bankable.
All right, thank you so much. I like that you bring about the fact that there is also foreign investment that's needed. Prof, I want to bring you back to this conversation and just rope in the diaspora. They contribute a significant amount of money to the GDP of the country. And we believe that if they also channel some of that funding to support young innovations that are coming up, there would be a big boom in the country and we could see a lot more scale in the innovations in the startup ecosystem. What do you think the people in the diaspora should play in financing and guaranteeing for startups? And do you think we can use this bill to create avenues for some of the funding from the diaspora to be channeled through this? Yeah.
Much of the diaspora money goes to consumption, and it's you send money to your parents, whatever. But if we build viable enterprises, they will invest in them. They will invest them. And I think what we have not done in detail is to look at the biographies of people like Reed Hastings, Mark Randolph, those who started Netflix, and Jeff Bezos with Amazon. Jeff Bezos used to deliver books by himself. And they people started seeing he's making money, it began to make sense. People need to trust you. And I talk to so many young people who are doing their startups, and I say, just go around. If you came to sell me the idea and I buy the idea, then I'm your first customer. But you find people develop a pitch deck and there is zero revenue and they're asking for funding. Even government won't trust you. So we actually need to create networks and say, I'll give a bit of this. And you come when you are pitching and you say, well, we have 50 customers and this is what they are saying about the product. This is what these Americans, they didn't have money. But once they started selling, people began to invest in them. The whole issue about our discussion is lack of trust. If we are able to deal with the trust issue, even everybody in the diaspora would put their money in our startups here.
Okay, the issue is lack of trust. How do we build trust? Any one of you guys want to take that up?
Yeah, so I think even in e-commerce, I think the challenge that we are having currently in terms of unlocking greater value in the e-commerce space is trust, and I agree with that. I think maybe a better, maybe a different way of looking at it is how can we be able to build a credible investment vehicle or framework where maybe that can act as an intermediary between startups and SMEs as well as diaspora. Because I think if you're to look at such a model and at scale, then of course you can't have a situation where maybe someone in the diaspora, looking at different profiles of different startups. So I think maybe the way you do unit trust, where you just pay a certain amount and you are given a guaranteed return. Maybe that's a model maybe that we could explore in terms of, having some framework around the Capital Markets Authority, which of course is the body that looks at public investment, and have that money being traded somewhere around such a platform. Because again, CMA gives a credible platform and can be able to give trust, and they can be able to give some sort of social guarantee that your money is not going to be lost. Then that's from the supply side. Now, from the demand side is trying to be able to organize, startups being able to be able to access that kind of money. I don't know, maybe get a board or someone or some committee that is able to vet, different applications coming forward. But I think it's having some systems around the same, a credible system with a credible body, maybe can be able to create the trust and the necessary institutional backing to to enable diaspora to send their funds.
All right, thank you. Gladys, might you have anything to add on that topic, or should I move on to the very next segment? Yeah.
No, I'm just thinking trust is two-way. So do the startups trust the investors? Do the investors trust the startups? So I think, and now with the government, the other day, the government was announcing that it's going to actually check for every new person. They're going to actually go deep and check, the database of investors and, to ensure that the money that is coming into the country is not illegal money. And let's say you've registered, they're going to give you, say, a grace period of 3 years to do this. So I think it's how do you actually create a space where it's an enabling environment, because that's the core, where there's trust and there's transparency, because that's the essence of governance, and good governance is about integrity and transparency. So if for the startups can actually own up to that, these are our systems, this is our structures, and this is our information, and you're going to give you as is. And on the other case, the investors or even any other party within the ecosystem is actually honest from the beginning and transparent, and there's this essence of integrity. I think that's a good point. People have set up standards to promote this, but they're not really at the startup level.
All right, thank you so much for all those opinions. For the people who are joining us virtually, yes, Professor.
Which made a very good comment, where government is beginning to ask. Last year, Kenya got almost close to $1 billion in terms of support to the startup. Government is now saying we need to vet that money so that we see whether it is illegal money. The same very year, almost $1 trillion left Africa into Western banks. You have never heard Britain saying, we want to vet that money. This is what I'm telling you, that whenever you bring in government, you end up in problems, because people are sending money to build the startups, yeah? We are getting other requirements. You can't even get the money because there is something called AML. But when people steal money from Africa to the rest of the world, you've never, ever had US stop any money or Europe itself stop any money. These are the areas where we need to debate.
I mean, yeah, I think that's quite interesting, actually. All right, thank you so much, Professor. So let's talk about one more issue that's quite serious, and that's intellectual property. I think one of the things that policy is relevant for is creating enabling environments, but also protecting our own. And we need to be able to help young innovators be able to protect their innovations through IP. Are there provisions in this current bill that support IP, or which other legislations exist that support IP that innovators should be aware of? Because we're having a general policy discussion, it's good to have like the whole big picture. Any of you guys want to go first?
Yeah, so I think one of the areas, I think, because when we were starting the process, we had a lot of conversations with a lot of startups. And one of the key issues other than financing was the issue around IP. And with the idea, with the backdrop being that a lot of startups in Kenya go into this not policy hackathon, but go through this hackathon where they pitch and present ideas. And for some reasons, you find that maybe you win or you don't win the hackathon. And these ideas have a way of finding themselves out of the ecosystem and being, being further developed in other countries. So the whole idea was, how can we be able to protect our startups in terms of the ideas that they generate, and how can we be able to modernize our IP law to be able to cater for 21st century challenges. So I think for me, that's the context under which I think we should be viewing IP. IP is a double-edged sword. Sometimes it's not good to protect. It's not good to protect early. Sometimes it's good to have open conversations and maybe try to look at protecting your IP much later on, because sometimes especially in Africa where we don't have too much infrastructural support, ETC is you might be able to protect then, but even if you protect, you lose the value of collaborating with other stakeholders who would have helped you to, really develop the idea and be able to make more revenue, as opposed to you closing the idea early enough.
Okay, but when we put it that way, then there are already existing institutions like KIPI that are tasked with the mandate of helping young innovators secure their innovations. Where are the gaps there? Because already this is existing. Why do we need to further reinforce the whole idea of IP? Gladys, any thoughts?
I think there is lack of knowledge. Say, for instance, and the nature of innovators, they wake up with an idea, it's good, they share it with some of their friends, and their friends are like, I think this is the next big idea. And the next thing they are registering a business or they are pitching it to someone else. So I think it's the nature of innovation, but also the fact that most people don't actually understand, if I have an idea for me to actually patent it, where should I go? And if I go to KIPI, will they ask me for money? What are the costs of patenting? How long does it take? There are requirements that you need to follow for you to actually patent your idea. So I think it's just the whole consumer knowledge on how to go about the process. And I think Prof has talked about this. The intellectual property rights are not developed in Kenya to a stage that they can actually be able to compete with patenting or intellectual IPs globally. So as much as we are saying that this bill proposes for recognition of IPs globally, do they actually match up to those standards? And so I think it's an idea of the innovators or even the startups being aware of what patenting is all about, what is the process of patenting, are there any cost implications? And at all, if you patent, what does that mean for you? Because I know there are different structures on how you can actually go about it. So I think that is just my thought about it. And with innovation comes with research and development. You may patent an idea today, then tomorrow you wake up, it's advanced. So it's just about the whole innovation journey. But I think the whole process and the whole understanding of what intellectual property is in Kenya and it being able to match up to the global standards, I think is very key.
All right, thank you so much, Gladys. Professor, do you want to add anything on the IP discussion?
Yes. If you are on Google, you can go to Kenya Copyright Board and see that they have proposed an intellectual property bill 2020. And then we are putting some protection in the startup bill. Then we are keeping. So what we are doing is we are giving lawyers meat to argue on anything because we are overloading with the legislation. Nobody has talked about the new bill on intellectual property, and the Copyright Board is actually asking people to make comments. So these are the confusion. Once you get this, lawyers get very happy. And
I think maybe just I think maybe just to add, I think if you look at specifically the bill, it doesn't in any way try to create any form or to reinvent the wheel. I think the idea being the principle that I think that has been mentioned is that startups need some form of protections, some form of IP protection. And the reference has been made to all the the IP laws that are in existence. And I think the more an important issue I think that I think maybe we should be looking at is again giving input towards the IP bills to ensure that they are able to maybe to look at the issues that startups go through. But I don't think specifically the startup bill talks about how to go about protection. The idea was because of the complexity of the problem, complexity of getting a part or IP protection, as well as the cost. So I think where the bill talks, what the bill talks about is how can maybe, for example, startups be facilitated to ensure that they are able to protect their IP property through and through. And I think that that mandate has been given to the Kenya Innovation Agency to find a way of ensuring that startups are not exposed to lawyers or people who maybe would be predatory or take advantage of them. But how can startups be able to easily access the IP support in Kenya? I think that's what is in the bill.
I like that.
I did not want to bring in. I'm not negative, but a deluge of legal frameworks puts us in a dilemma. We have Kenya Innovation Agency. We have research fund, which is separate. Actually, people practically trying. You need to do research in order to innovate, but then you have two different institutions. Eventually, you find that the research people are holding to their research money. It's not going to Kenya Innovation Fund. We have the copyright people not making reference to the other people. So I think we need to get our act together and do what we really want to do.
I want to open it up to the people in the comment in the joining us virtually. I mean, do you have any comments on this section of IP and the role IP, how it should be factored in the startup bill conversations on any other legislation that exists? Are there any comments in the chat section? Send them and we'll read them out. Thank you so much, all of you, for saying those comments. I mean, one of the things, as sitting in the ASSEK board, we are supporting especially the enablers. And here we have the hubs and the incubators and the accelerators coming in as a support structure to help the innovators, follow this pipeline of this is how to protect yourself, this is how to secure investment, this is how to network, and actually being an agent of providing attraction for those networking opportunities. Where do you think the gap is? Have the hubs been fully covered? Not just the hubs, but the incubators, the accelerators, have they been fully covered in this policy bill in terms of they need support too to be able to keep the doors open?
Yeah, so I think maybe just to go and just taking up from the last comment that Prof had, and I don't think in any way from where I sit, I see any you being negative, and I think it's good that you're able to enrich the conversation. And I think as a country, we constantly need to have hard conversations, and I think it's that's very important and that's very good. Yeah. So that's number one. Number two is if you look at we've done a couple of research around, and even GSMA and different players have done research around incubation hubs in Kenya. And the general bit is that a lot of hubs have sustainability issues. Yeah, in the sense that very few of them, because they don't have enough pipeline and we're not getting enough, startups exiting, it means that they're not able to generate internal revenues to be able to support to have their own programs. So a lot of incubation programs rely on external parties to come run programs, and they're able to make revenue out of that. But that's not sustainable. So I think one of the major issues that maybe I think the bill addresses is trying to be able to be inclusive in terms of really trying to mainstream incubators and give them a lifeline in terms of being or taking or playing a bigger part in the lifestyle or in the lifespan of a startup. So I'm assuming that if, like, for example, I think David in the morning was talking about Makueni having a Makueni County Hub. That's an opportunity for for government. Although Prof saying government is dangerous, but at least we are seeing Makueni County as an example, being a beacon in terms of setting up an incubation center and trying to rally different stakeholders within to be able to help startups in Makueni. And I think for me, that's, even though, you might say, government doesn't have the competency to run such an incubation program, the thing is they have done something and they continue to do something. And for me is, even the little things that are being done, can we be able to rally around the same and try to make them work as much as possible?
All right, Gladys, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so looking at, say, other ecosystem players, the hubs, the incubators, and the accelerators, etc. So what actually the bill has provided, it's provided a provision for the incubators mainly, and the key role they play in advancing the ecosystem and in advancing startup growth. So it's provided key roles on this is what incubators need to do, this is the mandate they need to do, this is the requirements that incubators need to meet. And I think it's a big steps toward formalization of incubation and how incubators actually support startups. And as we say, nowadays, how things are done, even within our ecosystem, incubation hubs are very random and they're not really regulated. So there's a lot of exploits at some point to some of the startups, and also the fact that their governance structures are not really they're not really regulated. You find that there's this lack of sustainability, and startups end up suffering at the end of the day. So the bill actually provides the provision for incubators specifically, but then also looking at other ecosystem players along the line, be it accelerators, investors, and venture capitalists, etc. We see that by creating this initial framework, it will actually be able to advance the ecosystem along the path from idea stage to early stage to growth stage. We see there being a continuum in terms of growth of startups, and actually those who are in the later stage of the ecosystem can actually benefit from what will have been done at this initial stage, because this initial stage is one that is not supported currently, and that's where most of the challenges are. So once we actually rally around formalizing startups and formalizing incubation, I think some of the ecosystem challenges will have been addressed. And in terms of the county governments, we are seeing the fact we did a study on the rural, trying to assess how is business development support services in rural areas. And we did this study in several countries, and we realized there's a very big gap, because most incubators are mostly set in the urban centers, and I think I've mentioned this. And so you find that those businesses or those SMEs or those SGBs that are in the rural sector, they're suffering. And because they don't have an ecosystem really to support them, they don't even have a peer network. But with the decentralization of this thing, with the decentralization of incubation and business development support, people can actually be able to access these services with the same quality, because county governments have been mandated to ensure that the incubation hubs within their counties are to a globally competitive scale, to ensure that startups receive the same benefits that any other startup is receiving countrywide.
Oh, thank you so much. Some of the comments that are coming in is that, one second, Prof, and then you can continue. Someone is saying that all these agencies concerned with IP need to synchronize their mandates. Do we agree with that? And then over to you, Professor. Yes.
Yes, let me say one thing. I had the opportunity to travel almost globally to look at the ecosystems around this. If you go to Bangalore, the ecosystem, we went to Israel, the ecosystem, which is one of the best, which actually we copied and developed the ICT authority. What the Israelis have is what is called the Israeli Innovation Authority. This authority now does calls for proposals from everybody. Even a farmer can go propose. And then they evaluate multiple people to see the potential of that, and actually supports that proposal for a number of years. Then they have active innovation within the army. When they see you are doing very well, they take you to the Innovation Authority, and then they get international collaborations, the authority itself, and actually grow you. They do the venture build. When you have the potential, a good idea, calling for proposals and getting the very best ideas which can go far. If you look at Silicon Valley, the government has what they call small business administration. as a bank that supports innovation, where when you have a good idea, a wonderful idea, they will give you money to survive as you build it. And then they have an academic ecosystem to help you to grow. Now, if we just did this and said we bring this bill forward and sit down and say, now we are going to see innovations, it won't work. It won't work because the presumption is that, well, what we are lacking is this. But what we are lacking is a complete ecosystem. The academia has to come in, then the financial private, because Google went through SPA, Facebook went through SPA when they were not making money. That's how they made the money. So we need to think it much more broadly than just to say we have a startup bill, which doesn't have the support mechanism. And that's why I was saying, let us look. You can go online and look at Israel Innovation Authority. What does it have? They have all these programs, they have international collaborations, which they are in control of. Then you have the teams that look at those proposals in a way to see how to build the venture. We must get into that space of helping startups build the venture itself, because they don't have that capacity. It is not.
Can I ask something, Prof?
Yes, yeah.
Just around the same thing. I mean, you're already in academia right now. What are some of the things academia is doing to bridge the gap to support the startups? Maybe could you point out some of the existing training and capacity building initiatives that are available from the academia side to bridge the gap with the startups, at least on that end?
It's not the gap. When you have, I said Google, I said Yahoo, I said Cisco, I said all these companies came from Silicon Valley, supported by professors from Stanford, from UC Berkeley, and around there. All those people are in the list, and they will get some piece of it because they are building something big. So everybody has got, everybody has an incentive of working to see it develop. Here, academia, they are selling beans and potatoes there, and they have all this knowledge here, which they are not bringing to young people. So we needed somebody to bring everybody together and say, do research on translation, language translation, for example, in AI, machine learning. So they come with their capabilities and develop a product. You know, we are going to have a product on adaptive learning, and we take it to the people. You have already customers, people will talk about it. And then now we have a bank, which National Bank, for example, instead of KCB having bought it, it would have become our bank for that sector to grow the enterprises. This is what we call it small business administration, where you actually go with a proposal. You don't go there and say, somebody from Mombasa got a loan and I also need a loan. That is what you want the politicians to begin to do, to say many people from this region are getting loans, our people need to get. Then we kill creativity. Yeah. So I've made references to so many organizations. I hope people would make reference and see what is happening in other places. The same is happening in Malaysia, the same in Singapore.
I want to bring it back to Victor and Gladys. In the comment section, actually, if they can expand it a little bit for us. Professor, they're saying you're giving so many foreign examples. Isn't there anything good coming also from here?
Well, we developed the ICT board. They lost the direction. That we borrowed the idea from Israel by doing it. It didn't go to work with those people. They are, well, I don't want to say a lot more.
All right, now over to Victor and Gladys. What do you guys have to say about this?
One of the things that we also realize, I think, from the bill, again, is a lot of people are asking, why is it that there is a lot of references towards incubators? And one of the things which I think was very deliberate was to ensure that, because what Prof is saying, it's easier for maybe, for example, to do an application to one authority, maybe, for example, in Israel. So the question is, how can you practically adopt that in the Kenyan context? So the best point of reference is, instead of one organization, whether it is ICT, Ministry of ICT or Ministry of Industry and Trade, getting all national application, it becomes almost like a KCPE or KCC process. It becomes too complex. So how can you be able to replicate the same system within the Kenyan context? And one of the anchor institutions that can actually be able to evaluate and give or vouch for a startup would be an incubator, because they already are working with incubators at the county level. So either a county working with in collaboration with the hub in the region. Like I'll give an example. Like Sote Hub work in Taita Taveta, and one of the biggest challenges they have is collaborating with the county, because they don't have an existing framework for collaboration. You either come in as a supplier or a PPP, which neither of them works for them. So I think that having a framework that spurs that conversation is important, and riding on that infrastructure to be able to maybe sieve these very good ideas. Because in Kenya, we have trust issues. You can't just have an open check where you say, send an application and we'll vet the best idea. So getting a vouching mechanism, almost like a granny model of sorts, where the hub in your county is able to go through, help you grow your idea. And if that idea is good enough, then let it compete at a national level. So I think there's some level through which maybe the draft bill is able to look at that. Yeah. So, and for me, the question is, how can we be able to make things work for Kenya? Because it's one thing to say things are working elsewhere, but the reality in Kenya is extremely, extremely different. So how can we be able to use the existing infrastructure, the little resources that we have, to make sure that things work? Number three is, of course, one of the things that, one of the principles that is overarching in terms of the entire process is anchoring this process in the triple helix model, which I know the good Prof is aware about, where we try to match the different both TVET and universities that are working in the county, and having a conversation together as a county, as university, as well as private sectors who are within that county, and their startups solving their problems at the county level. So I think there's some degree to which we've been able to adopt some of these best practices without doing a direct copy and paste. And my prayer and hope is that it works.
So the framework you needed was the incentives to TVETs and universities to work with startups. And then we have a national call for proposals, which would come from every county. And that call for proposals have people with integrity to vet it, and which everybody can say, actually, that was better than the other one. That's how we can do. Still, it goes back to trust. Because some people would say, hatujateua moja kutoka Taita, and let us take this.
I mean, yeah, that's the framework that's called for. And I think all the startup bill is saying is set up this framework for support, set up this framework for funding, set up this framework for IP issues. Gladys, I mean, you've been hearing what they're saying.
Then you end up spending all the money. That is why our wage bill is so high and nothing results on the ground. Where you
Prof, are you saying that it'll result in a lot of people being hired and nothing getting done?
Nothing getting done, yes. Yeah.
I think this whole idea of decentralization of ecosystem support at the county level, I think this will be one of the biggest win, especially if at all this bill will be implemented as is. And looking at this, I'm thinking, if I'm a startup from my county, and of course, my county has a CDP, it has a county development plan. As a startup, I know the challenges within my county. I know the opportunities within my county. So I'm innovating with the challenges within my county. So even with all this, say we call for this national application of innovations in terms of priority, especially at a county level, it will the startups that will be supported are those startups that most probably are addressing the county level challenges, because there's no way that you're going to fund an innovation that is supporting a challenge in another county, because I think that's the whole essence of decentralization, of ensuring that startups are actually solving problems at the county level. And when it comes to say selection or even getting these ideas, you'll find, especially at the rural areas, the same way you'll advertise for, say, a call for proposal in Nairobi is different from the way you'll advertise a call for proposal in, say, Makueni or Kikuyu or another rural county, because the infrastructure is different. The culture is different. How people consume knowledge is different. So I think it's a whole idea of how can you be able to utilize and foster this culture of innovation and entrepreneurship at the county level to ensure that the ecosystem is benefiting, the local community, the people within the county are benefiting, and the county can actually say, okay, fine, this innovation has contributed to our CDP.
Prof, I know you have a burning comment, but I have something to say there.
Let me add a small thing, because you touched on Makueni. Makueni have got right now a very good health wallet, which would not just do work in Makueni, but the entire country, the entire Africa, the entire world. That we can't say let's do innovation for us. Economically, it is not visible, because then you can't scale, then outsiders who would understand that would destroy you. Let us help those in Makueni to think local, but act globally. This is the solution, but can it be scaled? Because the whole thing you want to look at is how can we have scalable startups, not to please people that, oh, we are going here to solve bananas sales in Kisi. It won't help them. It will just die because there is no demand for that globally. Let them think locally, but act globally.
I like that. I mean, I was going to talk about scale, and a lot of things we do here are easily replicable across the East Africa market and Africa at large. I'm noticing we're pressed for time, so I think now is the best time to have the closing remarks. If this bill was to become a law, what would you be expecting? What are your personal expectations of this bill should it become a law? Given all this conversation that we've had about the challenges that currently exist, the challenges of scaling as well, the gaps in IP and the over legislation where a lot of laws are replicated. Let's assume now the bill is passed and becomes a law. What then should anybody expect from the ESOs to the startups to anyone else in the country at large that's interested in this startup bill? Who would like to go first?
I could go.
All right.
I think for me is what I've learned from this entire process is the startup bill making process is an open canvas, and it's open for critique, open for conversation and contribution. Of course, even if you are to do the very best that you can and even put out the best possible legislation, you can never guarantee 100% success. So for me, I think my takeout would be at least if we can be able to have startups recognized as different from being SMEs, get some sort of incentives to catalyze, some significant numbers getting funding, which of course will have a direct impact on job creation, etc. I think for me that would be good. And again, is just having all hands on deck in terms of just being able to contribute. Because one of the things that we see is there's a process going on. There's a lot of criticism outside of the entire process. I don't know how many people have been able to do submissions and give their dissenting opinion around the same. Because I think good or bad, any criticism is good to be able to further a process and to improve it.
All right, thank you, Victor. How about you, Gladys?
Yes, so for me, the bill is a good starting point, and it's a good canvas to begin the conversation. As you said, we would not have had this conversation were the bill not there. But then I think one of the improvements that need to be made into it is the explicit recognition of ecosystem players beyond the startups, the incubators, and say the county and national government. Like who are the beneficiaries of the bill beyond that? So I think that would really make it clear so that someone can actually know how to plug in and add value, because in any entrepreneurial ecosystem, you know, the private sector players really are big contributors, especially to enhancement of policies and to ensure that, you know, policies actually make progress. So I think as as much as it's a draft bill, there have been explicit conversations or mentions or contributions of key sector players beyond those that are mentioned. And then second of all is just trying to ensure that it's in a way that even startups can be able to know this is the starting point. So I register, then what? So I think it's very clear for that to really be explicit as well. But I think it's a good starting point, and most importantly, it's the goodwill. I think anything can be written on paper, but then it's the goodwill of the implementers in the ecosystem, and sometimes, of course, the government framework is supposed to create this culture of innovation, and it's also supposed to drive development, especially in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. But it's the ecosystem players who day to day are with these startups, who day to day are solving the problems of the startups. They have to have a voice and have goodwill to actually support the ecosystem grow, and not because this is not a government initiative. The government is just creating an enabling environment and creating a legal framework for everyone to play a role in growing the entrepreneurial ecosystem, especially in innovation. So I urge everyone to just be on board, and you know, I think there's opportunity for people to send in their submissions on areas of revisions that need to be made, and of course, all the ecosystem players as well.
Thank you so much. Prof, your closing remarks on this. Should the bill become a law? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, you have a very strong team there, and they've done a good job. Unfortunately, the bill is in the wrong house. The Senate focuses on county. So they are going to give money, and they say, give us the formula. They will spend a couple of years to talk about that formula of allocation to every county. And you will not, the Ministry of Communication is actually a national thing. You would have a problem of implementation of that. I think the best they do is they withdraw it from Senate and take it to Parliament. That is the only way it can do something. But the way it is, I would rather we have another framework.
Well, the bill is going to be a money bill, and it will be introduced in Parliament as well. Victor, I know you have some comments around that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the process, of course, because the conversation started with Honorable Senator Sakaja, so I think that it was only natural for it to be discussed at the Senate, and we've consistently been able to communicate through all platforms that, you know, the bill is going actually to Parliament, and we already have set a date for having an expert conversations around money bill issues. Issues to do with tax, issues to do with IP, and we already in conversations with you know, guys at National Treasury. We already in conversation with people at the Capital Markets Authority, IP experts, all different stakeholders that we thought would be important to have that conversation. KIPI, etc., just to be able to have everyone on the table and have the same discussion. Yeah. So like I said, it's I think the idea is, you don't throw an idea together with its bathwater just because it's not working. If we remove the bill, then what? We'll still go back to status quo. And I think for us, and for me, where I see it is, whatever little progress that we have, can we be able to rally around the same and move the conversation forward?
All right. Thank you so much.
I think we think about business development services.
Okay.
So the money, business development services, that's how you can help the ventures in Wundani, the ventures in Meru, whatever. But just talking about the startup bill, that's what we don't have the common understanding. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Gladys had mentioned about business support services. Do you want to just bring it up again before I wrap up, or in terms of how business support services can be scaled into the counties from your experience working with the hubs?
Yes, first of all is identifying what type of support does a business actually need, and structuring your support, the non-financial support in structuring the business to achieve a certain level of growth, and then from there, now you can actually support them. So I think business development support is helping the business access markets, linking them to the right networks, the right markets, because these are key things, linking them to technology, and as well as providing them support services that they can actually be able to leverage to grow their business, because these are non-financial support that businesses actually require for them to be stable and for them to be bankable, to enhance access to capital and financing.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all my panelists and for all of those who are joining us virtually. We've had a very engaging conversation about policies and how they create enabling environments. And we did a deep dive into the startup bill. We hope that you'll be able to join us to continue these conversations. I mean, we noticed that the startup bill is not the only bill affecting our ecosystem. There's other bills like the data protection bill, amongst others. So keep engaging, keep chatting. Follow us on the hashtag ASSEK 2020. We'd like to keep this conference discussions going on beyond just this event from today. From the panelists in the morning, we've covered all the different topics, from how the ESOs they work, how they work regionally, the gaps that have been existing, and now to how policy can enable the framework. Thank you so much to the ASSEK Organizing Committee for organizing this event. And from this panel, we'd like to say thank you so much. We look forward to engaging with you virtually. Have a good afternoon. Bye.
Thank you so much, Anne, and your amazing panel, Victor, Gladys, and Bitange. 9 hours, wow. 5 panels, 25 speakers. We're really thankful. And 100+ viewers. Thank you for being with us. A dream that was imagined almost 2 years ago on harmonizing the ecosystem, and look at us now. Constantly stamping the word, we're talking about partnerships, collaborations, and co-creation. One voice. And on top of it, we had an MOU between Countrywide Hub Network and ASSEK. I think we should really clap for that, even though how few we are here. Thank you. I really want to thank these people. I really want to thank JZ. JZ, thank you so much for making this happen. This wouldn't be here we wouldn't be here if JZ didn't support us and didn't believe in ASSEK. I want to thank the members, our 50+ members. We thank you so much for being with us from morning till now, and even as you continue this journey. I want to thank the board who have been tirelessly working to ensure that this has come into fruition. And of course, I want to thank our secretariat who have been constantly sleepless nights, have been here since 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. Thank you so much. I want to thank also as well Archer Digital for ensuring that you guys were able to see us. And even though we had a few hiccups because of technology, but we've been here with you since morning. I want to thank also events by Jaiko and as well as Kempinski. But last but not least, when ASSEK came into fruition, there was a specific body that came together and was helping us in registering ASSEK, and this is Bowman's Law. Really want to thank you, because we wouldn't be standing here and wouldn't be ASSEK if it wasn't for you. Things to look out for. Next week, we have the Lake Basin Innovation Investment Week. ASSEK will be having a panel on the 18th from 2 to 3. ASSEK will be running a panel on strengthening the ESO community nationally. And as well, please join us on 2nd December for annual AGM. Thank you and have a nice evening.